Say that again?
I found about 3 dogs, just the bones of the dogs.
Just the bones of the dogs. You found them in Scorpio's house?
Yes.
Holy shit.
Man, he starved to death. He either starved to death or froze to death, one of the two.
See, this dog is calm before this happens. He knows that this is going to happen. Oh, yeah. He's going to take care of everybody. Gunfire, weapons, the whole 9 yards.
Chicago's fortunate in that when compared with other major cities, it has provided more opportunity for blacks than perhaps any other major city in the country.
Although a black explorer, Jean-Baptiste du Sablé was Chicago's first settler in 1765. It wasn't until the early 1900s that a sizable black population was established in Chicago. It was composed of southern migrants who had been lured north by the promise of jobs at good wages, but who found out upon arrival that the only way to make a living in this industrial city was as a maid, janitor, or bootblack. Now, in the last part of the 20th century, Chicago blacks want a bigger piece of the pie. By 1975, the U.S. Census Bureau predicts that 50% of the population will be black. The famous Democratic machine of Cook County is just beginning to feel the political stirrings of the dissatisfied. But some observers feel that it will take more than a change in politics to bring economic and political viability to Chicago's blacks.
This is Chicago, the Windy City, gem of the Midwest and probably the most racially segregated of the major cities in the United States. In 1833, when the town was incorporated as a village, there were only 200 inhabitants. Today, there are 3.5 million Chicagoans and 150,000 businesses in the metropolitan area. But this too is Chicago, and it has a different story to tell. This is where most of the city's 1 million blacks live. Their homes a far cry from the fancy steel and glass high-rise structures that are becoming the new promised land for the whites and the wealthy.
How does local government affect housing for black people in Chicago?
I couldn't talk about local government without talking about the federal government. In that the federal programs, umbrella, whatever the local programs are. I mean, I'm speaking specifically of HUD and its subsidiary FHA.
Has urban renewal been a positive or negative aspect?
In my opinion, it's been a negative aspect in that so many blacks were displaced, and of course, in turn, created high density and more congested conditions in the areas that surrounded the urban renewal programs. There are many urban renewal programs that were started, say, 10 years ago, where the land is still vacant and people are still unhoused. HUD is saying that you can't have a house in the city and white folks ain't gonna have you in the suburbs. So, you know, it seems to me that, you know, blacks have to become moon folk in order to do anything. And this is what we're gonna have to work with. This is what we're gonna have to deal with.
I think it ought to be said, however, that urban renewal, contrary to popular belief, is not simply a housing program. It is a process for renewing communities and providing not only added housing, but other amenities, so that it may well be true that urban renewal has destroyed more housing than it has built. But I think that the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of the urban renewal program has got to be dealt with in terms of the overall effect it's had on the community. I think that in 5 years, Chicago will be regarded by black people all over the country as one of the best big cities in the country to live in.
I shall send you to heaven before I send you to hell.
And so the environment of Chicago really shaped what the Canis Panther was supposed to be.
Yes.
condition.
I'm 54 years old. I think I'm super good because the first thing I put first in my life is God. You know, because without God, I'm not nothing. You know, and that's what I keep up for. You know what I'm saying? I keep him up front.
Right.
And then everything else follows. You know, well, 2000 he died December. He died December the 16th. Because we had his funeral right before Christmas. And I'll never forget, I think he died December the 15th or 16th. Yep, 2009. My brother was a big guy, okay? And he had really got overweight. He's about 500 and some pounds. And he started having, you know, when you get big like that, you have health issues.
Right.
His lungs was too small for his body. You know, he had a lot of issues, man. You know, I mean, he was a diabetic. And the hospital told us he died from MRSA. You know what I'm saying? But my brother, when he was in the hospital, he didn't want them to cut on him. And they cut a hole in his throat. And he didn't live a week after that. If it wasn't for my brother, it wouldn't be no me, okay? So, therefore, whatever he done right now is still going on. And before my brother died, I promised him that I would keep his legacy going, okay?
Right.
And that's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to keep his legacy going.
How long have you been breeding?
I've been breeding now since, let me see, blood. I've been breeding now for probably about 20 years.
20 years?
Yeah, I'm 54. I was the first dog. I was blood. My brother gave me blood, and then he placed me with a female named Sugar. Blood was red. I'm trying to get another red when blood was red and Sugar was blue. See, I'm trying to get a red one. I ain't saw no red panther in years, and that's what I'm aiming at. Blood was red with a black mask and a black streak down his back. He had the gold markers, but he was big. He was big. He was, you know, everybody thought he was the giant dog when they saw him, you know, because he was red. You know, my brother was a main man, you know, and like I said, you know, he made me promise him when he died, you know, because he was very angry, man. He was angry at Gypsy, you know, and things like that, and that's one of the reasons why at his funeral, Gypsy was there, and I told him, I said, for all you people that think the Panther game is over, it's not.
My motive is to provide for people a dog that will keep motherfuckers out of their house.
That's a good motive.
My motive.
That is a good motive.
You better believe it. It's a valuable motive. Because see, in the dog world, dope dealers don't pray for you. Smart guys don't pray for you. Other breeders don't pray for you. But when you teach somebody or provide somebody with protection, every time that dog makes somebody walk away, they say, thank God for Gypsy. That's important to me.
Right.
That's my bottom line value.
But, I mean, I'm glad that I'm talking to you. I'm glad that that's set straight.
Anybody interested in the Canis Panther or dogs in general would be glad to talk to me. Anybody. Ku Klux Klan members, which I've helped several of with their dogs. I don't care who you are, because you have a common goal to be safe in your home. That is my goal. That is my only goal when it comes to dogs. Besides the hugs and the kisses and the wagging tails.
That's the best part, isn't it?
No.
No, okay.
Good part. Best part is knowing motherfuckers ain't trying to come in my house because I got a dragon in here. Because you didn't come to me with the idea of, hey, Gypsy, you know, I'm really sorry about how this has gone, and I would like to set the record straight by exposing the subterfuge, the lies, the conspiracies that were created, and how you were eliminated. I'd like to expose that, Gypsy. Then the full historical documentary needs to be about this attempted coup, because that's what it is.
I'll include that for sure.
No, it needs to be the focus, because what else is of value? See, everything that we do, say, and think will either create value or destroy value. And you and JD, and I'm not saying you did it maliciously, you may have been misled. You and JD and a few others have tried to diminish, devalue, and destroy value of my name, my participation, my legitimacy in the Canis Panther breed. There's no getting around that. I'll forgive you for that. I'll forgive JD for it.
You know, there's a lot of things Taylor, my brother, wouldn't tell me because he was real secretive. You know, he would tell me, you ask too many questions. You know what I'm saying? Listen to that. But when he got sick, he started explaining a whole lot of things to me. You know how I didn't know who I was because at the time I was gang banging. I was young, you know, in the street, and I'm his baby brother. And he's old enough to be my father. My mama had me at the age of 45. So when my mama had me, he was my father. He went to school for me, and my sister named Shirley went to school for me. That was my parents. I was ashamed because when I was in kindergarten, I got into a fight because my mama got into school for me, and they was like, "Who's that old lady?" Because she had gray hair. She was 50 then, okay?
Right.
And I told my mama, you know, a kid, I didn't mean no harm. I told my mama, "Can you let Shirley come to the school for me? Because everybody else, mama, is young, and you the only, you know, you old, mama, and they, you know, so." And right now that was a cruel thing to say, but kids don't know no better, you know?
Yeah, I know how you feel.
And I'm the youngest out of 10, okay?
Yep.
My older sister named Sister Dobar. After Sister Dobar, the preacher was my brother John, the boxer. After John is Scorpio, the dog trainer. After Scorpio is my sister Shirley. After Shirley is my sister Mills. She died at 47. After Sister Mills is Alla. After Alla is Trish, and I'm the baby, which is Tim. You know, my family is family. We real family. I ain't met no family like this family. We all love each other. We care and share. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I got a big family. I got 76 nieces and nephews.
Damn.
Yeah.
How many of them have Canis Panthers?
I got two nieces that got Canis. Some of them like dogs, some of them don't. You know, like 12 kids. They've been around dogs all their life, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they don't like dogs now because they was raised with. As we were saying about sports kids, man, you know, my brother was a very firm man, okay? And everybody in his household had to help with those dogs, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And when my brother passed away, that's how I ended up with what he had going on because his wife, okay, and kids and stuff, they didn't want to have no pawns, you know, they didn't want to do it no more because they have been doing it all their life.
Right.
You know, and my brother Gypsy tell you, if he said something, he meant it. You know, he didn't play no damn games at all. You know, he was a very firm man. Like some of the questions you asked me, he'd have cut you out. I'm just keeping it real. He told you, who the fuck you think you is calling my motherfucking phone up? Man, I don't want to talk to your motherfucking, He was a very mean man. And man, I'm totally different. I try to be lenient with people like the puppies I got now. I'm not going $1,500 this time. If they ain't got $2,000 for a male or $2,500 for the female, it's a no-go. But as far as about when I started messing with these dogs, I started messing with these dogs up to 40 years, so I was 14. Okay, he would come to get me, and I would be his guinea pig. And my mama would tell him, why are you doing him like that? You know, that's your little brother. You know, Mom, I'm just trying to teach him something, you know. And And, I liked it. And he told me I was a hell of an agitator. And after he showed me what he showed me, he had a school on 41st and Wentworth. And if Gypsy hit us, you know what I'm talking about. On the second floor up top. And after my brother showed how to agitate, I ended up Gypsy, because Gypsy was one of the best agitators in the world. So Gypsy taught me a whole lot of things too. As far as about agitation of a dog and things like that, But yeah, the first time my first panther he gave us, we had one, before we had Zulu, we had Baby, she was red. And we had Baby, I couldn't have been no more than about 12 or 13. She was red. And then Baby died at 9 years old, and then my brother brought us Zulu. My Baby had a litter back then, and my mama, he made it with this great dog called Fame, okay? Fame come from Mighty Joe and Misty. From JoJo, I think he was JoJo's son, but not Missy wasn't his mama, but he was JoJo's son. His name was Fame. He was a big, black, pretty boy, We let Fame mate with Baby, which was my mama's dog. And my mama had 13 puppies, and back then, we couldn't get no papers and things like that. So we were selling dogs for food stamps and everything, man. When I think about it, it was funny. My mama said, so this man came, he said, well, Miss Jones, I don't have the 500, but I got 350 I got 250 in cash and 250 in stamps. She looked at me and I looked up. We said it's the deal, Yeah, man, by me going all the way back like that, it kind of got me sad,
Yeah.
But, it is what it is because, every day, somebody gonna die. Every day. So.
Yep.
A lot of my people gone. Out of 10 kids, there's only 4 of us left. 6 gone.
Damn.
Yep. And I'm the baby. I'm the last boy. I ain't got no more brothers.
So it's you and 3 sisters.
Me and 3 sisters, yep.
Are any of them involved in the Canis Panther or no?
No, now one of them, they, my sisters that passed away, they love dogs. But my sister that's right up over me named Trish, she's 56. I'm 54. She don't like dogs. Because my mama had them. She said she don't want dogs and no cats. I'm telling you, Taylor, all my life, man, we had dogs and cats. It was a dog family. My sister said, when she told my mama, whenever I get my own house, I'll never have a dog or a cat. And she don't like them. She tell me right now today, why you got all them stinky ass dogs, And I'll be like, why would you say that? Because I don't understand you with these damn dogs. I say, look, if I'm a dog lover, as long as they ain't costing you nothing, let me be a dog lover,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but, I got some family members like that love the Panthers, because all my brothers had them. My brother John had one. Her name was Dee Dee. The preacher, he had one. His name was Champ. Before that, he had Pac-Man. Man, we all have them, My sister had one, a big black bitch named Grandma,
Mm-hmm.
And, they've been around. They've been around. And then my other sister had one named Zeus.
Okay.
Yep. Everybody in the family had one of these dogs. Except for, I said a few of my siblings. But everybody else, maybe 2 or 3 of my sisters probably said, no dog. But everybody else, not a problem.
How many of Scorpio's kids have Canis Panthers?
None of them.
Why is that?
I told you, they said the same thing.
Same thing?
Got their own place, they'll never get a dog. My brother had at one time like 40 dogs.
Damn.
Yeah, and they had to help him. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They had to clean up dog shit. They had to, they want him, he tell them, what I'm saying? What you put in, that's what you get out. If you don't help, then you don't get nothing,
Right.
And them girls used to get down, man, in the basement, man, and clean the basement and clean up dog shit like dudes,
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, when they got older, they just said they didn't want no dogs, And I can't blame them for that,
Yeah. How many of your kids have Panthers?
3.
And how many kids do you have total?
7.
So almost half of your kids ended up getting involved in the breed.
My daughter, see, my son, he's an aviation. He works for the airport. He's a police for the airport, so he works a lot. He just got a house, so
okay.
One of these puppies that just came today, he's finna get a dog.
Okay.
Okay, my daughter Candace, okay, she had Panthers, but she changed the game. She got Candy Cane Bully Land. Candy Cane Land, Bully Land. My daughter got bullies now.
Okay. Standard, miniature, exotic, what does she do?
She got micros. Man, we got Merles and everything. She got bullies and Frenches. I got all white Frenchie named Cheese.
Yeah, you were telling me about Her, right?
And all white. I'm to my, you know what I'm saying? And if my brother would have still been living, he'd have been 70. He'd been 70 years old.
It's an old man.
Yeah, he'd been 70. He'd still been living. He'd been 70 years old. Because my mama, all her kids are 2 years apart. I'm the baby. I'm 54. My sister Trish, right up over me. She 56. My sister Boop, it's a little split in that. My sister Boop would have been 61 in March. And then my sister Alla, 63. And then my sister Mills, before she passed, she died at 47. She'd have been, Shirley, 68. Sister Mills would have been 66. Shirley is 68. And then, then my mama had all boys. It was a Scorpio. Scorpio would have been 70. My brother John would have been 72. And my brother, the last one, just died, the preacher, he'd have made 74. He died the same month of his birthday. His birthday was on 31st of December. He died in December too. I forgot exactly what date, but he died in December. You know what I'm saying? I'm the only boy that's left. I'm the only boy that's left out of my mama's sons. And I got 3 sisters that's left. It was 10 of us. It's 4 of us left. Three girls and 1 boy. My mama got 3 sons dead and 3 daughters dead.
Damn. Your mama's not around anymore?
No, my mom died at 94. My mom died, my father died when I was 11. Scorpion raised. My mama had 5 sets of kids. She had 5 that was grown when I was born.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an uncle. I got nieces and nephews older than my older sister had Merv, Dana, and Joe. And bam, which she had 4 kids. Already, my mom had me. I already had nieces and nephews. I was born an uncle. And that's why, when a lot of things that I do, my niece she gets so emotional, you know what I'm saying? Because, she tell me, which is his daughter, she'll say, man, I wish my daddy was here to see what you're doing, Uncle Tim,
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, you know what I'm saying? That's why I fight hard to keep what's going on, man. Because, this ain't nothing that my brother was trying. This ain't nothing he was trying to do. This was something that he done. And, you know what I'm saying? By him doing what he done, that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Until I can't do it no more. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And my brother kept talking to me in my dreams, telling me don't let him down. And I'm trying to find me somebody that's a dog man in my family, which one of my nieces and nephews, if something happened to me, well, they can keep it going. That's one of the things, that's one of my theories, you know what I'm saying? Trying to keep his legacy going. And like I say, everybody claim to have a Panther, everybody claim to do this, but at the end of the day, I'm Scorp's brother. I got 2 puppies right now that's 8 months, but they hot, Taylor. I'm trying to just get away for $250 a piece, which is Panther Presses, Taylor. Little Larry Hoover dogs.
Did you say little Edgar Hoover dogs?
This is what I'm telling you about. I swear 120 pounds. I swear to God, Taylor. 8 months, 120 pounds. And then Bella, he got a Bella too. She was like 100 pounds. But he called me yesterday. I'm trying to find somebody that I can get the dogs to that's going to take care of the dogs. They can give me a little bit of something. But the only thing about these, he never got the years. My brother, Gypsy was a dog trainer. Which Gypsy taught me how to train dogs, okay?
Right.
And my brother was the brain. Boy was smart, okay? He's a very brilliant man. He built, he drew, you know what I'm saying, just the whole 9. He was, he would call me at 2 and 3 in the morning and tell me some of his ideas. And I'd be like, Scorp, man, it's 3 in the morning, what the fuck, man? He'd be like, Tim, I'm just thinking about money, man. I can't go to sleep. He said, bro, look, man, we got to get this money, man. He said, man, goddamn it, we got to be rich. And, and I regret it because a couple of times I would answer the phone for him.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was 5 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. I'm like, man, I'm tired. I done worked all day. Now you want to call me? But he was preparing me for this day.
Right.
I really believe he knew at some point he was getting ready to leave this earth, and he was preparing me to get ready for the future. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes when I think about it, it makes me kind of emotional, you know what I'm saying? Because, my brother was like my father. All he ever wanted from me is just to be right. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He used to always tell me, man, you don't know who you is, And it took me to get in my 50s to really realize, Taylor, who I am, okay? And who I am, I'm Scorp's little brother, and as long as I'm here, the Panther will not die. Okay?
Good.
So, you know, and he, you know, sometimes when I get ready, I get, you know, get tired. I be like telling my wife sometimes, I'm tired of these motherfucking dogs, and you know, we spend all this money on dog food. I'm tired of going to clean up behind this, that. My brother come to me playing this day and say, you better not give up. You know, sometimes, me and my wife, our dog food bill $5,000 a month.
Holy shit.
You right, holy shit. But these dogs, man, I'm talking about, we got our own veterinary we take them to. And, man, you know what I'm saying, he comes to the house if he have to. This is the same veterinary that Scorp mess with, which is Dr. Frederick. And Dr. Frederick would tell you, I've been doing Tim since he was 14. I'm 54. So that's 40 years. And these were Scorp's veterinaries, and Scorp sent it back down the line to me. And to this day, I got a relationship with these people, man. We ain't changed nothing. We ain't changed nothing. Everything like Scorp had it, that's how we got it. We never changed nothing. You know, my brother was a main man, you know. And like I said, you know, he made me promise him when he died, you know, because he was very angry, man. He was angry at Gypsy, you know, and things like that. And that's one of the reasons why at his funeral, Gypsy was there. And I told him, I said, for all you people that think the Panther game is over, it's not.
Why was Scorpio angry with Gypsy?
Because he had son Gypsy and Lori them dogs. In the city of Chicago, somebody kept calling Animal Patrol on him. He would never let him, you know, my brother, like I said, he was a mean guy. He would tell them to get the fuck from in front of his house. Get the fuck from in front of my goddamn house. I ain't showing y'all shit. So finally, my mama talked to him and said, Cleo, let them see, you know what I'm saying, one of the dogs. And so he brought Tupac out. They was like, wow, what the, you know, but the people told him, say, yeah, but you got too many dogs, you know. Mm-hmm. So what he done, by him and Gypsy being buddies, he took maybe 10 dogs and gave them to Gypsy, which was Chief and a couple of more, okay?
Okay.
He gave them to Gypsy. When he gave them to Gypsy, Laurie and Gypsy called themselves coming to his house and telling him what he needed to do. And he told them to get the fuck out of his house. He told them, I gave y'all these motherfucking dogs. How the fuck you gonna come and tell me how to run my shit? And from that day till he died, he told me, he said, Tim, I said, what? Don't you never in your motherfucking life mess with Gypsy. Because in other words, he was saying Gypsy let a white lady turn him against him. And all the shit he had done for Gypsy. You know what I'm saying? My brother played Gypsy Red. You know, he got, you know, back then Gypsy was doing things they ain't had no business doing. And, you know, which we all, when you're young, you do stupid shit, you know, but my brother, you know, he was very angry, and he didn't talk to Gypsy no more.
So they just never talked after that?
They maybe they were running to each other at shows and things like that, you know. But he really didn't, you know, he didn't socialize with them. Like, they was like the best of friends, man. You know?
Until that happened.
If you see Scorp, you see Gypsy. You know, Gypsy tell you about Scorp. My brother had some badass German Shepherds before he got Panthers. He had Arius and Jaws. Man, you talking about, man, these motherfucking Shepherds, man, he make Jaws crawl, spit out meat. Man, the dog would climb up the tree and grab a limb, and he'd make them hold on to that bitch for 35, 40 minutes without letting it go. Yeah, my brother was a hellified dog trainer. Some of the shit to this day that he done, I'm still trying to do. Because he can make a dog do any motherfucking thing.
Was Gypsy at Scorpio's funeral?
Yeah, he was there. Well, you know, I never said Gypsy didn't love him. You know, I know he loved him because they was friends. They was the best of friends. But it was just an angry issue there because we knew the situation. And, you know, by that being my brother, you know, I'm angry if he told me somebody done him wrong. So, you know how that go. Yeah,
you got to stick with your brother. That makes sense.
I got to stick with my brother. Now you talking. You know, that was one of the issues. Like I said, but to this day, I don't have no problem with Gypsy, you know. And if I saw my husband, you know, but, you know what I mean, he going to do his thing and I'm going to do mine. And the best man win.
So your brother died in about 2009, Scorpio. Yes. Did he have a will that who did he leave his dogs to, and how did you pick up his last dogs?
Well, I'm going to tell you, you know what I'm saying, he didn't have no will. But I promised him on his dying bed. He asked me, he said, Tim, I said, what? He said, I left you something, man. And I promised him, and I've been doing it from that day to this day. Because my brother's legacy will live on. If Gypsy was at the front, he'll tell you what I said. I said his legacy will live on. Yep, and it's been on from that day to this day. Even before he died, I was breathing. You know what I'm saying? You remember I told you I had to make the dogs back bigger, and he got mad at me. And then he got the contract with the people over in China. Then he called me back and said, hey man, bring me all them motherfucking puppies. You know what I'm saying? bring you all my puppies. He was like, yeah, bring me all them motherfucking puppies, man. I said, no, I can't bring you all my puppies, man. You know, and he was like, you gonna get some, you know what I'm saying? So I took him 2 bitches and he gave me $2,500, you know what I'm saying? They was his dogs anyway, but my brother had just done a $1 million contract with the people overseas. And he died. And after they found out he died, they breached the contract.
Damn. So nobody in China, as far as you know, has Canis Panthers right now?
I don't know if it's still over there, but I know they said they was going to use them as military dogs.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and I went to the airport, a Chinese man, we took the dogs, a Chinese man gave him a suitcase. When he opened that suitcase, it fucking blew me. He had like $500,000. Yep. For about 8 or 9 dogs. He sold his dog for $25,000 a piece.
So after Scorpio died, you told me that he had a house that he owned and you had to pay the property tax on it, but you ended up cleaning out the house and you found some things in there. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, you don't say a lot of things I found in there. I found some dead dogs, man. What, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that his wife them had left. You know, he had a marvelous dog in the name Bull. That was one of the last dogs he had. And I was feeding Bull and taking care of Bull, but my niece, which was school daughter, she really didn't want me to have the property. So what she done, she called the city on me. And when she called the city on me, they came and said the dogs was being neglected, things like that, which they wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And she authorized them to take the dogs, you know?
Right.
You know, but she had here Bull. But they took my dogs, which was Shyster, Chaos, and Smoke. I had three of them down there. And they took the dogs and they left Bull in the house. I'm thinking they took him with them somewhere. When we was gutting the house out, I found Bull and a couple of more dogs. Just the bone, all the bone, you know?
Say that again?
I found about 3 dogs, just the bones of the dogs.
Just the bones of the dogs. You found them in Scorpio's house?
Yes.
Holy shit.
And that really hurted me, you know, that they left the dog like that when they could have just told me, Uncle Tim, take care of the dog or do whatever it is that you need to do. But they didn't. So,
right.
When I saw that kind of discouraged me. And I came across a little money, and I could any other property in the world, but I decided to keep my brother's property.
Right. You still own that property to this day, don't you?
Yes, I do.
That's awesome. And why was she trying to keep the dogs from you?
I mean, for some apparent reason. I mean, people like that, Taylor. You know, I mean, they feel like, you know, I mean, nobody have. Ain't nobody gonna take my daddy shit over. That's how she felt, you know. But
right.
What she understand is that when you in some, and I promised my brother some, because I guess my brother really knew that was gonna happen. That's why he told me on his dying bed what he told me. He said, I want you. I left you some. He said, and I want you to do what you're supposed to do. Okay? And I told my wife, I said, damn, I'm not ready for this. She said, yes, you is. You know?
You had to be.
And I've been doing it, man. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, you know?
So when you found those bones, could you figure out how they died? Like, did it look like they were shot, or?
No, he starved to death.
They starved to death.
Yep, they either starved to death or froze to death, one of the two.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, you should have saw this dog, man. He was fucking incredible. His name was Bull. Yep.
Do you have any of his puppies?
I had Blackjack, and I had Blackjack, and I had a Bluebeard. I had to put Blackjack down, which I got puppies off Blackjack. But I had to put him down because he had a syndrome called the wobbles. And, you know, Dr. Frederick told me it wasn't going to get no better. He said the dog is suffering. You know, it's like he couldn't stand. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying? He, when he stand, he be wobbling. Like you know. So I had to get him put down.
And you got puppies off of him. Do you have any of those puppies still?
No, you know what I'm saying? I have puppies off them, which is somewhere in this line, somewhere, man. You know what I'm saying? I really can't tell you. Let's not look at the paper. But it's his puppies. He got puppies in the line.
Okay.
I know that for a fact. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But he was a nice looking dog too. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, you know what I'm saying? I bred him a few times. Well, he couldn't even breed. I had to get stimulation. You know, so I got semen to have the doctor put it in the female because he could never mount up. It's like when he get on the female back, he couldn't mount up with him. You know. So I knew the best thing to do was just go ahead and get semen from him and put it in the female. You know. So that's what I done. You know what I'm saying? And then after 5 or 6 years went past, they got the wobbles, whatever he had, it got bad. I took him to the doctor. The doctor told me, he said, man, look, he's suffering, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I had him put down. It hurted me and my wife tried hard. Because, when you get attached to a dog, they like your kid, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely, man.
Right, so, yeah, we put him down, though.
You did what you felt was right for him, It'd be kind of selfish to keep him alive just so you don't have to deal with the pain.
I didn't just show up, brother. I was there.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, this sounds like an exercise in futility, okay? Because there is real, there is documented, there is historic, and then there is imagined.
Right. And
because if she has admitted that, then she has delegitimized herself. Any person who is in the dog world will know that if you take a German Shepherd and breed it to a Mastiff, there's no longer a German Shepherd.
Right.
Anyone.
Yep.
So how is it? Do you understand?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
To even discuss that helps them to establish some legitimacy.
Did you grow up in Chicago?
Yes, I did.
And how old are you now, if you don't mind me asking?
70 years old. I was born there. I was born in Cook County Hospital. That's on the west side of Chicago. The west side of Chicago is the only place worse than the south side.
Did you grow up with any dogs?
Yep.
What kind of dogs
I found out what a dog was about when I was a child. It's in my book.
How often do you breed?
Whenever nature allows it. I don't force it.
Okay.
I'm not trying to populate the world with Canis Panthers. I'd rather
not.
I don't want to see a Canis Panther in every yard.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want that to happen.
That's fair. And, I think that getting popular is one road to destruction for a breed. That's what happened with
the... certainly is.
Yep.
I've never tried to make it popular. See, I don't care about popularity.
Right.
I care about correctness. I'm much more interested in being correct than I am in being popular.
There's rumors that the Canis Panther was used for dogfighting.
No.
To your knowledge, has that ever happened?
Not to my knowledge. Okay. I haven't ever been involved with dogfighting. Ever. Not once. Ever. I cry with dogfight. I cry when a dog is killing a pig. I cry. Dogs are for people. Bad guys. Ain't no dog come to rape my wife or steal from my house.
Mm-hmm.
Bad guys do that. That's what dogs are for. That's not what the Canis Panther's for. The Canis Panther is to keep motherfuckers out of your house and out of your face.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say that any clearer. That's why I put the word motherfucker in.
I appreciate that.
They were created in Inglewood. You know anything about Inglewood, Chicago, south side of Chicago?
I don't. I've only heard about Inglewood, Los Angeles.
Inglewood, south side of Chicago is probably a lot more dangerous than Los Angeles.
Well, why don't you tell me about the area?
It's dangerous. A lot of gangs, drugs. Drugs make people break in people's houses.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of macho men that a lot of times that manifests itself in being abusive to women. And so it was a very dangerous environment. But it also had a lot of people in it who just wanted to live and let live.
Right.
Those people need something that makes other people change their mind. And that's what a Canis Panther does. It makes you change your mind.
Has Chicago always been as dangerous as it is today?
As far as I know, yes. I live in Momence, Illinois. I'm looking out over a cornfield right now. I can look all the way to the Indiana border.
I'm guessing you prefer that to Chicago.
I do, because I don't have to be worried all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That somebody's going to try to, while I'm at church or while I'm at work, somebody's going to be trying to go in my house. Or that people are going to disrespect my house and sell drugs in front of it. I don't have to worry about that.
Right.
I'll tell you this. No one, not Scorp, not Tim, not the guy from down south, what's his name
Chris
again?
Tucker.
Chris Tucker. No human being has trained more Canis Panthers than me. No one. Since Scorp died, no one has bred more Canis Panthers than my wife. No one. We sold dogs to China. We sold dogs to Dubai. We sold dogs to Afghanistan. We have sold dogs to Mexico, to the islands. But you sat there and you listened to these conversations. And being an intelligent man, you did not say, hey, JD, you ain't did shit. Chris Tucker, you haven't done nothing. Tim, what have you done? Tim has done has his mother named him Tim, with Jones behind it. Because Tim didn't train no dogs. See, I remember Tim when he was a kid, a child. I didn't just show up, brother. I was there.
Right.
He wasn't no dog trainer. He wasn't no breeder. I remember at Scorp's funeral, Tim stood up there on the stage and said, I am the new Scorpio. And I gasped. I'm like, what? Because his brother was a great man and a great dog man.
I told you Gypsy fucked up with the family. Come on, Taylor, if he did, man, why he ain't supporting the family?
I don't know.
The only thing that say Gypsy was Laura. The idea that Laura never came up with, Gypsy would have never came up with it because he get high. Okay? And then they showed him how to get a little money, and they took it and ran with it, man. They fucked up my brother. Rock of Ages should never be on the map, man. Under no circumstances.
Did Gypsy go to Scorpio's funeral?
Yeah, he came, but I'm glad I ain't seen him. Because I was hurt that day, because I got up there and told Scorp's wife and his kids, I know my brother gone. I said, but this Panther thing will never stop.
And I used to see Scorp beg his brother, Tim, I need some help. Come over here and help me. And Tim's like, I'm not doing no work.
And so your opinion of Scorpio is quite high.
Huh?
So your opinion of Scorpio is quite high because he was working.
Man, Scorpio is the king of men.
Okay.
The king. You've heard me. If you've heard any documentaries, my first words are Scorpio deserves the credit. If you've listened to me, or if you've read anything that I've written, then you've heard, then you know that already. I spent every day of my life with Scorpio.
How did you guys meet?
We met in Earl Jones's dog school. I was an apprentice under Earl Jones when Scorpio walked into his school with Aries, German Shepherd.
Are you available to continue our interview?
Yo, when you call, you should always tell me who you are, so I can remember your name.
My name is Taylor.
Okay, Taylor. Now, my wife asked me, did you ask Taylor if he's recording this conversation? And I told her no. So I'll ask you now, did you record us yesterday?
I did, and I can delete that if you want. And I'm.
Wait a minute, Taylor.
Well, I did bring it up in the beginning.
Taylor, no. You did never even indicate that you were actively recording our conversation. So I hope you publish that conversation, because I told you yesterday, I tell the truth all the time. Taylor, you were in a cabal of people who tried to discredit me, to devalue me, to replace me.
Right.
And then you come with the same type of subterfuge as those people in that cabal. How can I trust you? I have a volumes to say. I've been training dogs 50 years. At no time did you say, I'm recording this conversation.
Since it didn't happen yesterday, I was going to tell you today.
Okay.
Which is why I answered truthfully when you asked me. And I'm glad you brought it up in the beginning so we could get that out of the way.
Okay.
Is that okay with you?
It's an explanation that, to some degree,
Okay.
I'll have to accept it, because I'm not there to hit you upside the head.
Would you like me to hit myself upside the head for you?
No,
Kay.
I know how to do it.
Okay.
I thought I could speak to you openly and truthfully, the way I do anybody, until I realized they're an adversary. I forgave you for being an adversary before you ever talked to me or encountered me.
Okay.
Anywhere you go, my number is accessible. It's been the same number for 25 years.
I didn't know that.
If you were really interested in my side of things, why didn't you just call me? Why didn't you ask JD for my phone number?
Okay. So I'm going to tell... You wanted me to be honest with you. So I'm going to tell you...
I think you want to be honest with me. Go ahead.
Oh, I do want to be honest. I prefer to be honest.
Here's the opportunity. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So there's two things. One, I messaged you on Facebook, and you're not about that. That's fine. And when you didn't answer, so then I went to Lori, and Lori, I feel like she felt skeptical about my intentions, so she didn't answer me. And then when I got my male Canis Panther, Heisenberg, the breeder he came from had mentioned that they believed you would not talk to a white man. You would talk to...
My wife is white.
I know.
So didn't that just make you say to that person, you're an idiot? His wife is white.
Well, I did, and she specified that it's white men that you have an issue with. You'll talk to white women. You'll talk to anybody.
Come on.
Yeah.
And so you believe that?
I didn't believe it.
You believed it.
No, I didn't believe it.
For you accepting that from
No.
someone. If somebody told me that about you, I would have to question them.
Right, and I did question it. I did.
What is your evidence of that?
I did, but then I messaged you on Facebook and you never replied, so then I assumed that it was true.
All it takes is a phone call. That's how you talk. Now your feelings, if you have feelings, are legitimate. And I'm not making you anything. You should have felt that way before you did it. Unless you laugh to yourself maniacally. Oh, I'm a guy.
No, I never laughed to myself maniacally about you.
It could. Well, there's nothing funny about me, man. I just can't. I can't understand that. If somebody told me that you wouldn't talk to a black man, I would say, how do you know that?
Right.
Have you ever tried to talk to this man? And then I would say, why are you saying that? If you haven't talked to this man, if you've never attempted to talk to Gypsy, then why are you saying it? What is your motive? I'll tell you why. Because no matter what race you are, there's a criminal around you.
Mm-hmm.
White people get broke in all the time.
Yep.
By other white people.
Yeah.
Spanish people get broke in all the time by other Spanish people. Asian people get broke in. They get they get molested. They get attacked. That has nothing to do with race whatsoever.
Right.
That is the human condition. About some people are honest and hardworking, and other people are thieves and connivers and manipulators. What I try to do is be honest all the time. That takes effort.
It does.
To be honest, to be real, and to be merciful. It takes effort.
How do you feel that other people are getting their dogs from you and then they're breeding them? And now let's assume they give you credit, but how does it make you?
This is America. All I can do is control what I can control. I can't burn brain cells or get an ulcer based on what someone else does. If that was the case, how would I live? How would I have any happiness?
No, you wouldn't.
That's right.
There's too many bad people out there.
And I don't allow people to control me.
Now
my wife, she can control me. Yes, my wife may control me.
Yeah.
That's for sure. But no one else.
That's the wife's job, isn't it?
Thank God for it.
Yeah, sometimes they get on our nerves, but they keep us safe at the same time.
That's right. A good wife raises a man.
I never thought about it like that.
I was going to tell you, write that down.
You will literally help anybody.
Anybody.
As long as it's dogs.
Everybody needs to be protected. No one can tell you any different. And I think in the future you should say, when people have something bad to say about me, you should say, well, have you ever talked to Gypsy? Because even after I found out you called here with subterfuge, I'm still talking to you.
Right.
Even after I knew you were part of the cabal that was trying to destroy me, I still talk to you.
Right.
Didn't I? Yeah. So in the future, or go back to the people who told you that and ask them, why would you tell me something like that? Have you ever talked to the man? Never lied to him? Never discriminated against him? What I didn't do was allow him to become the middleman, the broker for the Canis Panther breed. And that was his desire. That's what he expressed to me.
Do you know why he approached you about that to begin with? Like, did he...
Because he saw my dog. And he knew I had a bunch of them. And they all looked great. And something must have went through his head. Boy, this guy, he's just a farmer. He don't know what he's got. I can turn this into a bonanza.
I'm guessing you're not trying to get rich off of the dogs either.
Man, hell no.
Okay.
Like trying to get rich off no dogs. You can't get rich off no dogs. He thinks you can. But in order for him to do that, he would have to eliminate me. Because the simple question that anybody with any logical mind would say, well, JD, where'd you get your dog? Oh, I got him from, Gypsy. And they would say to the lady out in California, NorCal, well, where'd you get your dog?
Gypsy.
Well, actually, I got him from Bill. Well, where'd Bill get him? Oh, he got him from Gypsy. Who told you I don't talk to white men? That's the craziest. Who told you that?
It was a rumor of a rumor. So when I went and got Heisenberg, that was coming from Sarika. She had gotten a dog, Klaus, from...
Bill Ellinger, who was a white man, who came to my house.
Okay.
Who I talked to just 3 weeks ago.
Now, you know what? Maybe...
If Bill Ellinger's a white man, and she got her dog from him, how could that rumor exist?
Well, so my understanding was that, like, Bill Ellinger just kind of had, like, an exception with you just because of his experience or whatever.
What type of exception? What type of exception?
Well, maybe you make exceptions for exceptional dog trainers. I don't know. But I just got an idea. Maybe she said that so that I wouldn't approach you, so she could keep a monopoly on the information. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Yeah, really. Now that you've talked to me, of course it makes sense. I don't have a problem. Bill Elger is one of my guys. If you've gone to my site, you've seen Bill Elger in front of my dog, Chief Little Dog. And on the caption says, I want to thank Bill Elger so much.
Mm-hmm.
He's the first person to fire my dog up. If I didn't get along with white men, why would I give him that kind of credit?
You wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
You've given me a lot to think about here. So how many dogs did Scorpio give you?
I got dogs from Scorpio and Lucas Lopez. Lucas Lopez got sick. He sent his dogs to me, Jim McCoy, when he picked them up. Brought them right here to Rock of Ages Kennel.
So I always see Lucas Lopez mentioned in the breed of history, but nobody seems to know what he actually did. Can you...
You mean to tell me Tim didn't say all that? Tim didn't give you the historical background on Lucas Lopez? I wonder why.
I haven't fully interviewed Tim yet. I've only got a little bit.
Have you ever talked to him at all?
I don't know.
Oh, well, you don't know if you've talked to Tim at all.
Well, I've talked to Tim, but I don't know if Tim talked to Mr. Lopez.
Of course he did. Lucas was at Scorp's house every other day.
Did he get along with Tim or no?
Tim was a kid.
Okay.
Men don't get along with kids.
So, what was Mr. Lopez doing with Scorpio for the Canis Panther?
Luke was a great resource and backstop for Scorp.
For training or breeding or?
No, he never trained anything.
Was he a source on?
Breeding. Just breeding. He was somebody Scorp could trust.
Was he a source
Somebody I trust because I saw him every other day.
What dogs did he bring in that Scorpio didn't?
What dogs did he bring in? No, he didn't bring any in. He was a caretaker of dogs.
Okay.
And bred dogs that Scorp and or I gave an okay to. He was a backstop.
Okay.
And a governor, let's say. That
so
could trust, because other people can't be trusted.
Right.
They see something good. They see somebody making $1 from something good, then they want to take it.
So
you couldn't take it from Luke.
That's good.
Luke had a great job. He didn't need money. He was a very honest man, simple and honest. And that's why him and Scorp were able to collaborate for as long as they did. So Scorp died.
So Scorpio was the breeder, you were the trainer, and Mr. Lopez was...
breeder.
Okay.
And Scorpio was more than a breeder. He was a force of nature. One of the greatest men I've ever known.
Can you tell me why that is?
Dog man. What?
Can you tell me why that is?
Why he was so great?
Yeah.
I think it was because of his mother, to be honest.
She had a pretty high standard for him?
Well, she was a very loving mother. Must have taught him a lot. She taught all of the kids a lot. But he was a lot of man. A lot. More than any other man I've ever known.
I do appreciate you taking your time
You appreciate me forgiving you and still talking to you?
I appreciate that, yes.
Me in our initial encounter?
Yes, and I'm still sorry about that.
Why do you think I did that? Why do you think I forgave you?
I'm not sure, but I'm going to guess.
It's not because I'm hungry for publicity.
Right.
It ain't because I'm hungry to do a documentary. I've been asked many times by many people to do documentaries. Yeah, I'm not needy like that.
I think it's because you like to see the good in people.
That's partial.
Okay.
It's partial.
And maybe...
because I knew that you've been misinformed. That's why I was able to forgive you. Because you've been misinformed. And you were also misguided. You cannot account for what other people do. And that's why I don't get on the internet and say, he didn't do such and such. He did that. He did. No, I don't do that. I can't account for that. All I can account for is myself. And I don't make enemies of people. People have to make themselves an enemy of mine. See, you make an enemy, you have to be a friend. Being a friend is an ongoing proposition. You only need one thing to make an enemy. And once you've made an enemy, they are an enemy. But a friend is something you have to be going forward. You don't make a friend just because you meet someone. So I'm not into making enemies or friends. You're going to either see the value of associating with me or you're not.
Right.
Then we'll find out enemy or friend. Obviously, JD saw some value in being associated with me because he was able to come and get a dog that he dreamed big about and a breed that he thought was quite special. But then he decided he was going to take it over. To do that, I'm not a guy you can just eliminate.
What are your thoughts? Maybe Tim went to some people that you and Scorpio had decided were not worthy.
Scorpio made his decisions. I have always had a single mind, tunnel vision. And everything and anything to do with the Panthers, I discussed with Scorpio. And yes, he would say, I don't like this person. Don't fuck with that person. I would say, okay, and that's it.
I really don't deserve to be in the documentary this early, but so you can put a face to the name. My name is Taylor. I'm the person who created this documentary. I've worked with animals my whole life. I've lived on several farms, and I've been in the Canis Panther world for about 7 years now. I met my first Canis Panther when I bought Ripley, and I got her through Lori from Rock of Ages. That's Gypsy's wife. And they have been representing the breed for about 30 years now. I think their earliest online presence is somewhere around 2008 was when their first copyright was issued. And then I was also friends and then for a while dating Kristen, who was the head of the Doberman Outcross project. And she eventually started to get involved in the Canis Panthers as well. And she has a background in investigations. So she was very helpful in forming some other connections, and that is how I ultimately found Tim, was through Kristen. And ever since I was aware of the Canis Panther and that it didn't have a club or any sort of major representation, I've always wanted to make a club for the breed, and I've always wanted to make a documentary. And because of, like work circumstances, stuff like that, I just didn't have the time early on. And then in early 2020, JD approached me about breeding my female Canis Panther on my kennel page. And from there we started talking, and that was where the idea of starting the CPCA came from. So I joined with him and his efforts to get that started, and I thought that would be a productive arrangement, but as you'll see later, that has become a problem. But we started the CPCA, which is the Canis Panther Club of America, to try to, at least my plan was to represent the Canis Panther and help build it into something more established, more official, and healthy, because we didn't know how deep the gene pool was. We didn't know how wide it was. We weren't even sure that the founding breeds were what we were told they were. But after genetic testing, we've seen that everything Gypsy said was accurate according to the tests. And there are other Panther projects that don't match that. But what we do know is that what Gypsy said is in the dogs was exactly what was in his dogs. But at some point, JD, and I, as Gypsy addresses earlier in this documentary, I did kind of go along with this. And so JD started this campaign against Gypsy, and it started as like a health testing thing. It's like, why aren't you health testing? You're refusing to health test, therefore, blah, 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 whatever. And we were finding some health issues like von Willebrand's, which is a bleeding disorder, and HUU, which is a kidney stone disorder. But like Gypsy also says later on, HUU doesn't guarantee that you get kidney stones. HUU is a high probability, but depending on the diet, depending on the water, and some other circumstances, you can mitigate that and not even know that you're mitigating it. And then same thing with von Willebrand's. My male pit panther, Heisenberg, he has both copies of von Willebrand's, and he's had some pretty severe injuries, but he's never bled to death. So he bleeds more than an average dog, but it's not obviously a death sentence. And so with the club, what we wanted to do was develop a management system for the breed to help control those health issues and help breed those down. But we didn't know the extent of the gene pool we were working with, and every dog that we looked at the pedigrees on were all going back to a fairly narrow selection of dogs. So it was my assumption, and I believe the assumption of other members of the club, that the breed had a relatively shallow gene pool. And that implies that it's going to be more difficult to get rid of those health issues, because it's like if this dog has both copies of Von Willebrands and this other dog has similar ancestry, the chances of this dog having 1 or 0 copies is lower. And so then it's like if all of his cousins are in that same situation, you're just going to create more carriers, and then that guarantees more clear dogs down the line, but it also guarantees more affected dogs, and it means a large number of carriers. And so my approach was to introduce some new dogs as we go. That was one of the reasons why I kept my Dogo mix. And other people's solutions were kind of in line with that, except there was a divide on whether or not you want to add a new breed like the Dogo Argentino or an Airedale Terrier or Schnauzers, some similar protection type breeds, or breeds that have something to offer, and then you can breed back for that temperament. And then the other part of the discussion was, instead of doing that, why don't we just keep breeding in more founding breeds? And I think both of them are legitimate. In fact, I have a friend who's publishing a study on the genetics of the Doberman, and her determinations for genetics are that whether you do outcrossing or careful backbreeding, in other words, outcrossing or breeding that breed to that breed, so a Doberman outcross or just Dobermans to Dobermans, both ways are equally effective, according to her research, in mitigating a health issue. But if you want to deepen a gene pool very quickly, then going to a very different breed is the better option. But the caveat to that is that you could also be introducing additional health issues. And so you have to be careful when you're doing even that. Now, what's interesting is I was never criticized for the risk of bringing in additional health issues. Not one person has brought up the idea to me that I could be creating deaf Canis Panthers with my Dogo mixes. Now, maybe it's because they already know that that's not going to happen, because in Dogos, it's pigment-related deafness. So as long as I don't have white Canis Panthers, then I won't have deaf Canis Panthers. But it's still something that a layman would probably have a concern about. So the gravity of the other side of the discussion, the one that has been opposing me, is more about legitimacy. It's like the Canis Panther is an established breed, but if we want to outcross, we should take it only to founding breeds. And so it's like, if you're mixing breeds, you're mixing breeds. So if you consider the Panther breeding true, it's just like the Dogo. The Dogo has Great Dane in the ancestry. If I breed a Dogo to a Dane, that's now a mix. And I cover this a little bit later in the documentary. It's just, I'm being repetitive because it's frustrating. It's a Dogo mix. It's a Dogo Dane mix. And so if I do the same thing with a Panther, that's now a mix. But certain people insisted that crossing a Canis Panther outside of its own breed to a founding breed is superior to breeding it to a non-founding breed. In other words, if I bred a Dogo Argentino to a Great Dane, that's better than if I cross it to a Doberman, which doesn't make any sense, because if you look at an established breed like the Dogo, whether you breed it to a Doberman or a Great Dane, one a founding breed, one not, you're still creating a Dogo mix. You're still depleting that scaffold that makes the Dogo Argentino unique and special. And so if I take a Canis Panther, if it is a solid independent breed, and breed it to supposedly an inferior Great Dane, I'm not doing anything legitimate. I'm still watering down the concentrated genetics of the Canis Panther. And that is something that Gypsy brought up. It's like, you know, this is a line-bred dog. We've been working on concentrating specific traits from each of the founding breeds. So if I breed in more Great Dane, sure, I might help re-emphasize the size, but now I'm going to be depleting the traits that the Labrador, the American Pit Bull Terrier, and the Doberman brought in that make the Canis Panther special. And that's why you don't see anybody mixing Dogos with Great Danes. Because the Great Dane, it's got a lot of size, it's got a lot of advantages, but there are certain things that the Great Dane cannot do that the Dogo can, because the Dogo's getting traits from other places. And it's the same thing with the Canis Panther. And so the logic that some people bring to that discussion just doesn't make sense. Now, I'm not saying that my Dogo mixes are inherently better, but I do think the Dogo has a lot to offer, and that was another reason why I kept the Dogo mix. But that's the only Dogo I've created in my gene pool. So breeding that in and then keeping the enhanced musculature, the heavier bone structure, you know, some of those things that the Great Dane might be bringing in, I feel like the end result's going to be the same. And you can demonstrate that in a scientific sense. Theoretically and practically, this has been done before. It's just a matter of what dogs you keep, what dogs you select for, and the Dogo's a very stubborn dog, very hard-headed, they can have a temper. Those things need to be bred out. But the pain tolerance, the tenacity, the cardiovascular system, the respiratory system, these are all things the Dogo has that are very, very good. And where we already have a shallow gene pool, and some people are heavily line breeding off of one or two individual dogs, then you're not just going to emphasize the good genetics, you're also going to emphasize the bad. And that's a problem. So you need to deepen the gene pool at the same time as you're trying to concentrate the positives, because you want to make sure that you are only concentrating the positives, which is a really hard thing to do. So long story short, this is what the CPCA was trying to do, and this is where the CPCA started to dissolve, was the inability of its members to agree on genetic processes and to agree on practices and their legitimacy. There was a perceived legitimacy deficit in my actions, and there was a perceived legitimacy deficit in other people's morals. In other words, why they said they were doing those things didn't make sense to me. And so I felt that they were deficient, and then because of what I did, they felt that I was deficient. And so the club as a whole just is totally dysfunctional from there. Now that I've left, and I left technically because I was voted out, but I was already planning on leaving. So, you know, it is what it is. But the people remaining in the club are either inactive, and the ones that are active are people that we're going to touch on later who have these connections and patterns of behavior that are unbecoming of a breed club. World War I, March 1918. After receiving nearly 5 million casualties, Russia signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk with Germany. This freed 2 million veteran soldiers for the fight in the Western Front. Highly motivated and trying to prevent the buildup of newly involved American troops, the German war machine swung west towards Paris. Nearing military collapse, the tattered French and British forces augmented American forces. The American 5th and 6th Marines met the Germans head-on at the Battle of Belleau Wood. The Marines fought so doggedly that Germans allegedly took to calling them Teufelhunden, or Devil Dog. Considering the origins of the Canis Panther, the creator's military family members, and its zeal for protecting its family, it's probably not a coincidence that the first name for the Canis Panther was Devil Dog.
I was a kid, he told me he was going to make his own dog, and he did. An architect.
Oh, an architect. Okay.
Yeah, it's raw, you know. Right, you know, he draws sketches and everything. Yeah, he done that.
Did he build any public works in Chicago or anything?
Yeah, he helped build Goodloe Grammar School.
Okay.
Yeah. My brother was like a god, Chris.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm not Chris. I was gonna say.
my brother was like God, though, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, he used to always tell me. He said, "Man, I'm trying to show you something." First name he came out with was Double Dog, and they went patenting that. So that's when he came with Canis Panther.
Do you know who told Scorpio to change the name from Devil Dog?
I don't know that. I was 14 years old.
Why did he choose that name?
You know, and I can't, you know what I'm saying, tell you why he named them Canis Panthers or nothing like that, but that's what he named them because they was first called Devil Dogs. You know, if you look at Diablo can go for a Devil Dog. See what I'm saying? You know, and you got to think about Taylor. He's just 2.
And you said he's 180 pounds, right?
He's 175 pounds.
175. And is that you in the picture?
That's me.
How tall are you?
I'm 6'2".
You're 6'2", so he's like 3 foot tall.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. 9 legs, yeah.
Now, did he come up with the name Canis Panther, or did Gypsy do that?
My brother came up with the name Canis Panther. Well, maybe, don't get me wrong, Taylor, or maybe they done it together, okay?
Okay.
Gypsy and Score, I'm 54. My brother Score was still been living, he'd have been 70. So, Gypsy probably almost 70, if not 70. And they was good friends back then, and, you know, a lot of things Gypsy taught me himself, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, as far as about the name, I don't, you know what I'm saying? I know my brother told me he came up with the name Canis Panther. So, I mean, if he did, you know, it is what it is. You know?
Did he tell you why he chose the name Devil Dog?
He said the people wouldn't patent it. He said they said that was like a vicious, you know what I'm saying, a vicious name for a dog.
And I told him, man, ain't no church lady gonna buy a dog named Devil Dog. So he said, well, then you name him then. What's the name, though? I said, after some research and thinking, I said, Canis Panther. Canis is the phylum name for any canine. Wolf and coyote. It's the phylum name. It's the highest scientific name category.
Right.
Canis, and the look of the dog, and the movement of the dog, the size of the dog, reminded me of a panther. I named this breed. Me. Not Scorpion, not Lucas, not Tim, not JD. And I'll tell you where the term Devil Dog came from. Earl Jones, the person who taught me to train dogs, at one point was trying to create a dog, and he had already picked a name for it, and it was Devil Dog. And one day in a discussion, or several days in several discussions, my father, who read Earl Jones's Dope, Tobar the Great, and helped train him, knew this. And so we had discussions all the time. And so that's where that name came from. It didn't come out of Scorp's head.
Was it a military reference?
My father said Devil Dog out of his mouth.
Okay.
Telling us about Earl Jones trying to create another dog. Scorp didn't come up with that out of his own head. And they were mean, so it's one way you could go that way, but I objected.
Right.
And Lucas believed what I said. Lucas agreed. And this dog was created for the church lady. It wasn't created for the dope dealer. It was created for the church lady.
Mm-hmm.
The greatest test of that was Scorp's mother. They had a dog named G-Money. Lucas called it Jiminy.
Jiminy.
Lucas was a square. He wasn't that hip. So G-Money was not something he wanted to say. So he called him Jiminy. Like I just told you, even as far as naming the dog, we argued about it. And he respected me enough, my intelligence, my ability, my forethought, my vision enough to say, well, then you name them. Because I came to him with a logical argument of why we cannot name these dogs Devil Dog. And he accepted it because he was a very wise man. One of the greatest men I've ever known. Ever. And if you're going to pick a different name, how about let's use some science, and it cannot be assailed. Some scientific weight to the breed.
Right.
Therefore, Canis Panther. Not Panther Dog, Canis Panther.
I've noticed some people like to use the word Panther Dog. Where did that come from?
I have no idea. That's laziness. And maybe another attempt to erase history, to erase me, since I'm the one who named the breed.
So, what caused you three gentlemen to conspire to create a dog breed?
Because at the time, we wanted to import dogs. First, we tried buying dogs. Rottweilers was basically the dog that we had our eye on. And when we went to try to get the best Rottweilers we could, usually they were in the hands of white people. And when they realized that we were, first off, when we pull up, we're black men. We're young black men. Some people have aversion to giving anything valuable to young black men. Are you aware of that in America?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's feasible, is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
We can pretty much say, oh, that sounds kind of like could be true. And so then Scorp said, well, you know, Scorp had a big family, and there were people that were overseas, military people. And so we tried to import dogs and found out there was a lot of cost involved. And so the discussion came about, well, then let's make a dog. And that's where, in talking to my father, the name Devil Dog came up.
If some people were not selling dogs to you, and if it was difficult to get dogs from other places, how did you guys get the initial stock to start the Canis Panther?
I got stock from Scorp. I got stock from Lucas Lopez, originally.
Where did they get theirs from?
They made them. Scorp and Lucas were the breeders.
Right, but they had to get their dogs that they made from somewhere, right?
You're talking about the original component?
Yes.
There were several different sources. The dog had to be evaluated. Those people's names? No, I don't remember those people's names.
But you were able to find people willing to sell to you gentlemen at some point,
yes,
at least
in order
sometimes.
To create the dog, yeah, they had to be blended. It wasn't one just in somebody's yard we got that was already a Canis Panther. They had to be created. Some were good, some were bad. The bad ones we eliminated, or Scorp let somebody else have them. Lucas didn't let anybody have anything.
Why is that?
Because he was very loyal to Scorp.
He made it so that Scorpio had the final say on what dogs went where.
I made it so Scorp was a real dude, man. You're not going to do anything with his shit that he didn't okay.
Right.
No way. I don't care who you are. Scorp wasn't nobody to play with.
Okay.
You're not going to take something from him. You're not going to misrepresent him.
Right.
And be healthy.
Mm-hmm. Do you ever line breed like cousins to cousins and stuff like that?
Canis Panther is a line bred dog. There's no doubt about that. It's a rare breed.
Did you ever intend for the Canis Panther to be used as a hunting dog in any way?
Not at all. Not a hunting dog, not a fighting dog, a family pet that protects fiercely.
And that's it. That's the only purpose.
That's the only purpose. That was Scorp's purpose. That was Luke's purpose. It's been my purpose.
How do you feel about people using the dog for different things like weight pulling, or if they did search and rescue or something like that?
This is America, man. People could do what they want to do.
Okay.
I don't do it.
Would you be proud if one of your Canis Panthers was doing search and rescue or something like that?
Probably.
Okay.
But would I be proud if I found out they had gone to South Carolina and beat up all the pit bulls in South Carolina? No.
Okay.
Would I be proud if they had gone to Arkansas and in the hands of pig hunters and they were the top pig killer in the country? No. Would I be proud if they were police canines and all that? Probably not.
Okay.
What I am proud of is when they go to a home, they love who they live with, and they despise everyone else.
And so, the environment of Chicago really shaped what the Canis Panther was supposed to be.
Yes.
You know, some people say that you should just get a gun instead of a dog.
Well, a gun can't wake you up.
That's true.
A gun cannot aim itself. And a gun cannot fly to your hand when you call its name.
Right. I know something that can, though.
What?
A Canis Panther.
That's right. Well, it wasn't just one dog
Right.
that created all these dogs. This is a blend. And it doesn't happen overnight.
So what dogs were bred together to create the first litter of Canis Panthers?
That's a trade secret that I'm not... I have the paperwork in the house. Lori has all that.
Okay.
Straight from Scorp's hand. But that's very valuable, and you don't just cast your pearl among swine.
Right.
Not that you're a swine. You did approach me in that manner, and you came from a cabal of swine. So why would I feed my enemies?
You shouldn't.
Why would I do that?
You shouldn't.
Why? Well, then why would you expect me to?
I don't expect you
Am
to.
I that stupid? Am I that
No.
gullible? Am
No,
I that
sir.
starving for attention?
I'd
go, oh, no, let me tell you everything.
Like I said, the first two dogs that he had was Missy and Mighty Joe. Them was the first two Panthers that were created. Misty and Mighty Joe.
What breeds?
Their parents,
What breeds were their parents?
their parents was, Gorilla was a Great Dane mixed with Lab, and Sugar was a big bitch dog.
Okay, and then Missy and who was the other dog?
Missy and Joe came from that.
They were siblings?
Missy and Joe were sisters and brothers.
Okay. And then from there, are all Canis Panthers just from this brother-sibling breeding, or were more things brought in down the line as they built it?
More things was brought down the line as they built it.
Okay.
The first litter of Canis Panthers, did you don't have to tell me, what the breeds were, but did you do a similar thing to create a separate litter and then start them together, or did you have that first litter and breed stuff in piece by piece as you went?
Several litters. Several.
Okay.
Yeah, several. And Lucas Lopez held most of them down until a selection was made. Then they were brought to Scorp's house, or vice versa. Again, Lucas Lopez was like a vault. No one could get in or out past Lucas.
So he was actually a really key player.
He was oh God, yes. In every document that there has been about the Canis Panther, Lucas Lopez comes right after Scorpio. I've never put my name first.
And then my mama, he gave my mom's a dog. My mama had a Panther named Zulu.
Okay.
See, Pablo is small compared to Zulu. Okay?
How big was Zulu?
Zulu was probably about 205 pounds.
Damn. So was he really heavy on the Dane?
Huh?
Was he really heavy on the Dane?
Yeah, he had a lot of Dane in him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we let Zulu mate with this guy named Pookie. Pookie had a dog named I know Zulu made Deuce. Deuce was Zulu's son. That's when my brother shortened the Panthers down. Okay, he took the Panthers and made them shorter, like Tupac. Tupac was a shorter breed than Diablo. Tupac was more muscle. He looked like a giant pit.
Okay.
And he shortened the breed.
Why was each breed used?
Well, I mean, that I can't explain. That was my brother's idea, and you know, I think he done an amazing thing. Why he done it, I don't know.
Well, I've trained a lot of Great Danes. They can be real hot. That's why they're part of the blend of the Canis Panther.
No. He said he was making the dogs smaller because people were saying there was too much dog to be in their house.
Mm-hmm.
He gave Gypsy all the big tall ones, and that's when he came with all the short ones. It was Tupac, Brother Love, Gator, all them with short muscle, you know what I'm saying? All these dogs looked like giant pets.
Right.
You wouldn't see no Dame or nothing in there like Diablo, okay?
Now, when I interviewed Gypsy, we had a few hiccups, but talking with him was quite enlightening. I just regret that Gypsy couldn't see the documentary and that I wasn't able to ask him why the German Shepherd wasn't used in the breed. Since him and Scorpio both had German Shepherds, it would make sense that they would use it, but they specifically chose not to. And Tim says that he doesn't know because Scorpio was so secretive, so I guess we'll never know why.
Scorp took Gorilla, which was a Great Dane mixed with Labrador, and he bred it with a big Doberman pigeon named Sugar. And the first two clones was named Mighty Joe and Missy.
We have found Labrador in the breed.
Okay.
First question, was that intentional or by design?
Everything about the dog is by design.
Okay.
It's not a, I tell people all the time, this is not a mixed breed. It's a blended breed dog. You can't blend all these dogs at one time. It takes time.
Mm-hmm.
It takes effort.
Now
you have to see if a dog is suitable to blend. And then after that blend, you have to see, was that blend successful or not?
Right.
Yeah.
Now
Scorp didn't just kill dogs if they didn't meet mine or Luke's standards, because they were still good enough dogs for people, and people wanted them. So there are people who have had, there are a lot of people who have had Canis Panthers, man. And when did they get them? At what point in the blend did they get them? Did they get them before they were registered or after? Did the people who you know find someone with a Canis Panther or a derivative after so many generations and they still call it the Canis Panther?
There's only...
And they got one from them? I don't know. Maybe he ain't never worked the lab. The lab can go to the bone to fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Shit, the lab is one of the greatest working dogs on the planet. And they ain't about a soft fight.
Have you ever been bit by a lab?
I've been bit over 100 times, and I've trained all kind of dogs.
Okay.
I know what a lab can do.
So if you're breeding out the lab, you underestimate the lab, and you fundamentally don't understand what a protection lab is.
Luna. Good girl.
Shit, the Lamb is one of the greatest working dogs on the planet.
What advice would you give people getting involved in the Canis Panther or thinking about breeding Canis Panthers?
Well, I would have a question. Why do you want to breed them? That would be my first question. Why do you want to breed a Canis Panther?
That is also my first question when people tell me that they want a breeding contract with one of my dogs.
Yeah, why? I thought you came here to get a dog to keep motherfuckers out of your house and out of your face.
Right.
So now you've accomplished that. So now, what's your motivation for wanting to breed them? That's the question I would ask. And the answers are myriad. There are myriad of answers, so I won't enumerate them all here.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the question I would ask. Why? Why do you want to breed them?
Do you think it's possible for people in the future to improve upon the Canis Panther, or do you think that
Depends on the person.
Okay.
Depends on the person and what their motivation is, and then what they do to accomplish that goal. Better is a relative term.
Yes,
Better
absolutely.
Meaning, that's right. Better meaning what? Because JD wanted to make them better for sport, or at least that's what he said.
That's what he told you? Like that was his intention?
Yeah. And his group. See, again, I'm going to tell you, there are people in that group who call me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't just make it up.
How did
I don't call nobody to say, well, what did he say this week?
Right.
There are people around him, in his orbit, report to me.
How did it make you feel when he said that he wanted to breed them for sport instead of protection?
It made me feel two ways. Because I knew if he wanted to breed them for sport, he was going to have to downsize them.
Mm-hmm.
So that made me sad. And then it made me kind of like, okay. Because it made me know then that he's no challenge to me.
Right.
Because they wasn't made for sport. They were made for family, pet, protector. Size has a lot to do with that. It's part of the psychological warfare. Bad guys feel more comfortable with a small dog.
Yes, they
can
do.
overpower it. They may not be harmed as much. You know, human beings have a genetic component that is averse to being eaten. Did you know that?
I saw this
The
guy.
size of Canis Panther gives you it triggers that genetic component in your brain that says, I don't want to be eaten. And so they go down the block to somebody that's got a little dog or no dog. And that's before any bite ever occurs. And that's why I call it psychological warfare. So if he wanted to downsize them, I think it's because when he tried to breed them, he didn't get the size back. And I think that's probably because he wasn't breeding Canis Panthers. Oh, no, you mean to tell me JD would be so unscrupulous to breed something else into the Canis Panther, and once he found out it wasn't what he originally could have, what he fell in love with, he created a whole new reason for having them.
Do you think that he bred a Canis Panther to something different to begin with?
I don't know. But I know he didn't have access to a lot of Canis Panthers.
Would you get a dog from him if you thought that it was a solid dog?
I have to see it and talk to him, but I tell you this, I never have.
Would you be open to talking to him?
I've talked to Tim. Tim called me not too long ago. I don't hear he doesn't say, hey, Gypsy, this is Tim, and I hang up. Or say, you fucker, what do I want to talk to you for? Never done that. Never done that. That's not how I operate.
You and him had a conversation. How did it go?
We've had several conversations. I've known Tim since he was a kid.
Is he trying to get dogs from you or give you dogs, or is he just catching up, or what?
No. I don't know if he's trying to get dogs from me or not.
Would you sell him one?
Would I?
Yeah.
Probably yes. Why not? Not. Why wouldn't I?
I don't know. I
would sell JT one. As bad as I think he is, I would sell him one. See, I could create the Canis Panther again if God forbid there was a plague and all of them died. I have the formula. I know how many this and how many of that. I know what to do, when to do. I could recreate them if I wanted to, if I needed to. The only person that I would say has any legitimacy is Tim, because he Scorp's brother.
Right. He grew up with him. He was there. He at least saw it.
He saw some of it. Tim
Right.
had other interests. Tim wasn't a dog man. He didn't become a dog man until Scorp died. I told you yesterday at Scorp's funeral, Tim said, I am the new Scorpio.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where his dog career or story began. Other than that, he was a spectator.
I never changed. I have promised all through the fit from now and 54 since I was 14, so that's 40 years.
Dogs take work. Tim was not a worker. Or ask the question, how come Gypsy, the last remaining founder of this breed, how come he's not over here on this board? Who made that decision?
I think we just kind of collectively, we had talked about it, and we didn't want to include you because I think the initial reasoning was the health testing. It wasn't rumors about who you will and will not talk to. It wasn't anything. It was because you did not want to look at the genetics of your own dogs.
I'm looking at the genetics of my dogs, man. Looking at them every day. Yes, I have. The eye test. I will not breed a dog that is not healthy, that is not intelligent, that won't protect.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Won't
Right.
breed them. I don't got to go to a scientific lab to determine those things because I'm a dog man and a trainer.
Right.
So first thing, they got to look the part, they got to act the part. And if they're sickly, I'm not breeding them.
No, what if there's a health issue that you may not notice until the dog's like 9 or 10 years old?
And what dog lives to 9 or 10?
I think quite a few do.
Okay then.
But I'm saying...
Mine do. So what have I got to be concerned about? If labs live this long and panthers live relatively the same amount of time, what do I need a scientist to tell me about? There's a guy from Texas. What was his name?
Chris Tucker?
That's him.
How do you feel about Chris Tucker?
What's he got to do with the Canis Panther? He was prevalent in your group.
Oh, yeah, he's big trouble, for sure.
So why and how? Because he ain't bred nothing. He ain't trained nothing. He haven't produced anything. So how? I'll tell you how. Because he wanted to shit on my name. And JD saw that was valuable to him because that was his goal.
Right.
And so he appointed Chris Tucker over you guys. No one asked Chris Tucker, Chris, when did you breed a Canis Panther? Chris, when did you train a Canis Panther? Chris, what do you got to do with the Canis Panther? No one asked him that.
Right.
You guys all just took his word for it. And he had, what words did he have?
Yep.
He couldn't tell you that I wasn't with Scorp, that I wasn't with Lucas Lopez. He couldn't tell you that. He couldn't tell you I wasn't a great trainer. He could not tell you that. So what did he tell you that made you and others go along with this coup?
I actually never talked to Chris Tucker personally, but I have heard that he stole dogs from Tim Jones. I believe he stole dogs from you, and he's also stolen dogs from Mr. Donovan.
Donovan don't have no Canis Panthers.
Well, right, but he's stolen Donovan pinchers from Mr. Donovan.
Did you say stole, like in stealing? Absconded with?
As in there was some sort of agreement,
He never
and then...
had any of my dogs. Never.
Okay.
I never had any agreement with him, ever.
My understanding, at least for Tim Jones, was that Tim Jones gave him dogs, and he was supposed to give him dogs back eventually, and then he just started ignoring Tim.
It didn't happen because both of them were unscrupulous.
Right.
And both of them weren't standing on anything but rhetoric. See, I don't stand on rhetoric. I stand on work. And because of my work, you were able to get the greatest dog you ever had. Because of my work, JD saw a financial benefit. Because that's our first conversation. And the young man that's with Abby, I forget his name, came with JD. And no one ever asked him,
He heard the conversation of JD wanting to be the middleman. Let me be the one who is the broker, Gypsy. You just breed them, and let me be the one who is the a middleman. And I didn't need a middleman. I told JD, well, JD, we could see about that. But he decided he didn't want to be the middleman. He wanted to be the man. So to be the man, he had to eliminate me. And he asked Chris Tucker to help him do that. Chris Tucker hasn't produced anything. He hasn't trained anything. He hasn't bred anything.
I gave Chris Tucker a hell of an offer, man. I sent him dogs down there, and he sent me a few things, cages and things like that. You know, he really helped me out. Christmas toys for the kids when I wasn't able to get them, you know? That's why I'm not angry at Chris, because Chris is a good guy too, but he just didn't hold his hand on the bottom. You know what I'm saying? He stopped answering the phone for me. He stopped communicating with me. I heard he had puppies and things like that. And he promised me he was going to send me something back, but he didn't. And like I said, I'm not angry at him. I just can't deal with him, you know?
Do any of your Canis Panthers ever have, like, same-sex aggression or a little bit of dog aggression?
They have aggression with whoever don't live here. It could be Santa Claus. It could be Mother Teresa. It could be a bear. It could be a rattlesnake. If it don't live here, it's going to have a problem with my dog. They just have a reservoir of venom for your ass. If they have if you have challenged them or tried to hurt them or their family, then they will mark you. They will not forget it.
That's what the genetics say. The tests are not always accurate.
I can't believe that Tim would do that.
Gorilla, which he was Dane mixed with Labrador. Okay? JoJo mama name was Sugar. She was a big ass black dog.
Okay, so the first Panther was Mighty Joe, and his daddy was a dog named Gorilla. That was half Dane, half Lab, and his mom was a giant black dobe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gypsy's book does not seem to have any specifics on why each breed was used, and his deferment to the book when asked implies he doesn't want to answer the question, or we missed a hidden chapter in the book. Tim doesn't know the purpose for each breed used, and says Scorpio was very secretive, and this may also explain Gypsy's hesitance in answering directly. The only thing we know for sure is the Great Dane Lab mix called Gorilla was used for his size, and American Pit Bull Terrier was later added to shrink the breed. This being said, we can still make an educated guess on the various choices for the breeds used. Great Dane is an obvious choice for size. While some dog breeds are larger or same size as the Great Dane, none are so common in the West as the Dane. Plenty of other breeds could have been chosen years later to shrink the breed, especially since some of these would not carry the risk of creating absurdly small Canis Panthers like some people now produce. But the American Pit Bull Terrier does bring a strong degree of pain tolerance as well as game drive. While dangerous to cross game and protection drives, Scorpio was able to prevent the game drive from passing into the breed proper. It is not dog aggressive like the bull and terrier ancestors tend to be. The least obvious choice to some, and second most obvious choice to others, is the Labrador Retriever. This breed may have found its footing in the Panther by accident, simply by being associated with Gorilla's genome. However, more Labrador was bred in later. Many people have criticized this choice since they don't associate Labradors with protection work. But the truth is much deeper than directly serving the task at hand. The Labrador is an incredibly intelligent breed, but the intelligence manifests differently than a Doberman's. So theoretically, this creates a secret weapon for the Canis Panther, a secondary and more dynamic intelligence supporting the Doberman identity. Doberman is arguably the most obvious choice of all. The Canis Panther's entire job and existence is essentially identical to that of the Doberman, plus the Doberman's own intelligence.
if somebody took the same breeds and blended them together and did the best they could, I'm not saying they did it the same way, but they did the best they could to copy what you did, but with completely different dogs, and they ended up with a dog that looked like a panther, it acted like a panther, you couldn't tell the difference just between looking at them, would you consider those Canis Panthers?
I would ask them, where'd you get your dog, man? That's a damn good looking dog. Where'd you get that dog?
And then when they told you, that they built it,
itself, I would say, well, it looks like you did a pretty good job. But that's without me living with the dog.
Right.
And then the next generation, will they still have the traits of that dog?
Mm-hmm.
There's more to this. See, we weren't just niggas in the alley, breeding dogs that walk down the street.
Right.
We were professionals, conscientious, with a purpose. And we didn't just do things willy-nilly. Scorpio was a brilliant man, and so was Lucas. And I'll leave it to other people to determine my level of intelligence. Gas from him tested to be a Great Dane.
No.
It didn't say Great Dane mix.
No.
It said Great Dane, correct?
No, sir. The dog I got is Great Dane mix. Her father is Great Dane. The mother is something totally different.
Well, come on, Dan. So where's the legitimacy on that end? Didn't that give you pause?
Yes, and...
Okay, then.
So, when people ask me what a Canis Panther is, I usually tell them to think about a Doberman that's a lot smarter and stronger. Would you say that's accurate?
It depends on the dog, man. Sometimes dogs are unintelligent because they're put in the position of having to think like human beings. And so by that standard, it's an unintelligent animal.
Right.
I don't, here's my breakdown on breed. I don't have mastiffs because they sleep too hard. If you don't knock something over, you can tiptoe past them.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I didn't have another dog, I would probably gravitate to a mastiff. But if I have a choice, I'm not going to pick a mastiff because they sleep too hard. You have to be a ninja to get past a panther, and not just a regular ninja. You got to be a stealth ninja to get past a panther. They're hyper vigilant.
So let me tell you something I know with Tim's dogs, and then get your opinion on that. So like I said, I got a puppy from him. I did the genetics on her. Her daddy's Dane, but her mom's not. So she's 75% Dane. But what else came out was Cane Corso, Neapolitan Mastiff.
Oh, God, come on, man. Are you sure of that?
That's what the genetics say. The tests are not always accurate.
I can't believe that Tim would do that.
Yeah.
And another thing is, Tim did not breed Canis Panthers until after Scorp was dead. You got the greatest dog you ever had from me.
Right.
JD saw mountains of gold that he saw here. And there was no mention of me. None. See, I'm a patient man. I just wait for things to play out because I know who I am. I know what I've done.
Right.
And I also know what these people have not done. Tim Jones ain't never trained a dog.
Why do you say that?
Where's the proof of it?
I mean, we got dogs from you and Tim without either of you having done health testing. We ended up donating...
I've done my health testing.
Right.
That's right. Tim Jones dogs can't even run across the field.
What would you say if you saw proof that they could?
Listen. Show me the dog doing it, and then show me that it's a Canis Panther. That's what I would say. Because you just told me once that you did test the dog genetically, you found out it was not a Canis Panther at all.
Right.
So if I see a Great Dane able to run across the field, that's a Great Dane. He can run across the field. That's not a Canis Panther running across the field.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Jones has nothing of that. Words in this dog world don't mean anything. Work is what means something in the dog world.
Mm-hmm.
It also means something in the horse world. It means something. Work means something, not words. Anybody can come up with words. So whoever works is who I respect.
Okay.
Whoever can prove is what I respect. Words don't mean anything because, again, everything that we think, say, and do will either create value or destroy value. And when I hear words and all I hear is destroying a value, then that's where I leave. Prove it. Show me. Train something. Breed something.
Do you believe?
Then I'll believe it.
Right.
But the people that we've mentioned, Tim, JD, Chris Tucker, have done nothing.
But Gypsy knew that Scorpio was about to change it. He knew that. But
Right.
let him fall it out. He just never was around for the change. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because he took it and ran from him.
Mm-hmm.
With dogs or whatever.
Why him and Lucas' name on there, I don't know. But my brother was the one that originally made the dog.
He didn't know they were going to take his stuff. All the dogs that they started with is his dogs. We have dogs from Rock of Ages, that's been bred.
Right.
And things like that. So with that being said, how the hell do he know? Why do they think that he knows what Scorpio did? Lucas don't even know what he did. He just placed them with dogs, so why would they even want to? And you know what? I wish he was living to this day, because he'd have set the record straight. For him to say all that was supposed to be in the dogs, he needs to say all that he knows.
Tim Jones, where's his Canis Panthers? Never happened. Chris Tucker did not come back from Chicago with any Canis Panthers. None. Has anybody seen them? Has anybody trained them? Has anybody seen that they can run across the field without hopping? Did anybody go say, Tim Jones, we got to test your dogs? We got to health test your dogs? No.
I did. To be fair, I did.
And what did you find? They weren't even Canis Panthers, didn't you?
Funny you should say that. So let me give you all the information that I have. We did not find any health issues, though to be fair, out of your dogs, there were not that many health issues. So
that's right.
For him, we didn't find any health issues, but
when you did the genetic test, you found out they weren't even Canis Panthers.
It's a weird one. So his current male, his name is Diablo. He looks like a Canis Panther, but he tested as a pure Great Dane.
He looked like a Canis Panther, but
yes, sir.
Okay, brother. I didn't need you to tell me that, but I posed the question so you could say it out loud.
And I promise you, it ain't gonna be no bullshit. You're gonna get a good ass dog. It ain't gonna be no 65-pound dog like a lot of people be telling me, because my cousin, I bought a dog from Rock of Ages, and I knew Rottweiler was in it. You know what I'm saying? His name was Don Vader. Okay? And
So you got a dog from Rock of Ages that had Rottweiler in it?
my cousin bought a dog, Adam. I wish I could put you on three-way. He'll tell you. He bought a dog named Don Vader from Gypsy.
Okay.
And we got the dog because we had brothers and sisters, so we needed another line. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So we had to go, through Gypsy to get the other line. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And he sold us Don Vader. And Don Vader threw some good damn puppies. Don't get me wrong now. But you can tell he was little. He wasn't like his kids. His kids, Big Mercy them. Because we made them with a big bitch.
Mm-hmm.
And got them, you know what I'm saying? Them puppies came out fucking incredible.
What is your opinion on the differences there? Where Saxon has Presa Canario and she's got Neapolitan Mastiff, and then Gypsy's dogs don't have either.
Well, we don't have an opinion because we never went and bought our dogs from nowhere. Our dogs continue from where they started. So they trying to say that we took, I guess, paint corsos or whatever and made them. We didn't do that. We don't own paint corsos. The only person that we had is the one that came to guard the yard, and that's because they got that from somebody that was going to jail. I mean, you know what I'm saying? And he couldn't keep them. That's why the dog got that. So with that being said, we're not interested in cussers and stuff like that. And paint corsos.
Right.
So that's all that we
But
say.
that does show up. It is showing up in your dogs though, and so people are curious. Why is that?
I guess Scorpio put it there.
Okay.
Because we didn't put it there. We never bought a dog outside of, Scorpio. And the only reason we got other dogs is, from Gypsy is because somebody went and purchased the dog from him. You know what I'm saying? And was dissatisfied with the dog, so that's how we ended up getting that dog. And but of course he's not gonna tell.
Hey, tell at the end of the day, I have Canis Panthers, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever my brother done, I don't know, okay? But I know I never went outside the circle, okay?
Okay.
So therefore, you know what I'm saying? What I got has come from my brother's original bloodline, okay?
Okay.
Like I said, my brother done a lot of secretive things. A lot of things he would do, he would let me know. So, not Gypsy, nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, that being said,
So where it says there's Presa Canario and Neapolitan Mastiff, the only way that could have got in there is from Scorpio.
That's the only way from
That's the only way it could have got in there.
Okay.
Okay. Because I don't have no Corsos or no Masters.
Right.
So however it got in there, evidently whatever my brother done, he done, and he didn't tell Gypsy nobody what he done. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I know he kept telling me, okay, because he said he was shorting his breed, and that's Tupac. If you look at Tupac looked like some kind of big giant pit bull or whatever's in him. If you look at him.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Presas do look like that, so that would make sense.
Okay then. So with that being said, whatever he done, didn't let nobody know. And then when I turned around, I had blood, which was Tupac's son, and I ended up making blood with a small Great Dane. And what I did that I made the breed back big, and he got pissed off at me because he said that I made the breed back bigger. He was trying to shorten the breed, okay?
Right.
And from that day on, these same dogs been right here in this circle.
You must understand that after Gypsy did what he did, Pop did something different. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Thing that he didn't want or whatever, he didn't want the big ones no more. That's why Gypsy ended up with the big ones, and Gypsy tell you the real truth. You see what I'm saying? So whatever was put in there, Scorpio put it in there. We didn't put shit in there.
Because you're both saying the same thing. You're both saying that you didn't go outside the circle, so to speak.
We did. He sent them dogs down there. He didn't want that anymore. So he did something different. I can tell you that. He did something different.
Right.
So with that being said, that was his difference.
Okay, so he gave Gypsy some dogs, and then he started doing something different, but he didn't tell anybody what it was.
He didn't want the big ones anymore. Gypsy knew that.
Okay.
He said he was short. He said he was making the dogs smaller because people were saying there was too much dog to be in their house.
Mm-hmm.
He gave Gypsy all the big tall ones, and that's when he came with all the short ones. It was Tupac, Brother Love, Gator, all them was short muscle. You know what I'm saying? All these dogs looked like giant pits.
Right.
You wouldn't see no Dame or nothing in there like Diablo, okay?
Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense, Taylor. That makes sense because he did.
Yeah.
And like I said, he gave Gypsy those dogs. I don't know what Gypsy done when he sent them dogs over there with him, but I know my brother said he was shorting the breed because Tupac now looked like, goddammit, they looked like giant pits.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? The dogs that Gypsy had was much taller. You could see more Dame, okay? And then anything. And he didn't want that no more. He said that he was shorting his breed. He went crazy on me because I made it back bigger.
Mm-hmm.
When he died, some of his friends came over, was looking at my sister dog, and was like, this our original Panther right here, which was grandma. She was in my sister's yard. He was like, goody. Now him and Clee came up together. He said, man, that's the original Panther right there. That's the first Panther that Scorp made. So right there, that's telling the truth. That's the original Panther right there. But Clee changed some. So both of them are the original Panthers, but he made them have two different looks.
Right.
When you called him and Gory, he didn't want what they did.
No, he was making something totally different.
Exactly.
You know?
So,
he said more muscle, more confirmation, more faster, not clumsy, you know, just the whole nine. So So like I said, my brother was very secretive, but you said something that made a whole lot of sense. He made both of the patents.
Yep.
Everything come from him. What Gypsy got come from him. Whatever Gypsy done, he done. What I got come from him. I didn't do nothing though. So there you go, right there. It's there, right there, Taylor.
Okay.
That's your whole. That's the whole. That answer everything right there. My brother made both of them. Okay.
Yep.
Because I don't have no Corso. I don't have no Corso. So I don't like no Corsos and no Masters anyway because they're too big and slow to me.
Yeah.
They sloppy. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
They drool too much. They're not fast like I want them to be. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I never put nothing there.
To be honest with you, I don't even like press.
You know.
Yeah.
My wife don't mind because the press I got, my wife didn't want me to have that.
No.
Like I said, just to set the record straight, my brother was very secretive. Whatever he gave Gypsy, he gave Gypsy. He said he was shorting the breed. I'll never forget that. He shorted the breed. So whatever he put in there, I never changed anything. And that's that right there. That's the final goddamn answer. I never put nothing in these dogs. I got the original from him.
Okay.
And like you said, maybe he made two different patents. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because he said he was going to make them short. Because Blood wasn't near as tall as Diablo, was he, baby? Blood, that, you know what I'm saying, which was Tupac's son. Blood wasn't number 90. No, he was 100 pounds even. He was 100 pounds even. Diablo is 145, 50 pounds. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But and it came from blood. And then when I made it blood with a small Dane, okay, his kids came out at 6 months. They was bigger than him.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So that right there show you what, you know what I'm saying, these dogs can throw.
I can't say anybody is, or if so, who is lying, but where the stories don't match up, clearly something is amiss. Now, I only mention this because when I initially asked Tim about the admixture of Presa Canario and Cane Corso in his dogs, he told me that he had gotten Missy and Bambi, 2 of his 3 current Canis Panther bitches, from somebody who owed him puppies. And when I first talked to him, he told me that he was getting back into breeding. And we also know that Diablo and Missy and Bambi, when he had this first group of breedings, they were only about 1.5 years old. And Tim said that Missy and Bambi came from somebody who owed him puppies from a previous arrangement. But now that Tim's been working with JD, suddenly the story is that Scorpio had created 2 different breeds. And while Tim Jones and JD are pushing this narrative, JD is also pushing the narrative that Rock of Ages went in a significantly different direction by upping the Great Dane content and really played down like the Doberman elements, and they mostly focused on the Labrador and the Great Dane. But Tim Jones's stud tests as a pure Great Dane. And the bitches that he used, Bambi and Missy, we know for sure that those 2 are at least half Great Dane. And the amount of Doberman content and American Pit Bull Terrier content is very, very small in these dogs. And the amount of Labrador is pretty much non-existent. But we know that the first dogs were definitely 1/4 Labrador and no American Pit Bull Terrier. We also know that there was no Cane Corso and there was no Presa Canaria. So as I mentioned earlier, I just think it's a little strange that the stories don't match up and that Tim Jones has more Great Dane than Rock of Ages, yet Rock of Ages is the ones who are introducing more Great Dane. Now, whatever Tim Jones has done here, if he has done anything different from what his brother did, it's possible that this is simply a cover-up because Tim Jones got his dogs from somebody who was not breeding Canis Panthers, but was simply breeding band dogs. And those dogs have Canis Panther ancestry, and that was good enough for Tim to incorporate into his new program. And I'm not critical of that decision. However, this is meant to be an exhaustive documentary about the truth and the history of the Canis Panther. And that means I have to cover everything I find. The good and the bad of Rock of Ages, the good and the bad of Scorpio, the good and the bad of Tim. So Tim, if you're watching this, please don't take this as a direct criticism of you. It is not. Now, I think the best way to summarize this is, if you recall earlier, Gypsy said that Scorpio didn't just kill dogs that were bad, because they were still good enough dogs and people wanted them. But they weren't what Scorpio and Gypsy and Mr. Lopez were looking for. So they were soft cold from that program. That does not mean that they were soft cold completely. And for those of you who don't know, hard culling is killing and soft culling is sterilization. But you can also soft cull in a more conceptual sense, meaning that I get rid of this dog, but it's not neutered, so it's soft culled from my program, but not necessarily soft culled from somebody else's program. And a consequence of this would be that multiple families in the Englewood, Chicago area ended up with dogs that were runoff from the Canis Panther program. And these dogs ended up getting included into various small band dog programs around the area. And so if you go to the area, you'll probably find a lot of dogs, with or without pedigrees, who have a lot of Great Dane and Doberman and Labrador ancestry, who can probably trace at least part of those ancestries back to some of the original Canis Panthers. Now, because these dogs have significant Canis Panther ancestry, but not necessarily are true Canis Panthers, but they're probably also still being bred for the same purpose as the Canis Panther, meaning personal protection and property protection, I think we can categorize these dogs into a family that is adjacent to the Canis Panther. We can call them pseudo-panthers, a way of acknowledging and including these peripheral dogs, while acknowledging their role in the history of the proper Canis Panther. And when we look at the problems that I had in the CPCA and a lot of the discussions early on about what's a true panther, what's not a true panther, and if you recreate the formula of the Canis Panther, is that a Canis Panther because the breed is so young, or is it not a Canis Panther because the gene pool has been consolidated already? I'm making a new club called the Fellowship of the Canis Panther, and we named it that because it's a fellowship of people working together towards this goal of a personal protection dog that is the Canis Panther, but we wanted to make room for other programs. And one way of doing that is to acknowledge, because if you look at the pseudo-panther population, some of those dogs are maybe descended from runoff from the Canis Panthers who were not suitable then, but because of different breeding events since then, have become more similar to a proper Canis Panther than what the Panther ancestors were. So then you have to have the discussion. We have the pseudo-panther who looks and acts like a Canis Panther, but by lineage they're not included. But the dog does the job and it's healthy, why would we not include it? So some people are going to be purists, but at the Fellowship we have decided that it's better to have a more open door policy. If somebody wants to recreate the formula, then we'll allow that. But that is going to be categorized a little bit differently. That way somebody who's new to the community will see that and say, okay, this is a dog that does what it's supposed to, but it's not from the original lines. And if they want something from the original lines, we'll acknowledge those separately. And by having that concept, even if Tim Jones dogs are not directly descended or not completely descended from the original Scorpio dogs, we can still make the exception. And if Rock of Ages dogs are not descended or not completely descended from the original dogs, then we can make an exception for those dogs. That way, everybody who has any claim to the original Scorpio effort can say, okay, we have Canis Panthers, and this group makes that inclusion. Now, because there's this raging debate between the legitimacy of Gypsy and the legitimacy of Tim Jones claiming the status of Scorpio's brother, Gypsy claiming the status of Scorpio's best friend, and who's been in the Canis Panther game longer than Tim, I propose sort of a dual state system where there are two distinct recognized lineages of the Canis Panther. So the Alpha Panthers will be Rock of Ages dogs, the Beta Panthers will be Tim Jones dogs, and the Gamma Panthers will be a mix of the two. And it's important that we preserve both the Alpha and the Beta Panther. Now, Tim Jones has said that he's recreating the Canis Panther from scratch in an additional line. And I'm not sure where we should categorize that, if that should be Beta Panthers because it's coming from his kennels, or if it should be Gamma Panthers because it's going to be closer to what Gypsy had than some of the dogs that Tim has, where Tim's dogs have Cane Corso and Presa Canario, and Gypsy's dogs do not. But the main point is that Scorpio created both of these iterations of the Canis Panther. Gypsy named them, and Scorpio gave him some dogs, and then later on, a departure happened in that other line. Now, did Tim create something new and he's not telling the entire truth on that side? Or did Gypsy do something new and he's not telling us the truth on that side? There's no way to know for sure. So the only acceptable path, the only logical conclusion we should reach is that to honor Scorpio, we should be accepting both versions equally. Scorpio died in 2009. Tim says that Scorpio's size was a contributing factor to his death. In this photo, we see Scorpio at a larger size working with Gypsy at Gypsy's protection dog service. And you don't just get big like that overnight. It takes a few years. And here's a photo of Scorpio when he was a little bit younger. We can see that he's relatively fit. So we know that this photo takes place at least a few years after this photo, and it's probably relatively close to Scorpio's death. If that's true, that means that Scorpio and Gypsy were probably repairing their relationship, because as Tim said earlier, they had a falling out. We also know that according to Tim and to Jason Durr, who was one of Scorpio's trainees, that Gypsy definitely got his first Canis Panthers from Scorpio. We also know that after Gypsy got his first dogs, Scorpio then decided to add American Pit Bull Terrier. Yet we can see in the modern era that Gypsy's dogs still contain a consistent amount of American Pit Bull Terrier, averaging about 17.5%. Now JD is trying to push the narrative that Gypsy and Scorpio diverged significantly from each other after this point. But since Scorpio added American Pit Bull Terrier to shrink the breed, and since all or almost all of Gypsy's dogs have American Pit Bull Terrier, then we know that they must have been working together on that. And since they were probably working on repairing their relationship a little bit later, then we also know that there's no reason to expect them to have not been exchanging dogs later on in their lives and in their partnership as well. And if this is true, then why is it that Tim says Scorpio was intentionally adding Cane Corso and Presa Canario, but Gypsy's dogs don't have that? Because Scorpio's dead, we're never going to know for sure. But it makes you wonder. And I don't think that I'm personally equipped to answer those questions or accuse anybody of lying, but something here isn't adding up. That's why I'm proposing that we have those multiple lineages count as equal value within the Canis Panther community. And as a fun fact, we also know that Gypsy increased the size of the dogs. And if they were working together later on, after their falling out, then Scorpio may have also changed his mind about having smaller Canis Panthers to begin with. And that could help explain why Gypsy and Tim both have large dogs, and why the size of the American Pit Bull Terrier in most modern lineages doesn't carry over. The only lineage is the Klaus lineage, which is half American Pit Bull Terrier, which is foreign content. JD also says that according to the Jones family, Rock of Ages went in their own direction and made this significant departure. And we also know that Gypsy is the one who named the breed. So either Tim Jones and Gypsy's dogs are the same or they're not. If they are different, then Tim Jones' dogs need a different name. And if they're the same, then why are we trying to exclude Gypsy's contribution to this breed? Because remember, the only way this breed had out of Chicago for the last 30 years has been Gypsy. And I liked him, but if it weren't for Gypsy, I wouldn't know these dogs exist, and therefore I wouldn't know Tim exists. And JD would probably be involved in some other exotic breed like the Thai Ridgeback or something.
Missy's parents and grandparents supposedly came from you. For all I care right now, fucking make them up. Just give me names.
Let the bodies hit the floor. 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 Here we go, here we go, here we go now. Can't take much more. Here we go, here we go, here we go now. 1, nothing wrong with me. 2, nothing wrong with me. 3, nothing wrong with me. 4, nothing wrong with me. 1, something's got to give. 2, something's got to give. 3, something's got to give. Now. Here we go, here we go, here we go now.
Now Tim Jones feels that the Jones family hasn't got their fair share of the Canis Panther pie. And he called me a couple days after Gypsy died. And he said, so what are you going to tell people now that Gypsy's not around? And I was like, man, Lori's still breeding. So to me, I'm going to name both of you still. Because to me, it's about the dogs. I've loved a dog from each of your kennels. You know, Ripley was the best dog I've ever had. Saxon is pretty much at the same level, you know, very similar. I've almost thought that maybe Ripley's been reincarnated in another dog because they are so similar. And, you know, I can't pick favorites. I can't. You both make excellent dogs.
So what would you say if we did find somebody that got a dog from you that had kidney stones? What would you say then?
I'd say, what do they eat?
Okay.
Where do you live? What's in the environment? Because I've never, and I just finished telling you,
right.
There's no human being on earth that's been involved with the Canis Panther longer or more volume than me. No one. Don't care. Might have heard of it on the internet. Somebody might have said, man, I just saw a dog look so fucking good, and look at this fucking dog work. And they Googled it and found it and said, oh my God, I gotta have some of that. And then somebody said, I could take it over. But this old fucking guy won't get out of the way. He won't let me be the middleman, so I'm gonna devalue. So people won't go to him. They'll come to me, forgetting that they got theirs from me. Forgetting that the moment they fell in love with the Canis Panther, it was in my hands. It wasn't in anybody else's hands. Because no one had published Canis Panther before me. No one. Not Scorp, not anybody. So how are you going to discredit them when it's the dog you want to make popular? And I told them, how stupid are you with this genetic bullshit? You're going to devalue the same dogs you have. That's right.
Now, let me ask you this. Since I was the first person, to my knowledge, to test, and I pushed myself, I was pushing people to test.
Information. You fed this to JD.
If
he's the first one to test. I've heard him say that.
He said he's the first one to test?
That's right.
I'd like to see the
He
dates.
ain't gonna give you no credit. He's not that kind of guy. He's a carpetbagger. Afraid of JD. JD don't know shit, man. JD ain't never did nothing. He don't know nothing, and he's never done anything. I hope that when I hear it, I hear what I'm saying to you.
You will.
Don't leave that out because
I
you're
won't.
scared of he's not going to like it. Ain't nobody been scared all this time.
Right.
The Gypsy ain't going to like this.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody even considered that. The dogs they loved came from me. The dogs they fell in love with were in my hands when they first encountered the breed. But nobody's wanted to talk to me. It's because JD has poisoned all of your mind. You can only drink from that poison cup long enough until you get sick. Then you say, oh, I don't want to drink that no more. I don't want to drink no more JD's potion. And then he has this big power fear thing going. Well, if you don't drink from the cup, I'm going to exclude you. And then I'm going to vilify you. But he can't vilify you, brother, if you publish my conversation with you.
What if he says that you're lying about everything?
What's his counter argument? Because all you got to do is say, well, he knew Scorp for all these years. Did you? How long did you know? He's worked with Scorp all of these years with all these dogs. How many did you work with Scorp on? And it's going to be the same answer. None. Zero. He's never done anything.
But
I feel bad about how bad they've spoken my name to be a motivating factor. Damn, I've put so much shit on this man's name. I don't know if I could stand to sit there and be proven wrong. People don't like to be wrong.
No, they don't, and that, it's hard. Even for me, sometimes I'm like, well, shit, that's tough to admit. Like, admitting about the honesty here in the beginning, I was a little bit ashamed. I should have been more direct with you.
I want you to put that.
I will.
The Gypsy took me to task.
Chewed my ass, and
tell him that I was recording him, but when he realized I was, he still talked to me. And he didn't call me a motherfucker. He didn't tell me to go to hell. You never said that to him? Although you came and got the best dog you ever had from me?
That is correct. And the reason is because I assumed you were not interested in...
Whether I was interested or not, truth is truth. See, we're not Rudy Giuliani, where truth isn't truth.
Right.
You know truth is truth. When you noticed, since you didn't come from South America and didn't know anything about me. You knew about me. You came and got the best dog you ever had from me, and you were in a group of people who never mentioned my name, publicly anyway, probably said many things. That's what the documentary needs to be about, brother. How did these people try to erase Gypsy from Canis Panther history, from Canis Panther prominence?
Right.
When all of you, JD, you, whoever else, you first got aware of the Canis Panther and were blown out, like, oh my God, what a dog. All of you had that knowledge. And at some point, you had to recognize that Gypsy was not being mentioned publicly. So I think your documentary, this is just an idea, and I'm willing to participate. The documentary, I would say, should be about who was it that tried to delegitimize, take over this breed and determine its future and erase its past. You were there. You were in the room. You sound like an intelligent person. So thinking that you're an intelligent person, the thought had to come to your head. Hey, how come Gypsy ain't in this conversation? That's public. Now here's the real goal. What were the private conversations, the political conversations to eliminate Gypsy, the last living founder of this breed, the person who brought this breed to prominence, the person who the first time we saw one was in his hand? How you had to be in those conversations.
I was.
Even if you were not perpetuating the conversation, you had to have heard them.
I did.
Pardon?
I said I did. What would you like to know?
Well, there's your history. There is your documentary. I can give you the byline. Hey, people, let me tell you how these people unscrupulously tried to eliminate the last living founder. Not a guy who just walked in from the ground floor, working with both Scorpio and Luke. You uncovering the conspiracy to take over the breed and eliminate from history the last living founder and the most professional dog person. Those conversations have to be amazing. I wasn't there. I was not allowed to be there. And then they decided to devalue the dog with all these health tests.
Why do you think that health tests devalue the dogs?
Because did they have a health test before they came and got it? Did you have a health test on your dog before you came and got it and before you determined it was the best dog you ever had?
No, sir.
Then why was it necessary? Tell me that.
For me, because there's a lot of Dobermans with health issues. There's DCM. I'm sure you're aware of that, where a Doberman can drop dead at 6 years old, and it's tragic. So I wanted to look into the genetics.
There are a lot of dogs that can drop dead at 6 years old.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of breeds, a lot of dogs.
I agree with that.
Nobody said we're going to take this dog, the name of it, we're going to erase the history, and now we're going to devalue that animal. Because, see, let me tell you something. That was a tactic. And once that tactic didn't have a real strategy, the aim of that tactic was to say that Gypsy has unhealthy dogs, even though they got their dogs from me.
Right.
But they wanted to put some funk, some stink on my name and on Rock of Ages Kennel Canis Panther. Because all of you who have Canis Panthers have a Rock of Ages Kennel Canis Panther. Mm-hmm. All of you who have mixed something else into your Canis Panther have a Rock of Ages Canis Panther background.
Right.
So that was a terrible mistake from the beginning. That's cutting off your nose to spite your face. But I didn't fight that because I know what I got.
Mm-hmm.
I know what you got when you came and got it from me.
Okay.
Now I haven't done. If you've noticed when you saw the documentary that I did, that I was asked to do, I didn't mention JD because he's inconsequential as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
He is what I call a carpetbagger.
Oh.
Yes. Oh.
Would you consider me a carpetbagger?
I think you were influenced by a carpetbagger, and at one point you were supporting the carpetbagger movement.
Right.
But something happened.
Mm-hmm.
You saw the illegitimacy of the carpetbaggers, and maybe at that point you decided to separate yourself from them. And because you're an intelligent person. Because JD has had there has been no reason for people to gravitate to JD. And if there is, tell me.
So first of all, just full disclosure, I am still in that club, but JD and I are the only people
and
that
I'll remind you, there are people in that club who report to me. Go ahead.
And that's fine. But JD and I, we butt heads.
But how did he convince you to never mention Gypsy, to never mention Rock of Ages Kennel or Lori?
To be fair,
how did he convince you of that?
You were mentioned quite a bit in private conversations.
But never positively, always negatively.
Mostly negatively. I think there was definitely some positivity.
And what was the basis of that negativity? What crime had I committed?
I wouldn't say you've committed a crime, but there was criticism about, one, you didn't health test, and two, the videos of you working dogs.
Why did you come buy a dog from me? Why did JD come buy a dog from me? Why have all these other people come and bought dogs from me that they are now putting other dogs into? If that was a criteria. Because, see, I have a test. It's the eye test. It's the longevity test. I tested the original dogs that went into making the Canis Panther because I am a trainer.
Mm-hmm.
I was Scorch. I was Lucas Lopez's trainer. I didn't do this outside of them. It was me who decided, this one is not good, Scorp. This one doesn't have the brain, Scorp. This one doesn't have the physical ability, Scorp. Scorp said to me, okay. When it came to naming the breed, it was Gypsy who named the breed. When it came to registering the breed, it was Gypsy and Lord registered the breed. All right. So where did I go wrong?
It was
those conversations about. In those conversations, it was never said, hey, you know what, this guy, Gypsy, he's a hell of a trainer. He proved this breed enough that made us want to go get it. Because they didn't just see pictures of this dog, they seen this dog in action.
Right.
Because I remember telling Scorp, we got to show this dog working. And it was my wife's camera and my work and our dog that did that, presented it, and you guys came and got it. So at what point in what conversation? Let's see. The problem was here. I'm going to give you a little history. When I met JD, his conversation to me was, my God, you've done excellent work here. I'd like to be your broker. I'd like to be the person who sells your dogs. He wanted to be the middleman. And I didn't need a middleman.
Right.
And since I didn't need a middleman, he decided to eliminate me. And so his scheme to do that was to bring up the health test. Yeah. It had no bearing on anything. Not at all.
Okay.
So how did he convince you to eliminate the master dog trainer, the originator of the breed?
I never wanted to eliminate you.
But how did he convince you to go along with it?
I didn't think I was going along with anything, to be honest, because we did talk about you in private, and I'm not that active on the public discussion.
Well, that's what you need to expose.
Okay.
Those private conversations. You are uniquely qualified and intelligent enough to do so. I'm not calling you a dummy. I've told 4 times. I've told you you're intelligent.
I appreciate that.
I just don't do that. I don't just do that. I don't do anything just to make people feel good. I'm real and I'm true. See, once you throw shit on a man's name, you can't just come wash the shit off because it still stinks. There has to be clean. So I would like to participate in the documentary on how this man, JD, convinced you guys to eliminate me. So you say you have heard the private conversations, and most of them were not positive.
Correct.
Then those conversations need to be illuminated. The people, all these people who don't know anything, need to know that. And when they found out they could not do it, they changed the criteria. Oh, well, those dogs are too big. Let's make them smaller. They said make them smaller because what they were getting was smaller. It wasn't because we wanted to make them smaller. It was because that's all we got. So let's change the criteria. Let's change the profile of the animal altogether. Anything that he's bred, he don't even want it.
So you dislike JD because he has tried to usurp you.
I don't dislike JD. I don't give JD that much power.
Okay.
Where I dislike him, I don't recognize him for anything other than a usurper and a carpetbagger. I recognize that he has done no work, trained no dogs, hasn't bred anything that he even wants. Where's the legitimacy? Legitimate as what?
Because he's been gathering the paperwork and the information, all that stuff that we didn't have in the beginning. All we knew is that we had good dogs, that they come from a good kennel.
What paperwork did he gather?
Pedigrees on dogs that we didn't have pedigrees from.
With your dog?
Yes, sir. But what I mean is...
Then what did he offer that counter that?
It wasn't getting papers from you. It was finding a whole bunch of people who had come from you and getting papers from them.
Did they get papers?
They did. But here's what he did.
What's the issue?
I'm trying to get there. So he took pedigrees from everybody with their permission and put it together to try and build a family tree of the Canis Panther, trying to go back to the original. So we had a more complete picture.
The picture that he accumulates different from the picture that they got when they came here to purchase their animal and got their papers, because they're registered on every pedigree on every dog.
So it's like I have a dog, but my dog's pedigree only goes back so far, and there's some gaps in there, and it might go back 3 or 4 generations, but I can't see cousins and brothers and sisters, and so JD played a role in getting all that so we could see a better picture of the whole breed.
For what purpose?
I mean, me personally, it's because I love the history, and I believe that...
So why didn't you call me?
Well, I messaged you on Facebook, and you would never message me back, and so I talked to Lori.
I'm not about all the messaging back and forth on Facebook.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
My number is accessible. And it hurts. I tell you, it hurts. Because, haters are gonna hate. And when somebody comes to me with some hateful shit, I always ask them, why are you coming to me with this hateful shit? What is your evidence that you needed to be hateful with me? What is your motivation? Corp had a copy of my book. Did he ever get on the internet and say, this is all lies?
No. Not that I'm aware of.
Scorp registered dogs with the DRA, Dog Registry of America. If he didn't think it was legit, why would he do that? As a matter of fact, Scorp gave me his permission. I've never done anything with the Canis Panther without his permission. I talk to Scorp every day.
When JD approached you about being the middleman, did he tell you or indicate in any way that he had experience in dog training or breeding or anything?
And no, he brought his trainer with him. I told his trainer, and I'm about to ask my wife what his name was, his girlfriend, his wife now, his name Abby Holmes. But I told him, that's your boss, pointed to JD, but I will teach you how to train. That's what I told him. You can ask JD that. If he's got any ounce of truth in him, he'll tell you, yeah, he did say that. I didn't tell the guy he brought here, hey, this guy don't know nothing. As a matter of fact, the first words I said to JD was, hey, tough guy, you must be the tough guy that's been talking tough to my wife.
Was he talking tough to your wife?
Well, he tried to.
How?
I wasn't part of the conversation.
But Lori wasn't happy about it.
Nope. Because JD's a slickster, man. My wife ain't no fool. She ain't Pollyanna. She know a slickster when she's talking to one. So with the first words out of my mouth, oh, you must be the tough guy, trying to talk tough to my wife. Well, of course, he apologized and made it seem like, well, that was a misunderstanding and all that. But I didn't. There was no misunderstanding. I'm clear as a bell, man. I don't play. I do not play. You talk tough to my wife, I'm going to say something about it. And now you have the chance to apologize, or it's time to get busy.
And he apologized.
Of course he did, because he wanted that dog, and I'm standing right in front of him.
So why did you sell him a dog to begin with?
Because he needed one.
So how do you feel that he rehomed it, and now, I don't know for sure, but as far as I know,
he did, because he don't know what to do with a dog. I don't know what he does. He could cook them and make jackets out of them. I don't know. Shit. I'm not into JD, man. You think how many brain cells you think I burned up over JD? I respect work, not words.
Do you think they are better? Well, I mean, obviously you would think they're better than Dobermans.
Don't say that. Ask the question. Don't give me my answer.
Do you think they're better than Dobermans? And do you think that there could ever be a Doberman that could compare to a Panther?
I'm sure there are. The Germans have made some great Dobermans. There have been some great Dobermans over the years. AKC, though, got involved with the Doberman and diminished it. Because they were looking for something else, more cosmetic than functional. Boy, that sounds like an intelligent dog man answer, doesn't it?
How did you first hear about the Canis Panther?
I first heard through my ex-roommate, J.D. Wise. I wasn't really familiar in terms of what a Canis Panther was or what it entailed. And so he kind of broke it down for us in terms of where it started, kind of his vision for what he wanted within the Canis Panther world. And, you know, he expressed to me that he wanted to breed dogs. And for me, that was always kind of a dream. Was to orient myself within something that was more canine and a little bit less construction.
I usually get Doberman mix, Great Dane mix. Some people will say lab mix, so like they're detecting that lab in there, but they don't know for sure, you know.
For sure, absolutely. Yeah, I get a lot of Dobe and Dane mix, which, you know, I tell them it's pretty close, but I break it down, and then comes the whole 10-minute speech of, you know, what a Panther is and where it came from.
The 10-minute speech.
Because we all gotta have it, right?
Yep. So you have a Panther right now currently?
I do, yeah.
Who is that?
His name is Poncho. So he's from the Rock of Ages group.
Okay.
He's a breeding of the Sharkey and Maya group.
Okay, and is this the same Poncho that JD used to have?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, one and the same.
How come you ended up with Poncho?
Well, in terms of how we kind of broke down the business, because we started Panther Dog Kennels or Panther Dog Protection before we even really had Poncho. I was the lead trainer. And so it was me that spent the majority of time with Poncho. He really gravitated towards me and my wife, Abby. So him and I really just clicked. Not that JD and Poncho didn't have a very, you know, nice working relationship. Man, I just really attached myself to Poncho, and I wasn't going to let anyone else have him. So I ended up with him. Me and my wife have him with our two other dogs.
Okay. And would you say Poncho's a good dog?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, all dogs are good dogs, but I mean, like, as far as temperament, expectations, you know, is he what a Panther's supposed to be?
You know, I think that is an interesting question. In terms of what a Panther is supposed to be, I myself am absolutely infatuated with Poncho. You know, in terms of the kind of dog he is, what we've trained him to be. You know, I've obviously grew up with dogs my whole life, but I've never had a dog that was quite like a dog that Poncho is, in terms of the loyalness that I get from him, the dedication to his people that I've gotten. I mean, it's incredible. So I'm not sure if he's really the point of view or the point that people want to reach with the Panther. I've heard that they want a certain color, they want a certain size, but I mean, I've got a 130-pound, beautiful, well-mannered dog that I couldn't be more proud of. So I think that he's an incredible pup.
Good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
And so your business endeavor, Panther Dog Kennel, is that still going on?
So I don't believe it is. We dissolved the business about 2 years ago or so.
Okay.
You know, COVID really changed the whole idea of what we wanted to do as dog trainers, what JD wanted to do as a breeder. He moved to a location that was a little bit further away from us, and so it wasn't really going to be something that we could make tangible in terms of the closeness that him and I needed to reach what we wanted with the business. So we dissolved it, and I owned my own construction company at the time, so I got really busy. And I know JD was as well, not only with what he was doing for work, but his ideas of what he wanted to do with the Panthers.
Do you still get along with JD? Are you guys still potentially business partners in the future, or?
Yeah, you know, I think that JD and I have a pretty good relationship. We've always managed a pretty good relationship. I went to his wedding a few weeks ago, so I think we're still good buddies.
Okay.
In terms of something in the future, maybe. You know, I wouldn't say that it's completely out of the realm of possibilities, but you know, given to breed dogs, you definitely need the right space, the right type of attention that puppies need. That puppy development is huge. I just don't know what I could really provide JD at this time.
The big thing is he said that when you and JD showed up, so first of all, did you guys show up together?
We did, yes. We drove 24 hours from Idaho to Moments, Illinois to go check out the Rock of Ages and what they were about.
And how was that drive and how was that visit?
Oh, dude, the drive was crazy. One of the things that stands out to me was the amount of gas stations called Come and Go. And that sticks out to me, and I die laughing every time.
Typical veteran.
Yeah, exactly. But I thought, you know, it was a heck of a drive. It was quite a trip, you know. But it was really a chance for JD and I to come together as a business, because at the time we had this business and such, and you know, really dial in what we wanted to do, and what our vision for what we wanted a Panther to be was. Even though neither of us at the time had owned a Panther. So it was really just trying to embark on this new journey of we're really dedicating ourselves to dogs, and it's really happening.
Okay. And I guess I'll do a short segue just because I'm curious and I don't want to forget, because I've already forgot once. You've mentioned several times now, you know, people having a vision for what the Panther should be. Did you and JD develop a vision for what the Panther should be that was substantially different from what the breed's purpose was originally meant to be?
No, absolutely not. I really think that the direction that we wanted to go was very similar to the direction that Gypsy had in mind. You know, when they had come together to create the Canis Panther. So no, I wouldn't say so. I really thought that we were going to try and continue on the legacy at which they created, and really stick close to that game plan. We really didn't know a lot about Rock of Ages until after we had gotten Poncho. You know, and there were a lot of discrepancies with how the Panther came along, how it got here today, the treatment of the dogs and such. So I thought that we wanted to keep it pretty darn close to what it is.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. And so going back to the Gypsy conversation, one of the big things he said, and I want to get corroboration on this. He said that when JD and you showed up, he said that he told you that JD was your boss, but he was going to teach you how to train. Did that happen?
He did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then he also said that JD approached him about being a broker. He wanted Gypsy to be the breeder, and then JD would be the person to distribute and find homes for the puppies. Did that happen?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And Did you think that was a good business opportunity, you and him together, or was that more his idea, or was it your idea to start with, or?
You know, I really left that in JD's court in terms of what the breeding was going to entail, the selling of the Canis Panthers. I was just there to take on the dogs and train as needed, if needed.
Okay.
So I can't really cooperate in terms of the deals that JD Gypsy had made. It was really interesting that he was able to provide such a point of view on JD and I's working relationship, having only met him for 5-10 minutes or so. So I kind of let all that just kind of roll off my back in terms of who's boss, who's this and that.
Yeah.
You know, I really was I was about the dogs. You know, and I was excited to get Poncho and to see what his capabilities were and to really understand how these Canis Panthers acted.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of left all that in their courts.
Do you think that JD cared more about the business or more about the dogs? And by business, I don't specifically mean money. I mean, like, just jumping into building something, you know, digesting it, building this whole process, getting the logistics figured out. It's a lot to do, and that can be exciting. Men like to build things. So do you think he was more into that, or he was like you, where he's more into the dogs?
You know, I really think that JD was a healthy mix of both. You know, like I said, the excitement of coming along and helping to continue on a dog line as such, the Canis Panther. I wouldn't say that he was more so one or the other. I think that he was just really about the research that it took and the knowledge that it was going to take to really ensure the quality type dog that he had in mind. Myself, I wasn't involved in as much research as JD was. You know, JD didn't have the type of training I did within dog training, but I still believe that he loved the dogs just as much as me.
Okay. And some people have accused him of being profiteering, that he only cares about the money. Do you think those accusations are substantiated?
I myself have known JD since 2016. I've spent a lot of time with the guy. In terms of the profiteering, absolutely not. I know that JD's not a try and get rich quick kind of guy. I know that he wanted to orient himself in a direction that involved dogs, because with him and I, it was really the one direction that we have something we could care about so much. I mean, the unfathomable love that we have for dogs is just never ending. And I think that JD was more so trying to get into that industry, given the industry that he was in within, like computer sales and such. He just knew what it was going to take to really grasp the concept of the Canis Panther. He had the time to dedicate towards it. So I really don't feel like he was in it just for the money. You know, I've known the guy a long time. I've spent a lot of time with him. So I couldn't say that it was only for the money.
Fair enough. Did he come from a background of like agriculture, or did he have any dog breeding experience or anything like that, or was this some of his first dog work that he was doing?
So he came, and his sister is a professional dog trainer, and so that he was able to grow up in terms of you know, what it was going to take to be a trainer, the kind of dedication it was going to need. So he grew up within that type of an industry. I know that he had a little bit more under his belt than we did when we first started the company.
Okay.
In terms of dog breeding, I'm not 100% sure. I really don't think that he had an extensive knowledge, but he sure had the time to really put into it.
And then another thing, so Gypsy said, this was a memorable moment for me, talking to him.
I'm excited to hear it.
He said that when you guys showed up, the first thing he said to JD was, "So you're the tough guy, or you're the tough guy talking tough to my wife." Did that happen?
You know, it actually did happen.
Okay.
It was something to that effect. Yeah, I remember that.
So, where was there a misunderstanding, or was JD really talking tough to her? What was said that like made this perception?
Dude, I'm not 100% sure in terms of what the conversation was between him and Lori. I know that For us to take that trip over to get Poncho, we both had to take off work. You know, we were both pretty important guys within our industries. And then Lori had experienced a death in the family. And so they were trying to put off when we were going to come out and get the dog for those circumstances, but we really couldn't afford to miss it. If we were unable to at that time, it was going to be quite a long time after, so I'm not sure if there were some words said. I really don't think so. You know, Gypsy being an interesting personality, JD also being an interesting personality, I think that there was probably just some confusion in terms of what was said between JD, Lori, and Gypsy. But at the end of the day, it was a business deal, and that's really what it came down to.
Why did Gypsy not want JD to be his broker? Do you know that?
You know, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
I think that he really wanted to focus on the Rock of Ages game plan. And, you know, him hiring just a couple white dudes from Idaho probably really didn't fit into the plan of what he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not 100% sure. I mean, he didn't have absolute control over us. So as a guy who helped start this breed, maybe that was it. Mm-hmm. For sure, yeah. I mean, we spent maybe 30, 45 minutes, maybe an hour with the guy when we were doing the handoff with Poncho, and he does have a lot of knowledge, you know, and we were just trying to soak up everything we could while we could, just given who he is.
Are you familiar with what JD's doing with the Panther currently?
I'm not 100% familiar. I know that he has reached out to some other individuals in terms of breeding opportunities. I'm not really sure where he's going with the training direction. You know, like I said, I kind of moved away from JD. Not that we've, you know, fallen away from each other completely. We just don't really talk Panther too much.
Okay. Are you disappointed by that, or?
No, I mean, we both have our own things going on. You know, like I said, when we split, I had my own construction business. You know, I moved up here. I work quite a bit up this way. I know that he stays pretty busy, so kind of just is what it is.
JD calls himself a breeder, but he doesn't have any dogs himself. Mm-hmm. And that's a point of criticism for some people. Do you have any input on that?
I mean, the man has done breedings before. I know that he was obviously involved with the puppy development for the breedings that he's been involved in. So I would call him a breeder. He may not have any dogs currently, but that doesn't make or break the fact that he's been able to reproduce credible specimens in terms of what a Canis Panther is. So, you know, he may not have any right now, but that's not to say that's how it's always going to be.
Yeah.
So, no, I would definitely call him a breeder.
Okay. Another point of criticism against him is that he had a dog named Angel. Are you familiar?
Yeah, absolutely. I've met Angel a few times.
Okay. And apparently she was rehomed because we don't know the specifics, but there were issues with the other dog. But she was kept long enough to be bred once. And so some people criticize him for that. Do you have input on that scenario or that situation?
You know, I really think the ultimate victim in terms of the dog Angel has really been Angel. I mean, how many times she was rehomed before she ever made it to JD's property is an absolute travesty. You know, I know that she's had some issues within the breedings that she was involved in. I know that she had killed a pup when it was obviously very small, so there was a lot of discrepancy with that.
Did she kill it by stepping on it, or was this like a mauling, or?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I have heard that it was a maul.
Okay, and
that
who?
She had intentionally killed this pup.
Okay, and who was the owner at that time?
You know, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
I couldn't comment on exactly who it was that had her at the time.
And was JD aware of this alleged mauling?
Yes, he was.
Okay.
I know that he took special precautions in terms of the pups that he had from her and the kind of interactions that she was able to have with those dogs at the time. So, I mean, he definitely did what he could to try to make sure that never happened again.
Right.
In terms of where Angel's at now, I sure do hope that she's happy. I really do hope that she's able to find that family that absolutely cares about her. She was just passed around so many dang times. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah. Do you know where she is now?
I think she's back with Sarika.
Okay, that's what I heard last too.
Yes, I'm not 100% on her last name. But I believe she's back with, I think it's a Ghost Canis Panther.
I think Sarika goes by Norca as the kennel name.
Norca, okay, yes, yeah. Norca. So I hear that she's back with her original owners.
JD has recently said that he wants to start his own outcross program and incorporate that into the Panther. Do you know if that has been on the stove since the beginning, or if this sounds like something new with what you're familiar with?
You know, I think it kind of sounds a little bit new. Well, not kind of. This sounds a little bit newer to me. Like I said, we really wanted to focus on the original game plan for the Canis Panther. I'm not sure the type of research that JD's done. I know that he's met some absolutely incredible people along his way that have some amazing dogs. So if he wants to help with an outcross program to bring in some fresh blood, you know, it's definitely on him, and I really support it. You know, I really hope that there is a lot more new blood that comes into this, and it's not, you know, deriving from the same dogs being line bred over and over.
Right.
So, yeah, I really hope that they do.
Okay. And then, I was able to find Tim Jones, who is Scorpio's brother. He's still alive and he's still breeding.
Awesome.
But what he's doing is, at least as far as, not the dog's purpose, but the structure of the dogs has diverged from what Gypsy's doing. Having been JD's partner, how do you feel about that divergence, and what conflicts do you foresee that creating in terms of the Panther community at large?
So, my real concern with the construction, not to say anything bad about Mr. Jones, our whole thing was health testing our dogs and really finding out the genetics of the pups before we really start putting them together. And making new little dogs, because the last thing we want is to make a litter of pups that are inheriting the same issues that their parents did just due to ignorance based on what the dog looks like. You know, I really think that we focused on trying to find healthy pups. So the convergence, my only issues would be health testing the dogs and finding out if those dogs do work together regardless of what they look like. I mean, obviously a big part of the pups that people buy is by how they look, but there are some very healthy looking dogs out there that aren't. So really I would just want to focus on healthy pups. I know that within the industry there's a lot of people who really do focus on that as well, and I definitely commend them. You know, I'm just not in it for the dollar. I know that JD's not in it for the buck either, so I would really hope that they want to base that on their business, or base their business on that fact.
Okay.
Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. And then I there was one question I forgot, but I remember now. So Gypsy said that y'all wanted to focus more on sport than on direct protection. Do you know if that's true?
I don't think that's very true.
Okay.
We really wanted to find dogs that were that we could focus on the protection if that's what the customer really wanted, was a dog that was focusing, or that wanted to focus on protection. We wanted to also, I mean, we really wanted to diversify our portfolio. We wanted dogs to compete for different types of titles and such. But we were really just trying to find that perfect family protection dog. That good mix of, you know, loyalty and agility. So, you know, I wouldn't say that we were just in it for the sport. at least that's not where I was going with the whole deal.
Okay. And why didn't JD and you choose a more established breed with better gene pools to pull from, with an established history of protection work like a German Shepherd or Doberman or something like that?
You know, I think it was really just the excitement of a pup that no one really knows about. You know, like I said, the whole want to be a part of something that's bigger than yourself but is still unfamiliar to a lot of people, and being that person that's able to go out on the forefront of the Canis Panther world and explain, you know, what kind of dogs they are, the percentages of, you know, the Dane, Dobe, Lab, and staff that they have, and really show these people what a Panther can be. You know, it's not just you know, it's an intimidating looking dog. You know, I think that, you know, in a lot of cases that is the fact that they are very intimidating looking. But I mean, I haven't found a more loving pup than Poncho, you know, in terms of how dedicated he is to us. You know, he's a lot more than just those cropped ears and big brown eyes to me.
Now what comes next is going to be kind of heavy subject material. We're going to be discussing incest and dog abandonment and just some pretty uncomfortable things. So I'm going to try to keep it kind of lighthearted and not be too super serious with this. Before I talk about anybody, I have to talk about myself. I've made a lot of mistakes in my dog breeding years. I've had several accident litters. Because see, this was at a time before I knew what I was doing, before I had any money, and so I had wire crates, and one thing led to another. You have working dogs in wire crates, they're gonna get out. Either they're smart enough or they're strong enough, and when you have dogos, they're both. So I've had several accident litters, and there was one time in particular where I had just gotten into Panthers, probably like a year and a half before, and I came home and there was blood and crap everywhere. And the dogs had all gotten out, and they were fighting and doing their thing, and all the females were in heat at once. So this is where the infamous Emma comes from. She was a dogo, or my male dogo had gotten my female panther, and that created Emma. And I have chosen to keep that dog in my program. Because at the time, we didn't know anything about the genetics of the Canis Panther. We didn't know how many lines there were. I asked Lori, and I wasn't given an answer that I felt from a professional standpoint was appropriate. Basically, it seemed secretive, and that told me that either there aren't very many lineages of the Canis Panther, or whatever's going on isn't wanted to be shared. And so from a genetic standpoint, I have to assume the worst case scenario, and so if I want to proceed, if I want to contribute anything to the Canis Panther, then this Canis Panther mix could have a lot to contribute, especially since the dogo is generally a very healthy and powerful breed. And now I know a lot more. So I've kept Emma, I've bred off of her. We're now 3 generations deep, and the dogo content is going down. So any purist that criticizes me on those grounds doesn't have a lot of ground to stand on, because that is going away with every generation. We're now down to, by pedigree, 1/8 in some offshoots of that original dog. And the main dogs are at a quarter dogo in the pedigree. And that's pretty good, because after 1/4 you have 1/8, and at 1/8 is generally when it's accepted that a breed is back to purebred. I had Ripley, who is Emma's mother. She died in my care. Again, wire crates. And I had put all the wire crates in one room. It was my library. And I had just recently bought some bookshelves, but I invested in the cheap ones. They were particle board and stuff like that. I was only going to be gone for a couple hours, so I figured they'd be okay. Well, they got out, and they fought, and it collapsed the bookshelves, and one of the bookshelves landed on Ripley. I don't know exactly how it happened, because I wasn't home, and I didn't have cameras, but her wounds were superficial, and so I believe she died from internal bleeding. But the point is, she died in my care. I'm the one, I have friends tell me not to blame myself, but I chose those bookshelves. I chose to put the dogs in the same room as those bookshelves, and I continued to use wire crates. Granted, at the time I still couldn't necessarily afford impact crates or anything heavier duty, but I still chose to put the crates together in that room. And so, that's my fault. Just plain and simple. And then lastly, I've had a litter of dogs that, I had 8 puppies. This was in 2022. And 5 of them died of parvo. Now, I had never had parvo on my yard before, so this was something totally new to me. But I was having people come over to look at the puppies because I was trying to find homes. I was growing my online presence and stuff, and it just seemed okay. And then a couple days after, one guy who allegedly or apparently had a kennel farm type deal, a couple days after he came over, so I think it came from him. But I wasn't having people disinfect their hands or feet as they came on and off my property, but I do that now. But a couple days after that, puppies had parvo, and 5 of them died. 5 of the 8. One had left to Canada already, so she never even got exposed, and then I had 2 puppies survive the exposure, and this was with some in-home vet care. It was what I could afford at the time. So instead of spending thousands and thousands of dollars on one dog, I went with the cheaper option where I could provide some care to all of them. And they died. I don't know how else to... That's why I wear these. These aren't bracelets. These are puppy collars. We've got the green boys, light green and dark green, and those 2 were the biggest. And dark green he was homozygous for HUU, dark green was, but that's not a death sentence, and I knew that was a possibility before the litter. Light green was the driviest, and dark green was pretty close. Those 2 were almost like twins. And then I had purple. She was the sweetest. And then I had pink. She was the big girl, and I had lost the big pink collar, so she ended up getting the big blue collar. And red. And red was it seems like every litter I have, there's a female that just really clicks with me, And red was that one. And so I was going to keep her, and she died. So I like to make sure that people understand that I'm not perfect, and that when I'm critical of other people, it's coming from a place of experience. It's coming from a place where I've seen what things can go wrong. I've seen how they can go wrong. And these aren't just my experiences either. I've learned from dozens and dozens of other people. So I've been doing this for almost 10 years now. The biggest issue in the breed is people not knowing what a Canis Panther really is, and they just assume that it's a Doberman mix, and then they create a Doberman mix, and then they call it a Canis Panther. They hashtag Canis Panther. They imply that it's a Canis Panther in order to gain some traction. You'll notice that this is a common theme here, and the current quintessential example of that is Run Amok Kennel.
The Canis Panther is a breed that started with Scorpio. If you do any research in the 70s, he's passed away shortly after. And he utilized different breeds in the program to make Canis Panthers. I have a method to my madness, and I know what I'm trying to make. And I'm trying to make a healthy dog that's a good family dog, but also a good working dog. I don't want a man killer, and I don't want something that'll hide behind, you know, the 4-year-old kid because there's an intruder. I want a good medium. What I utilized in my Canis Panther program is Dog de Bordeaux, where I got my Mastiff, my thick dog with some protection behind it, and I use my Doberman. Taller, leaner, really good in protection, intelligence, and loyalty. Combining those two breeds, I have my main stud dog. His name's Leonidas, Madtown Leonidas. Awesome dog.
Now, you may already be familiar with Run Amok from her documentary TV documentary, where she blatantly calls her dogs Canis Panthers, but they're not. Her Canis Panther is half Doberman, half Dog de Bordeaux, which is a French Mastiff. And the French Mastiff was never part of the original formula. In fact, it's not even part of Tim's formula. So, the Run Amok dogs are called Canis Panthers, even though they have virtually no connection other than being about half Doberman.
Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that you should hate or avoid Run Amok Kennel. Michelle's dogs are aesthetic, they do seem well put together, and she does have the same temperament objectives as Gypsy. And in fact, her dogs have been used in some people's Canis Panther programs. So, whether we like it or not, these dogs that are not Canis Panthers have been incorporated into some programs and inevitably introducing some of that Dog de Bordeaux content into the Canis Panther gene pool proper. So, if you like Canis Panthers and you like Michelle's dogs, it's not necessarily a bad thing to get one of her dogs.
Talking about dogs that are about half Doberman, this brings us to JD. JD first got involved in the breed in 2019, 3 years after me. But the first story about JD is a little bit more recent. Last year, JD bought a dog named Shade. Shade was half Doberman, half Canis Panther, and he was imported from Europe. Now, eventually, you know, we were hearing a lot of good things about Shade. You know, Shade's doing this, Shade's doing that, awesome, awesome, awesome. But then eventually, apparently, allegedly, he was neutered for human aggression, and then we heard nothing else about him. In fact, I had forgotten he even existed until Kristen, another former member of this club, came to me and said, look at this post. So I went and I looked, and sure enough, and you can tell from the pictures, in the post, I don't think they name Shade, but you can tell it's the same dog. And so apparently this rescue had gotten a hold of Shade, and they shared him more of as a courtesy. This was kind of outside their normal operations, but they chose to because he was going to be euthanized. And they stated that somebody from the Canis Panther Club of America had got in touch with them and let them know that the club was familiar with the dog. And JD, despite being a co-owner of this dog, he publicly commented that he was concerned that somebody from the club contacted them about this dog. He does not publicly acknowledge that he's a co-owner. He mentions that he talked to the owners, even though he's one of them. In the club, we never heard anything about him. This dog was going to be euthanized, and he never told us. But he preaches transparency. While we're on the topic of ownership, JD has only owned 2 Canis Panthers. One was Poncho, and he's owned Angel. Now, Angel was created by NorCal Canis Panthers. She was then sold, she had a litter of puppies, and then was sold again. JD bought her and was advised to keep her past 1 heat cycle. but he bred her on her first heat cycle. So within several months, he had bought her, whelped a litter, and then sold her back to NorCal Canis Panthers.
Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind?
Now, there were several people who were concerned for Angel's well-being and that she was just going to get bred and sold and bred and sold. And NorCal Canis Panthers promised that they would never breed her. And to my knowledge, they haven't. So Serena and Sarika have kept their promise not to breed Angel. But the fact is that JD took a dog before being able to properly temperament test her, bred her within several months, and then rehomed her allegedly for temperament issues. Now, you'll remember with the shade issue where we had alleged human aggression, and keep this alleged dog aggression in the back of your mind as well. Now, JD is also on record as saying that he believes that the breed is an unfinished project. Since it's an unfinished project, it's obviously subject to change, which means he can imbue his vision of the breed upon it. However, his vision is quite different from that of the original founders. He's on record several times saying that he wants to breed down the Labrador and the Great Dane content, which will fundamentally alter the behavior of the breed. It's also going to change the health profile, and it's going to change the size. There's already a size problem with the dogs that he's associated with. Now, I swore there was somewhere in our conversation where he said he was okay if the Labrador got to 0% content, but I can't find that comment, so I don't want to necessarily make that claim. But other people have come to me and told me that he has told them the same thing. He's okay if the Labrador goes down to 0. He does not like Labrador in the breed. He's been very outspoken about that from the beginning. In fact, he's gone so far as to blame Gypsy for bringing in Labrador because he can't understand the value that the Labrador has to the breed. He assumes that the Labrador, with its docile stereotype, is not suitable for a protection breed. But if you do any research, if you spend any amount of time studying Labradors and what they're capable of, then you'll know that they have a lot to offer. Now, I've had my misgivings with having bred in Dogo and kept some of those dogs around, and I get criticized heavily by JD for that. However, it's no worse than him reducing 2 founding breeds compared to introducing a new founding breed. And he has these large plans for breeding in heavy amounts of Doberman and American Pit Bull Terrier to replace the lost content of the Labrador and the Great Dane. Again, he's changing the formula, which is going to fundamentally change the temperament of the breed. It's going to change the behavior, it's going to change the look, it's going to change everything. And JD, this is for you. Everybody else watching, you don't have to watch this part. This is just for JD. Why don't you just breed Dober Pits? It would be the easiest thing. You could do it without being criticized, without risking the reputation of the Canis Panther. There's no breed founders, there's no history, there's nothing for you to compete with. It's a wide open space. You want to become the king of something, clearly. Do it with Dober Pits. I don't think you're suitable for breeding anything. But if you're going to, if you want the Doberman and the American Pit Bull Terrier content to be so high, and you're on record saying that you don't want Dane or Labrador, at the very least you said that for Labrador, and you want the Dane to be negligible, you might as well just breed Dober Pits. It's the only thing that makes sense. One of the most glaring issues with JD's program is paper hanging. JD is obsessed with this dog named Klaus. JD does not own Klaus. He's never owned Klaus. He's never worked Klaus. He loves Klaus, loves the idea of Klaus, and for all intents and purposes, Klaus is a pretty good dog. However, JD swears up and down this dog is not a Canis Panther. He's half Canis Panther, half American Pit Bull Terrier. Now, since he's half American Pit Bull Terrier, and American Pit Bull Terrier is a founding breed, you may be wondering, wouldn't that be a Canis Panther? Well, actually, no. Because according to JD's own rules, a Canis Panther is a Canis Panther. It is a distinct and separate breed. So if you breed it back to a founding breed, it is no longer a Canis Panther. It is an outcross to a founding breed. reasonable enough. It makes sense because you want to form the idea of legitimacy for the Canis Panther. And there's also the idea of breed proportions. If the Canis Panther was created starting at about half Doberman, and suddenly you have dogs that are 10% Doberman, it's not the same as what you started with. Therefore, is it a Canis Panther? No. And so, if you dramatically alter the breed content of one of the founding breeds, then it should no longer be considered a Canis Panther. And Klaus tests as though one of his parents was American Pit Bull Terrier. He also comes from a household where the mother was with a male Canis Panther and a male American Pit Bull Terrier. JD swears up and down, and he talks about this quite often and openly, that Klaus is half Panther, not full Panther, half Panther. Yet, he insists that he is full Panther because we are going by the pedigrees. Now, in many breeding circles, there's what's called a 7/8 rule. If you take a Holstein and you cross it with a Jersey cow, then you have a hybrid cow. But if you breed it back to a Holstein and back to a Holstein, eventually you get to 7/8 Holstein, and most people would consider that a purebred Holstein because it looks like it acts like it, all these things, right? And so with dog breeding, it's the same concept. Both mammals, the genetic mechanics work the same. So when we started the club, I introduced the idea of the 7/8 rule because I knew there were people like me, not just me, other people who had other breeds bred in. And so I wanted to create room for those dogs to be allowed, and especially since we didn't understand how wide the gene pool was. There was no knowledge of that. And so we created that allowance. But we never specified if it was genetic or by pedigree. Now, if it's by pedigree, it's very clear and distinct. It's on the papers. You have two parents. If one is a different breed, the offspring is one of this and one of this. It's half. And then you can trace that. And you're always going to have neat halves, quarters, eighths, sixteenths, and so forth. But with genetics, the genes are assigned randomly, and so you can have a bit of a spectrum. Take this dog, for example. Her name is Gothic. She's from my last litter. By pedigree, she's 1/4 Dogo Argentino, but genetically, she's 1/3, which means, long story short, when the egg that created her was choosing which genes to have, it chose a little bit more Dogo than other things. And we would expect some of her siblings to have less than 1/4 Dogo. And genetically, you would average about 1/4. But we never specified that in the bylaws. And so, about a year ago, JD started pushing heavily for specifying within the bylaws how we define that. And he insisted on using pedigrees. I pushed for genetics and pedigrees. That makes the most sense because you could lie on a genetic test and you can paper hang, but it's a little bit more challenging to do both versus one or the other. But JD insists heavily. He fought really hard to make it so that it's only by pedigree. And now we can see why. Because he has this dog who he knows is only half Panther, and he's telling people that it's full Panther because by our own rules, he technically is full Panther because the papers say so. But the legitimacy of the breed is now questioned because we're saying that this dog, who's not a Canis Panther, is legitimate because the papers say so. And if the papers say it, and that's law, but if the papers are wrong, then the legitimacy of the club and the breed as a whole are questionable at best. And now there's all these dogs. And this gets me angry too, because my male Panther, Heisenberg, came from Klaus. Now, this was way before JD was in the picture. Heisenberg existed before I even knew JD existed. But since those papers are falsified, that means that I don't have a Panther male. I have a 3/4 Panther male who is paper hanged. And that means that I've been lying to the public, not knowingly, of course. But there's the caveat. Is every dog descended from Klaus is not a Panther, it's a Panther mix. Until those dogs get back to purebred Panthers. But many of these dogs are not, and why is that?
The reason is because JD has also set up a situation where there is heavy inbreeding and line breeding in the dogs he's associated with. Now, line breeding is nothing new. The Canis Panther was built on line breeding, as you've seen earlier in this documentary. And most breeds do have line breeding. It's a solid way to get consistency in what you're trying to produce. And if you want a predictable temperament, which is something you want with a working dog or a protection dog, then you need to have some line breeding. However, JD has facilitated an inbreeding litter between Klaus's son, Spartan, and Klaus's daughter, Hella, aka Sticky. Her new name is Sticky. She was rehomed to a Swedish owner. JD owns no Canis Panthers. All the dogs he comes into contact with are co-owned. He's the facilitator, and I think the best way to word this is, like Gypsy said, he wants to be the middleman. He is coordinating all of these different breedings. But we know, as a matter of record, that he's been planning this specific coordination for a while. And the purpose for this breeding is tenuous at best, because his intent is to lock in the Klaus genetics. But why is he so obsessed with Klaus? Klaus doesn't have any significant accomplishments under his belt. He's a good-looking dog. He's well-behaved. He performs as a panther should perform. But to overemphasize Klaus would be like to overemphasize Morocho in the Dogo Argentino community. If you know anything about the Dogo, you probably heard of Morocho. He saved 2 little girls by fighting a mountain lion. But if you know Dogos, you know that Morocho did the bare minimum of what a Dogo should do. So to emphasize Klaus for doing the bare minimum is questionable. I believe this is a matter of simply JD being able to get breeding rights and exclusivity rights to Klaus and to his future from the time that those agreements happened. The Swedish owner is now stuck with this litter, who at the time that I'm filming this breeding just happened a few days ago, like a week or 2 ago. She has now bred her dog to her brother, and at the same time purchased their half-brother. These dogs are forming the foundation of what her breeding is going to be, what her kennel is going to be about. And JD is also on record with this. These dogs are going to be the start of the European Panther line. This is his grand plan, this is his grand ambition, is to use an inbred litter to start the Canis Panther in Europe. And not just use the inbred litter, but to continue mixing in an uncle of those puppies. The inbreeding is going to be very high, and JD will face no consequences because he doesn't own the dogs. They're not in his yard, he's not doing the work, he's not whelping them. Cropping and docking are illegal in Sweden, so these dogs are not even going to look the way you would expect a panther puppy to look. So Jennifer is going to be stuck footing the bill, doing the labor, being stuck with the puppies that nobody wants because they're inbred, and JD gets off scot-free. And I think that's part of the strategy, is that JD he's making investments, he's making coordinations, so that his input of labor is minimized. His exposure to upfront costs is minimized. He doesn't have to do x-rays on puppies. He doesn't have to do any of these things. He's got all these people who he's doing plannings for, and then he gets a cut of the cost. I'm guessing. I don't know if he actually gets a cut from these litters, but I'd be surprised if he didn't. But we can tell that he actually doesn't want to be a breeder because 1, he doesn't understand breeding, and 2, he still doesn't own any Canis Panthers. He's been involved in the breed since 2019, so he's had 4 years. He's got 2 dogs, both of them rehomed. The female was rehomed as soon as she had puppies. He's told people that he has a female-only policy, where he doesn't keep males because the male is only useful for 20 minutes of his entire life.
Hello there.
And then he rehomes a female immediately after she whelps a litter, which tells us that his beliefs of the male's usefulness also extends to the female's usefulness.
You know, I think he's a drunk. Because, I mean, how many times have I talked to him? At least 2 or 3 of those times, he sounded like he's been plastered. Which is fine, I don't have a problem. If he wants to do that, that's on him. But if he's making business calls to me while he's drunk, and there was that one call, I don't think I recorded it, but he was like, hey, look, listen, anybody to trust you or anything like that if, from his perspective, he should, but he's, I hate talking about people behind their backs, but, well, unless they deserve it, and he is a nice guy, so it makes me feel bad, but he's, I really believe, too dumb, legitimately too low IQ to understand the value of a relationship with us beyond his momentary gain. When we went to find puppy from him, he saw a dollar sign. That's what he wanted. That's what he got. That's it. He's not trying to give us a value or anything. The good thing, though, about that is that he's probably being consistent. Everybody got a dog, everybody spent some money. The bad news, though, is that, like, if we donated test kits and we spent all this time and we promoted him and we made connections for him to get puppies, then he should at least be trying to give something back besides lies. You know what I mean? And I just don't think he comprehends that that's an option to him.
Yes, I said those things. And I have to address why I was angry enough to say those things. Tim was trying to place these puppies at 5 weeks old. I got Saxon at 6.5. The health certificate that she came with was handwritten on a crumpled up piece of paper. JD and I agreed to get a puppy each and they would be shipped to his house.
Just got off the phone with Michael from the transport. Apparently, Black Puppy has snot running out his nose that he was a little concerned with. That's great to fucking hear. Hey man, at the vet, 6.2 pounds, both of them exact same weight. They've got an upper respiratory infection, so they're getting antibiotics.
And I went to his house to pick up Saxon. One of her ears was bitten off. And I didn't think much of it at the time. I thought it was just a puppy run. But you can see in this video that she has a weird slight limp on the back left leg. A couple months later, this same leg needed surgery. It needed an FHO because the hip had torn completely free from the socket and the femoral head had broken off of the femur. Then, per our verbal agreement, I kept asking Tim about my papers and JD's papers. We had both been under the impression, based on what Tim was telling me, that I was going to get a birth certificate with each puppy and we were going to get pedigrees. We were going to get pedigrees that traced back to the original dogs and we could see that. But every week Tim would say, I promise you, Taylor, next week you're going to get your papers. I promise you, next week you're going to get your papers. And then next week would roll around. Hey Tim, how are you? Where are my papers? You know, every week. And then every week it was a different reason. Apparently at one point, all the records were in their mother's house, which burned down. All the records were gone. But the DRA also had records. So they were working with the DRA to get those records. Now at the same time that this is happening, Kristen had gotten Viper from me. She was able to register Viper with the DRA as a Canis Panther with no issues. Now, caveat, Viper's only 3/4 Canis Panther, but she was still able to get the registration with no problems. The people at the DRA were not giving her any issues, but Tim at the same time was telling me we're having a lot of issues. And why is it that on my birth certificate, for my dog from Tim, we can see that her parents were registered back to back, and she was registered just 12 dogs later. And remember, it took me over a year to get this birth certificate, but the paperwork says that it was registered in 2022, just a few months after my dog was born. And this went on for a year. Now, I said those things mostly after the first month. I didn't say those things recently, which is, now it's been about almost a year and a quarter. I haven't said those things since, because I have gotten to know Tim, and I do like him, but this is why I was angry. And on top of that, we had crowdsourced donating MBART test kits together so that Tim could get some ancestry on these dogs. We could look at the breed composition, we could look at the health tests, we could see some things about the dogs that wouldn't necessarily be apparent. And Tim did get some test results for us. We were able to test Blueberry and Diablo. Diablo is his stud, his Canis Panther stud, who tests as a pure Great Dane, but you can see that that's not entirely true. And then Blueberry, who has French Bulldog in her. Now, on the face of it, Embark isn't necessarily totally trustworthy, right? We have many cases where Embark has tested a certain thing and demonstrated it as something else. But 2 of the 4 test kits we sent for his 2 main bitches disappeared. One of them disappeared in transit, and the other one didn't have enough DNA on it. So, we sent 2 more test kits. We sent those after Tim found out that we know that there's French Bulldog in Blueberry. After this, it took a long time for the tests to get done, and then Tim says that the mailman, his mailman, was a crackhead, and his crackhead mailman must have misplaced these tests. So, Embark is not the most reliable, but under the conditions, we have to wonder if Tim was insecure about the ancestry in the dogs. And as we know from Saxon and Samson and others, that there is Presa Canario and Cane Corso and possibly Neapolitan Mastiff in his Canis Panthers, which by JD's rules would make them not Canis Panthers. And by most people who follow the Gypsy model of what a Canis Panther is would also argue that these are not Canis Panthers. At least, partially not Canis Panthers, correct? Now this brings me to Samson. Samson is a dog that JD got. Tim said that he had several accident litters at once. His stud Diablo had gotten to his Presa Canario bitch and to his 2 Panther bitches. So he had 3 accident litters all at once. And this was something else adding to the stress of the situation that was making JD and I angry. Now, JD got Samson from one of those litters, and I got Saxon from one of those litters. It seems as though they're half-siblings on Diablo's side. When I went to JD's house to pick up Saxon, Samson was in perfectly good health. So, Samson left Tim's house, apparently in good health. And if the health certificate is to be believed, he was healthy when he left. He was healthy when he arrived at JD's house. He was apparently healthy when he left JD's house. He then went to Sarika for some training. He seemed to be fine at Sarika's house. Then he went to live with Kyla Gabriel. Under Kyla's tutelage, this dog's feet began to deform. Thousands of dollars were invested in this dog to try and diagnose the issue, and he was misdiagnosed several times. One is hip dysplasia, one is lux patella, and a major speculation that there was too much protein in this dog's food. However, he had other health issues. They seem to be endocrinal in nature, and this would explain the rapid growth symptomology we're seeing in Samson's feet. However, mere protein in the diet doesn't explain some of the other health issues alleged with this dog. Then he left Kyla's care and went to his home with Christian. Since he's been with Christian, he's been healing. All of the health issues have been gone. So we have a dog who's been healthy, gets to a certain home, becomes unhealthy, leaves that home, and becomes healthy again. The timing is suspicious. Now, since this has happened, JD has completely washed his hands of Samson. Samson's current owner, Christian, has taken him to UC Davis for a full health assessment. And even UC Davis can't seem to identify a current health issue that would cause the symptoms we were seeing previously. So you have to wonder about the timing. We can see from the screenshot here that he acknowledges that a bred-in lineage can be bred out. But he's probably only acknowledging that because this is a breeding that he wanted. He wanted to breed with Aries farm-bred dogs. Here he's talking about making his dogs more proven than any Canis Panther has ever been known to be before. But you'll notice he doesn't mention Ruby. He doesn't mention the accomplishments of those that came before him. Here you can see he's openly discussing his plans to breed with a dog, but he won't share who the dog is until he's reached a certain agreement with that dog. Now, That doesn't really bother me, but he makes a point of criticizing other people for not being open with their plans, for not being transparent. He says several times publicly that he is all about transparency, yet we see in his actions that this is not something that he represents. We can also see from the screenshot that he's breeding a dog that has a known disease. He acknowledges that the breeding is going to raise some eyebrows, which is really interesting because he's criticizing me for doing the same thing, but he'll justify his own breeding practices because to him, he chose the breeding, therefore, the problems with the breeding can be explained away, they can be adjusted. But if other people are doing that, then it doesn't make any sense. You're not allowed to do that because you're not JD. Something insanely ridiculous to me is JD emphasizes heavily that the founding dogs should be the benchmark for what a Canis Panther is. If you breed in founding dogs, and this is something I agreed with, if you breed in founding dogs, dog breeds, if you breed in something else, it's no longer a Canis Panther. It is a mix, and then you need to breed it back to founding stock. Not just founding breeds, but actual established Canis Panthers. However, in this screenshot, he's talking about diluting the original founding dogs. How does that work? You'll notice a common theme here as well is that JD loves Klaus. He loves to breed off of Klaus. He loves to breed Klaus's dogs. But me breeding a Klaus dog, Heisenberg, who is a good dog, he's well established, he's strong, is not okay. Heisenberg is overrepresented in the Canis Panther community, and every gene he offers can be found in his brothers or his father, yet he's overrepresented. Why is he overrepresented? It's because his brothers and his father also keep getting bred. And keep in mind, in order for Heisenberg to have the diseases that JD is critical of, he had to get those from somewhere, and since he's homozygous, that means some of them came from his father, who keeps getting bred by JD. JD also says that creating Canis Panther outcrosses are stepping stones to creating something better. But anybody in the space who's creating outcrosses gets criticized by JD, unless it's JD or one of his affiliates. Here we have a screenshot of JD saying that we should be keeping an eye on Jenna because she has a clear goal of what she wants, but she has no breeding experience. Yet, JD only has one litter of dogs that he's ever bred.
Bruh.
He barely has any breeding experience. But he doesn't take kindly to criticism. So it begs the question, why are we keeping an eye on other people for their lack of experience but not you? He says that the father of the Run Amok litter has health issues, but he, one, doesn't list them, and two, happily ignores the issues with Klaus. Speaking of somebody who doesn't have breeding experience, he says that choosing a field-bred lab is the worst choice for bringing Labrador into the Canis Panther, which is fundamentally not true. Field-bred labs are working labs. That's where the flexibility of the working ability of the Labrador comes from. These are dogs that are sturdier, they're healthier, they have more cold tolerance, they have greater intelligence, they're more flexible, and they're more sturdy in the mind. That's what you want in a protection dog, not some random pet Labrador from who knows whose backyard. Here he's correcting me on my breeding choices because the female I used is full of diseases, but he doesn't correctly name the diseases she has. She only carries HUU, not von Willebrand's. And he does admit fault here. But he's still telling me that I shouldn't be breeding Emma because she has nothing to offer. Yet, keep in mind, Emma's 105 pounds. The average Klaus line Canis Panther is about 75 pounds. He says that it's a question about whether or not my goals align with the CPCA's stated goals. The CPCA's stated goals, I would know because I helped write them, was to create healthy Canis Panthers. My breeding practices have been in line with that since the beginning, even if I'm bringing in outside breeds. My practices and my statements have always been to breed out that foreign content. But with such narrow gene pools and so many diseases and with so much overrepresentation from Klaus, we have to consider that other people are doing what they want to do, and that's creating problems like overrepresentation from a stud. And so bringing in some outside breeds is going to be okay. If the practices later down the road adjust for that, then that's fine. There is no long-term issue by me bringing in one outside dog from one outside breed. He tells me that I should start over with clean dogs, but remember, he's heavily breeding off of Klaus, and he's inbreeding his dogs. So why are you telling me that I should start over? This screenshot is from an email that JD sent out on behalf of his kennel. In this email, he's criticizing the father of the litter as an unknown factor. And he says that the puppy should not be relied upon as protection dogs because of this unknown factor. He has completely ignored the concept of assessing puppies individually and is solely going based on the lineage, which, if you're a good breeder, if you're a knowledgeable person with dogs, you would know that the lineage isn't the only factor. You have to judge individual puppies, especially where he says they're likely to have similar instincts. Why would you completely negate an entire litter of potential workers just because the father's an unknown factor to you? Assess the dogs individually, do the work like a good breeder, like a good trainer, like you claim to be. He also says in this email that if for any reason he believes that the puppies may end up in a shelter, then he's going to post it in the group to help them find homes. Yet, did he do that for shade? No, he didn't. So we know that this probably was not going to happen. Now, this was a really funny situation here. So, I saw a post with this lady asking for a service dog. And so I messaged her privately, and I said, there are no breeders in the Canis Panther space right now who are consistently producing service dog Canis Panthers. This is an objectively true statement. There is nobody in the Canis Panther space consistently producing service dogs. Klaus has produced a few dogs that have become service dogs, as we discussed a few minutes ago. JD was not part of that. And if the litter he created has had a few service dogs in it, then that's happenstance. It's one litter. It's not consistent. That was the key. So I recommended her to go to a breeder of another breed. I suggested Doberman, but you can go anywhere. There's tons of people who are consistently producing service dogs, but even if you go back like a dozen generations, it's still hard to consistently produce service dogs from established service dog lines. And the more complicated the service dog task, the more difficult it is to get that consistency. JD became infuriated that I had the audacity to go behind his back and tell his customer that she should go somewhere else. This was never meant to be a stab at JD. I was never meant to be that. I had a dog that needed a home at the time, and so I suggested him, and when I found out more about the situation, I was like, okay, I see that you are in serious need of a high-quality service dog. The puppy I have cannot do that for you, but there's nobody in the Canis Panther space who's going to be able to provide that for you as a guarantee. So you should improve your odds by going to an established breeder who consistently produces service dogs. Allegedly, 10% of the dogs that Klaus has produced have become service dogs. But out of 30 puppies, that's not a large sample size. And even so, those are dogs that Klaus produced, JD. These are not dogs that you produced. You are not consistently creating service dogs. JD boasts that he, at least at this time, that he had a waiting list of 150 people. It's not going to matter if he loses one person. I don't understand why you claim to care about the breed, you claim to care about your customers, but you get mad when I tell this person, and you say right here, they could easily be waiting 4 years. This woman is in desperate need of a service dog. Why would you help her wait 4 years when she can go get a good Labrador or a good Golden Retriever who can do the work just as easily for her now? It's because you're fucking greedy. That's why. Because you don't actually care about the customer. You don't actually care about the people. You don't care about the dogs. You don't care about anything except keeping your wait list as big as possible because that translates to dollar signs for you. And on the same note, this argument is what started the whole vote of removing me from the club that I helped build, by the way. The bylaws, Kristen and I wrote those. JD helped a little bit. The breed standard that the club is currently using, Kristen and I wrote that. But anyway, JD says that he doesn't care what my idea was, that I was asked to quote-unquote lead an effort. That's not true. When we talked about creating the documentary, I proposed the idea because I've always wanted to make a documentary about this breed, and that's what I'm doing now, with or without JD.
And we should do like a full feature-length documentary about the Canis Panther. What do you think about that?
And over time, he's changed his idea of that conversation to I was asked to lead a project. No, you've never asked me to lead anything. When it came to the subcommittees, I volunteered several times for several different positions. And every time you shot me down. You never asked me to lead anything because you don't want me involved. You never have. So to say that I was asked to lead the documentary effort is complete nonsense. And this became a whole different discussion because I had done all the interviews for this documentary. I had done all the work. And my idea was I was going to make the documentary and then I was going to propose it to the group and then we can make changes. But JD's talking about some middle management nonsense about getting everybody's fingers in the pie and then, everybody's going, oh no, I want to do something. Altering, like, if you've ever run a business, if you've ever run anything, you know that this is an inefficient way to do things. Now you can make that work, obviously, but it's not as efficient, which we know JD cares about efficiency based on his practices with his dogs. For the documentary, he said that for years he was asking me for updates. That's not true. We only began discussing a documentary in late 2022, like at the end of the year. And then I was asked over the course of several months for updates. And it took probably 3 months for those questions to even begin. I love this message right here. JD's telling me that you should never take an F1 to anything but back to pure stock. Because if you take an F1 and breed it to something else and you create an F2 or an F1B or whatever, you just lose all connection to the breeds. You just lose all connection to your founding stock. This message has always fascinated me. He says you do not breed an F1 outside again. But it's like, if I breed a Canis Panther to a German Shepherd, and then to a Chihuahua, and then to a Chow, and then to a Kangal, and then to a Tie Ridgeback, and then to a Boston Terrier, and then to a Yag Terrier, and just whatever the hell I want, to the point that there's no Canis Panther content left. If I breed that to a Canis Panther, those puppies immediately go back to 50% Canis Panther. And then if I breed those to a Canis Panther, those go up to 75% on average. So it's common sense. If you breed in another breed, there's no connection to Canis Panther at all to begin with. But every time you do that, if you breed those puppies back, it doesn't matter how little the Canis Panther content was to begin with your dog that you're referencing for this thought experiment. Whether you're referencing the German Shepherd parent or the German Shepherd Panther outcross, you're still going to be able to match that to a Canis Panther and increase the Canis Panther content. So if I have a dog that's on average 2% Canis Panther and I breed that to a Canis Panther, now we have 51%. That's a majority. You still have a majority even though that your outcross was like 7 or 8 generations removed. So to say that you don't breed an F1 outside because you lose connection is a very bizarre argument to make, which we know logically is not true. Viper is a great example. She looks like a Canis Panther, but she's a quarter dogo. Remember, 7/8 counts as purebred, 6/8 does not. 6/8 is 3/4. So she's 1/8 off from being purebred. But she has enough dogo that we wouldn't count her as a Canis Panther. But if we use JD's logic here, she's lost all connection to the dogo. But she can't lose all connection to the dogo if she's still too much dogo to count as a Canis Panther. You see what I'm saying? So the logical gymnastics here is just hilarious to me. He says that these puppies can barely be considered Canis Panther mixes anymore. They're a quarter Canis Panther! Like, that's like saying Viper can barely be called a Dogo mix because she's only a quarter. Like, it's still there. It's still a significant proportion. I also love that he's like, you had every opportunity to reach out to us to use a purebred Canis Panther. Yeah, and I could have reached out to Tim or to Gypsy. Why are you insisting that I reach out to you specifically? Oh, that's right, because Klaus Lion is everything. But I shouldn't have to remind you that Klaus isn't even a Canis Panther. He's half pit bull. Here he's talking about breeding down the Rock of Ages content because he wants to breed in higher quality dogs than the Rock of Ages baseline dogs. So, we've established that you revere the original Canis Panthers to the point that any kind of a cross doesn't count as a Canis Panther unless it's 7/8 founding dogs, aka 7/8 Rock of Ages. And I'm not going to include Tim's dogs in this discussion because this screenshot comes from before that time, and JD has also said that his dogs shouldn't count as Canis Panthers, at least completely. He venerates the Rock of Ages dogs, the founding dogs, but he also wants to dilute them by bringing in quote-unquote higher quality dogs than the baseline dogs. So he's telling us that the founding dogs are not good enough, that they need to be outcrossed. But he's also telling us the founding dogs are too high quality to consider anything else as a Canis Panther. Here JD is expressing a surprising amount of comprehension of genetic mechanisms. He's saying that taking the hybrids to each other technically risks increasing the outside breeds if both exist in each dog. And this is true, just like with the Gothic example. The Dogo content is proportionally higher than it should be based on the pedigree. So, based on random selection, if you bred her to another dog, she could produce puppies with up to the 33% Dogo that she carries. It's unlikely, but it could happen. And so that's where we get technically this could increase the risk. Now, keep that in mind because remember, Klaus is half pit bull. All of JD's dogs are half Klaus, meaning that they're a quarter pit bull. And so they, by our rules, should have been counted and should still be counted as not Canis Panthers, but Canis Panther mixes. And when they're being inbred together, we're doing the same thing. We are technically increasing the risk of increasing the non-Canis Panther components, which the American Pit Bull Terrier was an ingredient to the Canis Panther, but remember, if we breed in a founding dog to an established Canis Panther, those are not new Canis Panthers, those are Canis Panther mixes. Here he's talking about Klaus being paired with Angel. Klaus was chosen to offset Angel's shortcomings. And on paper, this is a really good idea. When you're breeding, the goal isn't to create the perfect dog. The goal is to constantly be pursuing a higher quality dog. And so you want to mix and match dogs based on their strengths and weaknesses. If you have a dog with a good rear and a dog with a good front, and they have the opposite, then you would breed them together, and ideally, you would get at least 1 or 2 puppies out of those dogs that have a good rear and a good front in the same animal. But remember, the Klaus Angel litter is now being inbred. JD has chosen to inbreed these off of each other, which is going to re-emphasize the good and the bad from both parents, because that's what happens when you inbreed. And by the way, what bad qualities did Angel have? Here JD is talking about Rock of Ages kennel going in their own direction in a big way by bringing in Labrador. But as we know from Tim's interview, Labrador was brought in from the very beginning. So JD's telling people that he's an expert in the breed, he's telling people that he's an expert in the space, and he's talking as if he's an expert here and judging Rock of Ages, but he's not knowing the facts, which he should know by now with the documentary. But these messages at the time we didn't know, and he was speculating here, but he was speaking as if he was speaking from a place of authority, which he was not. But at the same time, he's also mentioning that Tim's dogs are not pure. And so that begs the question, are they Canis Panthers? Me personally, as I discussed earlier, I think that there should be an exception made for Gypsy's dogs and for Tim's dogs. They both come from Scorpio. You know, they're both unique. They both offer something a little bit different, but they have a lot of overlap. So they both represent a distinct component of something that Scorpio had designed. But JD's saying, he's acknowledging that Tim's dogs have things in them that do not come from the original Canis Panther. And so how can you criticize Gypsy for doing something wrong by bringing in Labrador, quote unquote, but not at the same time criticize Tim for bringing in Presa Canario and Cane Corso? Especially when Tim's dogs are so heavy in Dane that his main stud right now tests as a pure Great Dane. We can't judge a deviation and then ignore other significant deviations. This was funny because JD was speculating that since Rock of Ages got a pit bull, they were planning on increasing the American Pit Bull Terrier content, which he thought was because Gypsy thought our dogs looked really good. And so he concluded that it was the pit bull content, so he was upping the pit bull content. And having no knowledge of what Gypsy's intent with this dog was, began rampantly speculating that he was going to breed in that pit bull to the Canis Panthers, who would then acquire this dog's white patches, which would then justify JD breeding in Brindle later. Here, I want it as a matter of record that JD said he doesn't want to use my dogs because he doesn't want extra breeds. And that's fine. I'm not critical of that. But he made an exception for Tim's dogs, who have Presa Canario and Cane Corso, which is a pretty strong deviation from the founding breeds. I love this message too. He's like, historically you have shown zero interest in using or acquiring dogs from the rest of us. This is breeding 101. What's breeding 101? Getting a dog from you? Getting a dog that's overrepresented, has the same diseases and the same genetics as the dog that I already have, who is from Klaus? Why would I keep dipping into the same pool? And keep in mind, Heisenberg's been bred twice. I have Bell and Atlas from him. They're not getting bred. So as far as Heisenberg's reproductive potential, it's exclusively coming from one litter, which is Chiron, Jaho, and Viper. JD says that this is way too prevalent, but he'll keep breeding Klaus, he'll keep breeding Spartan, he'll keep breeding all these other dogs that come from the same gene pool. He says that nobody trusts me, and we found this out months ago, but nobody said anything about that. If you didn't trust me months ago, then why were you entrusting me to lead the documentary? He says he doesn't believe in my program, but he does believe in and support Brett's program. And Brett's doing almost the same thing as me. He's got Canis Panther and Dogo Argentino crosses, but he's trying to create his own breed. He has deviated from the Canis Panther, and he said as much. He said that he doesn't want to breed Canis Panthers, even though he does still have access and maybe has plans to breed a few more litters. So how do you believe in Brett's program, who is not breeding Canis Panthers, not breeding towards Canis Panthers? He's creating his own breed, and he said as much. But you don't believe in mine, where I'm actively trying to breed out the foreign content. Here he's telling Jenna that inbreeding has its place, and being ignorant to that shows how little she knows. But this is an absolutely ridiculous concept. Line breeding has its place. Inbreeding on occasion can do some good. But having analyzed this matchup, where you have a litter whose mother you don't like, whose mother has alleged dog aggression, whose mother has traits you don't like, and considering the fact that you said that you're choosing this inbreeding litter to concentrate the father's genetics, even though that's not how inbreeding works, tells me that you don't understand when it's appropriate to do inbreeding. Which, it's rare for that to be appropriate to begin with. But your justifications completely show a total disregard for the ethics.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
He also says that he checks everyone. If you own a Canis Panther, You are his business. So keep that in mind. If you have a Canis Panther, he's going to try and investigate you. And here we see the Angel apparently was chosen because she's clear for some genetic markers, and she was bred to Klaus, who has some of those genetic disorders. But we're going to inbreed those puppies because Angel has traits we don't like, and Klaus has diseases we don't want. So we're going to match the puppies of those two together, and somehow that's going to improve things. Which it could. There's a chance that some of these dogs could end up amazing. But statistically speaking, that's not very likely, and that's why inbreeding is stereotyped as so bad, because people know that when you play with that fire, you're very likely to get burned. JD is saying that the last thing we need is HUU finding its way mainstream in the breed. It's already mainstream in the breed. And he's referencing HUU and von Willebrands here. He says that those issues should have been retired, but he's still breeding Klaus, who has von Willebrands. He says that the fact that I argue my choices were good ones bothers him. Here he's talking about how the breed needs a more American Pit Bull Terrier. Why? If the breed's already established, it already has a certain range of American Pit Bull Terrier content. And the breed does fine with that. You're taking a breed that's notorious for dog aggression and you're trying to increase that content in the breed. And you want these dogs to be service dogs. That doesn't make any sense. Why would you want dog aggressive service dogs? Nobody wants that.
Yeah. Uh-huh. I'm a ludicrous.
We have a breed that's both dumb enough and game enough to fight anything with four legs, small enough to get bodied by anything that's actually willing to fight it. It has a reputation that means it and its mixes are either banned or always at risk of being banned. You're going to increase the risk of human bites. And no, I don't think the American Pit Bull Terrier is inherently a bad dog, and I don't think they're inherently aggressive towards humans. However, I do firmly believe that if you cross game drive and human drive, you're going to end up with dogs that have game drive for human. He says that the only Canis Panther that Kristen has ever owned has been tainted by Dogo Argentino blood. Well, let's see what happens when the American Pit Bull Terrier takes on big game. Now, I'm not trying to turn this into a pissing contest. The Dogo Argentino is in every metric superior to the American Pit Bull Terrier, especially in the context of a pet protector. It offers as much pain tolerance, as much drive, and more power. Now, the Dogo Argentino is a large breed, so it can't be used to shrink the Canis Panther. But since Scorpio's Pit Panther projects decades ago, both Gypsy and Tim have increased the size, and they've been breeding for larger Canis Panthers. So I don't think that the community is having a crisis about the size of the dogs needing to be smaller. And of course, I cherry-picked some of those clips for the music videos. And again, I don't think the American Pit Bull Terrier is a bad dog, but I have to show you what happens when you make unscrupulous breeding decisions. If you're irresponsible with your breeding, or if you're irresponsible with your puppy placement. Go back and watch that music video. That golden retriever getting torn up on the sidewalk. All that happened was the dude had a game dog and was walking him down the sidewalk. You can't guarantee that dogs you put in homes aren't going to end up in a similar situation. Everybody likes to walk their dog. How can you guarantee that a dog you create isn't going to be walking down the street, acting normal, and suddenly decide that the other dog is a problem? We have gotten away with American Pit Bull Terrier content in the Canis Panther so far. But we shouldn't press our luck. The XL Bully got away with it for a long time, and now look what happened in the UK. And not to mention, if you change the breed ratios, you're changing the breed. The American Pit Bull Terrier was never meant to be a heavy amount of the breed anyway, even though JD claims that that's what it is. Which is like, what? Who told you that? You look at all the dogs' ancestries, American Pit Bull Terrier is a small portion of all of them, except the Klaus line. Very interesting. It's almost like JD took Klaus and superseded his idea of what a Canis Panther is with Klaus specifically, even though Klaus is half American Pit Bull Terrier. So JD's idea of what a Panther is has been bastardized by the American Pit Bull Terrier. Here's a list of planned breedings that JD has organized. These are the dogs descended from Klaus. Here we had an argument in the bylaws about when to close the stud books. Originally, we were going to make some sort of a timeline, and with this timeline, we would have a set goal for approximately when we would close the stud books, and I felt that it would be a good idea to have that timeline based on kind of the breed trend, the gene pools we're working with at the time, etc. So we didn't have a chronological time frame so much as an event time frame, right? If most of the dogs are breeding true, then we can start to look at the concept of closing the stud books. But then JD went and changed the wording because he wanted to make it so that we could not close the stud books until every Canis Panther tested genetically as not having outside breeds. And obviously this is very alarming because it means any dog from Tim that has Presa Canario or Cane Corso in it, any dog from me that has, or Brett that has Dogo Argentino in it, any dog from Run Amok, which those are not Canis Panthers, but some of them are being bred to actual Canis Panthers, any dog from those lineages with Dog de Bordeaux would not be included. So theoretically, when that time comes, the stud book would be closed, and then all those dogs would have to be excluded. But JD was like, I think he was being sly, but he said that what we would do is we would simply never close the stud book until every registered dog was showing 0 non-founding breed genetics, which would be virtually impossible. So either he's playing some kind of game to get rid of certain people's lineages, or he's trying to keep the stud books open forever for some other purpose. But he's been pretty clear that he doesn't like non-founding breeds, so I'm not entirely sure what the point of all this is.
Like, honestly, from my perspective, I could give a shit less if I get the papers, as long as I know the fucking names, because DRA is as much bullshit as anything else that we're aware of, so I'll make my own damn pedigree certificates. I've got the software. I just need the fucking names. Names and birth dates would be great, but at the very least, names of the specific dogs that I put in that list. Like, if I got those names, then I can at least, when Samson is bred, have a 3-generation pedigree, CPCA pedigree. That's all I need. And seriously, like, if he was sending the papers, then those names were going to be on the papers anyway, in theory. And so there's nothing for him to be hiding by not giving us the names. Like, that information was going to be on that fucking paperwork anyway. If you didn't go through the process with DRA to get this all done, and you're just shitting around, fucking around with us until we give up, like, save me the fucking hassle and just tell me what the names are. Don't send me the paper. Whatever. Just tell me the names. Or don't tell me you don't know the names of these dogs that you created. Like, Diablo's grandparents supposedly came from you. Missy's parents and grandparents supposedly came from you. You should have names for these dogs. For all I care right now, fucking make them up. Just give me names.
In this voice message, JD says that he's okay with making up names. And as we know, Klaus is paper hanged, so him saying this doesn't really surprise me, though he does say that he was just venting. However, the fact that he took my voice messages from the same conversation, talking bad about Tim, and sent them to Tim as a sort of weapon, implies that he doesn't acknowledge that I was also venting, which means either he's just being selective, morally speaking, or he also doesn't recognize his own venting in this video, which has some really interesting implications, and I tend to believe that more than the alternative, because he is paper hanging with Klaus, and he is lying about Klaus's genetics. So if somebody of authority were to make up names for him, I feel like he would just go with that. JD recently made this graph showing the Canis Panther Club of America, the dogs that it has access to for breeding. And as you can see, there's not a lot going on here. But he still insists on inbreeding and line breeding off of Klaus, which kind of makes sense if you want to establish the quote-unquote Klaus line, right? However, to offset that inbreeding, you're going to have to outcross. And he doesn't like non-founding breeds, but he is okay with mass outcrossing. Here JD is lecturing me that you don't hold things in your back pocket for a rainy day, which is interesting because that's exactly what you were doing for a year when you were waiting to use my voice messages about Tim against me. JD says that we should be informed ASAP of accusations against us. However, he has said several times that accusations against me have been building up for months, but nobody brought it to my attention. Now, this was in regards to the documentary. I wanted to interview him, and I wanted to interview him specifically, but he didn't want to interview because he wanted to be able to listen. He wanted me to send him the audio files for Tim's interviews and for Gypsy's interviews. He wanted to listen to everybody's interviews before he got interviewed. And when I wouldn't allow that, he started getting angry. And this is where we have this flashpoint here. And part of the reason why I had this set up where nobody was listening to anybody else's interviews, nobody got a list of questions first, it was all impromptu. Nobody else complained about it. But JD did complain about it. He had a problem. And and then he started getting really upset when he found out that there were accusations against him. Some of those coming from me. However, during his interview, it wasn't gonna be this like slam JD thing, because that's what we're doing now. And I don't need him here for that. What I wanted to do was interview the people who were major players in this space, which is Gypsy, Tim, myself, and JD. Remember, I helped build this club before most of these people were in here. I helped write the bylaws, I helped write the breed standard, Kristen and I did most of that together, and then JD helped a little bit on the side. Instead of encouraging me or letting me or asking me to spearhead anything, he's nominating Kyla for 2 offices simultaneously, and then everybody else has a job except me. And the question, of course, is rhetorical. I think I know the answer. The answer is because JD sees me as a threat. Now, maybe that's hyperbolic. Maybe I'm putting too much stock into my own value. But there's a pattern of behavior here that seems to indicate JD dislikes me. It's just plain and simple. But why would he dislike me? I've been loyal until recently. I've been productive. I've been helpful to the club. I've been extremely helpful to the breed. My knowledge has been helpful, integral to the development of this club. Yet when I want to help more, I get sidelined. The only logical explanation I can think of is that he doesn't want me involved because I'm too involved, in his opinion. Also, look at the heavy reliance on Bernard. You're going to see this come up more often. Bernard is JD's friend. Let's put it like that. Anytime we needed somebody who was supposed to be unbiased, JD would nominate Bernard for that task because he looks like an unbiased person. But we have JD on record saying that Bernard's gonna do what JD says.
Honestly, I have no intention of doing business with Tim moving forward. I feel like that's your opinion too. I know that's my opinion, and Bernard's gonna follow my lead, so.
So why should we support Bernard for the unbiased positions when you know he's going to do what you say. This was a really funny message from JD because he was telling me to let other people know that I was expelled from the board by a unanimous vote. But the vote wasn't complete yet. When I was removed from the group, I was actually removed from, so we had two chats. Well, I mean, we had quite a few, but the two main chats. We had the archive chat, which was our old group chat, and then we had our primary current chat. JD had removed me from the archive chat an hour before the vote was completed. So he was going to get rid of me whether there was a vote or not. And maybe he knew the way the vote was going to go. But still, you don't do things until the vote is actually in. This was a really annoying issue that came up probably in the last 6 to 8 months that I was in the club. We had been operating as a club for several years at this point. We were calling votes, we were voting people in, we were voting people out, we were operating as a club pretty much in every way except monetarily. There was no money coming in or out. It was just working together on projects and stuff like that. But when it suited JD's interests, he suddenly decided the club hadn't been started yet. The club is not active, it's not official. We're still waiting. We're still waiting for that. We should wait until the website. Then we'll be official. Now you see here, most of the time, people don't actually care what JD says or does in the group. A lot of times, he would be left unread by the majority of the group. And then the one person interacting was usually me, and I often disagreed with him, so that made him uncomfortable. Maybe that's why he hates me. I don't know. This was my play of the game right here. Nobody wanted to be treasurer, and I knew JD would not want me to be the treasurer. But it's some extra responsibility, and I thought it'd be good resume fodder or something, right? So I volunteered for it. But I knew shenanigans were afoot. And Laura had actually been previously nominated. Before nominations were official, several people were like, oh, I think Laura would be a good idea as treasurer because she owns her own business, she's doing her own thing, and she has the experience to do that. Nomination for treasurer came up several times. Nobody volunteered. I think it was Jeff. Jeff got nominated for treasurer, and he declined. Laura could have stepped up then, and she did not. So I was like, okay, it's time to play. I volunteer for treasurer. Immediately, within like 5 minutes, Laura's volunteering for treasurer. And knowing that she didn't actually want to be treasurer, I abdicated my position immediately. So basically, they would either have to reveal that they were only doing it because I did it, or they would have to suck it up and stay in the job that they wanted to run for. So now, Laura's stuck being the treasurer of a club that she doesn't want to be the treasurer of. Sorry, Laura. Then further with the interview things, I even offered him on my last day in that group, when he was yelling and blah, blah, blah. I said, I'll interview you this Saturday when I have time. When I'm not working, I'll interview you. I offered him an interview, impromptu, set aside anything that I had planned that Saturday, and he could find out all the accusations against him. He could find out all the questions I was going to ask, and he refused. It had to be right now, right here, on his terms, in front of the group. Why did it have to be in front of the group? Well, you'll see in this discussion that all of them are taking sides with him, and so he's changing the field from what he perceives as an unfair interview of what he probably perceives as against him, right? But an interview of him into, I guess, like me versus a jury, but the jury is with the accused. This is Jennifer. She's the one that's doing the inbreeding litter between the brother and the sister. She asked me how many generations it would take me from where I'm at currently to get back to purebred Canis Panthers. I answered her, and then she corrected my answer to never. NANI? I'm guessing she believes she is intimately aware of my program. But this is nothing against Jennifer, right? This is entirely against JD, because he has been coaching her, he has been teaching her. She is doing all these things with his blessing and under his tutelage. Because she didn't have any involvement in the Canis Panther until she started talking to him. And then he made these arrangements. He saw that she was inexperienced, and he's been taking advantage of her. Jennifer, he set you up for failure. He convinced you to breed a brother and a sister together, and to keep the puppies, and so many ethical concerns with this. You don't even know the magnitude of what you've done. And it's because you let JD convince you that breeding a brother and a sister dog together was a good idea. Not to mention the fact that the mother of these two dogs is allegedly dog aggressive. And the father carries genetic disorders. So we know that inbreeding these two puppies together is really fucking stupid. Just because this is the way I like to run things, when I wrote the bylaws, I specifically included a part that this club will not be for profit. We are not economists. We are not profiteers. This isn't a circus. We're supposed to be here for these dogs. We're supposed to be here for the community. We're supposed to be here for the people that the dogs serve. So I specifically put, we will not work for profit. Now I understand that major clubs tend to have salaried positions. You have to have a salaried position in the AKC because it's such a time-consuming thing to preside over the AKC that it's not worth your time if it's going to be for free. That being said, if it's a club of like 10 people and we barely have any revenue and we don't have events, then having salaries would essentially make us for profit. And so when JD suggested the first round of changes to the bylaws, we agreed, and a couple of years later, and a couple of years later means this year, 2023, JD started proposing changes. One of the first changes he proposed is that we go to salaried positions. And I'm just like, first of all, no. I mean, just me personally, right? I think it should be a volunteer thing. I think if you're serving a community, it should be a volunteer position. You should not be paid. If it's like a government thing, then maybe you should have some security, right? But otherwise, why should you make money to serve? It doesn't make any sense to me. But two, and more importantly, we don't have any revenue as a club. There's no revenue. So if there's no revenue, then how can we have salaries? And why are we this early trying to get to a point where we're making money to pay salaries when we should be working on the dogs, making the breed legitimate, making the breed healthy? You have bigger things to focus on than salaries. Like, you're a grown-up. You should have a job. Here JD is talking about how you can fake genetics, but he's implying that papers can't be hanged, which is mighty interesting knowing that Klaus is paper hanged and he really, really, really likes Klaus. You guys remember a few minutes ago when I told you about how JD got upset that I went behind his back to tell one of his customers that they should go to a different breeder? And remember, that wasn't to get them away from JD, it was to get them with somebody who would be a good service dog. But remember how he got really upset about that. Here's an email from him, from his official kennel email list.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
Here's another email he sent out telling people that he supports purebred and outcrossed Canis Panthers because he supports the betterment of the breed. Yet he doesn't support outcrosses. This was a really funny one. JD has a female-only strategy because a male is only useful for 20 minutes of his life. Here's some more rhetoric about how males are useless. JD may not support random outcrosses, but what he will support is if you're his friend and you have golden doodles, he will share the litter for you. something that was very important to me early on in the bylaws was enumerating certain legal procedures that are fairly standard, and you might even take them for granted. For example, the presumption of innocence. You should be presumed innocent until proven guilty. I specifically put that as like the first line of one of the articles in our bylaws. And the first round of changes that JD recommended was removing that. And then later he argues about certain things like, oh, it's just one sentence, we could leave that in there. Why not leave that? It's such a weird thing to try to remove. In this conversation with Jenna, he basically threatened her and told her that it was going to be rough for her to use the Canis Panther name for her dogs, which currently she does not have Canis Panthers, but she does have some Canis Panther mixes. And she has not been calling them Canis Panthers, but JD is still threatening her. There's also been a lot of debate about the breed content of the Canis Panther. Some people, like JD, and I'm guilty of this myself early on, have complained that the breed or the ancestry of the Canis Panther is inconsistent. Some Canis Panthers have as low as 5% Doberman, some have as much as 41%. As it happens, I happen to have both the low and the high end of that spectrum. Every other dog that I've seen, at least tested with Embark Ancestry, has placed somewhere between those two values. But the breed ancestry proportions don't actually matter, because if you've seen any Canis Panthers, you'll see that they're fairly consistent across the board. You will see a lot of variety in terms of things like eye shape, color, things like that. There are some things that are inconsistent, but that's the struggle that you're going to have when you're trying to have genetic diversity versus breed consistency. You will always have to sacrifice a little bit of one to have some of the other, and you need both to have a functioning breed. And the reason that the breed ancestry proportions don't matter that much is because if, for example, let's say 2% of the entire genome is coming from the Great Dane and is determining structure, and then let's say an additional 3% is coming from the Doberman and it's determining structure. So we have 5% of the genome determining the shape and the build of the breed. If you have a Canis Panther who's like, let's say 80% Labrador, but it still has the 2% from the Dane and the 3% from the Doberman that every Canis Panther has that's determining structure, then every Canis Panther is still going to have the same shape. It's still going to have the same build. And so you can have a breed or a dog that has way more Labrador or way more Great Dane or way more Doberman than the next, but they still look like they're from the same breed, because you're choosing and you're breeding for those specific traits and you're keeping them. Now, the majority of the genome is going to be controlling for things that you don't necessarily see. You know, we're talking about immunology, endocrine system, cardiovascular system, the digestive system, the structure and efficiency of hemoglobin. These are all things that genes control for that you can't see, and you're not going to be breeding for these specific traits unless it's something that you can identify with something like Embark, for example, as a deleterious gene like von Willebrand's. It's a bleeding disorder. If you know the dog has that, you can choose against that. But nobody is making breeding decisions to control every single trait, and you shouldn't be doing that, because the less things you control for in your breeding, the more genetic diversity you're going to have. The stricter your parameters, the more narrow your breeding is going to be, and the higher your homozygosity is going to be. If you have higher homozygosity, that tends to mean higher inbreeding, aka higher rates of disease. It doesn't necessarily guarantee that, but that's the general trend. Now, in the beginning, and even to this day, I have preferred to state that the Canis Panther, you know, if you're still having your outcrossing programs and stuff like that, you ought to have a minimum content for some things. And for example, I always stated that the Doberman, your dog should have a minimum of 30% Doberman. And the reason that I wanted that is because the Doberman has a lot of things that make it special, but that you can't necessarily detect for, at least not easily, things like intelligence. You can't just throw two dogs together and expect it to be intelligent. And so if you mandate a minimum content from the intelligent ancestor, then you're more likely to guarantee that some of that is getting carried along. Even if it's recessive, if it's not very active in this next generation, you can still see it come out later. And so that was kind of my philosophy on that, and I think that may have polluted the ideas of some other people who believed that some dogs, for example, Saxon's a Canis Panther from Tim, she's 75% Great Dane, and then some other dogs are like 20% Great Dane. This huge variety, if you look at just the ancestry composition, it just looks like chaos. These are just mutts that are coming from different breeds and breedings. But if you look at Saxon and you look at another dog like Heisenberg, they both look very similar. You can see Greater Dane influence in one and Greater Doberman influence in the other, but they still look like they could be the same breed. And especially considering the variance between the two lineages that they come from, right? One's coming from Tim, and one's coming from a mixed dog from Rock of Ages. These lines have been isolated for at least 10 to 20 years. Yet they still look similar, and the reason is because those core traits have been selected for the same over and over again. Even though the dogs from Tim, like for example, if you look at Saxon's father, Diablo, he tests as 100% pure Great Dane, yet structurally, he looks fairly similar to Heisenberg. He looks like a Canis Panther, and the reason is because the structural traits have been selected for, despite the ancestry. If you want to imagine this another way, you could, theoretically, breed an American Pit Bull Terrier to, for example, a Poodle, and then you can back cross back to the American Pit Bull Terrier over and over again. But if you keep only breeding the dogs that look like Poodles, then you'll end up with a dog that has a genome remarkably similar to that of an American Pit Bull Terrier, but it has the shape and the fur type of a Poodle because that's the way you selected off of your initial crossbreeding. I had forgotten about this, but apparently my dog Saxon from Tim was supposed to come from his bitch Bambi. However, I ended up getting a dog from Missy. And this is important because it's a segue into some of the other issues we were having initially. Tim did not give me the first dog that was supposed to be mine. He matched me with a female. He's like, this female's got great drive. She's fire. You're going to love her. And so I was like, okay, cool. So I started expecting this dog. And then, you know, like 4 or 5 weeks into it, he's like, I'm giving you a different dog. And I was like, why? And he said, because this other dog he felt was a better match for me. She's more fire. The other dog has, she's not eating right, you know, she's basically gonna be like a pet dog. However, as it turns out, there were only 2 puppies out of all 3 of the litters he had at once that were docked. And it just so happens that the female he had initially matched me with was the only docked female. And that's the female that he ended up keeping out of all of these litters. Now, I'm completely happy with Saxon, so this situation does not bother me. But it is something that some people would consider a red flag and adds to everything else that we were dealing with that made me angry to the point that I was saying those things. Now, I've been working on this documentary since about May of this year, 2023. It is now December, and there have been some interesting developments in the Canis Panther space. It has offered to publicly debate me. as much as I love politics and as much as I love debating and as much as I would love to participate in such an event, his justification was that we stop this mutual trolling. However, none of my people have gone to his page and trolled him. So, no, you don't get to come to our page when we're minding our business and start stirring up shit, and then say, oh, I'll stop if you debate me. We are not having a debate. There is no debate to have. The facts I have presented in this documentary are very clear. You have shown what you are and how you are. I have shown what I am and how I am. And I have interviewed the relevant parties. And if you wanted an opportunity to speak to me directly about these things, you had your chance when I offered to interview you for this documentary. I offered you multiple times, and you refused all those times. Why did you refuse? That's right, it was because I wouldn't give you the interviews that everybody else had. You wanted those interviews before you did your interview, because you wanted to hear what other people were saying, so you could tailor your responses to the audience. That's not fair. That's not appropriate, and it's not good journalism on my part to give you basically to give you an answer sheet. You should have known the answers to the questions before your interview, so you had no reason to need other people's interviews. Another one of these recent developments is a very funny comment from JD, saying that he would like his papers for his dog, Samson. Now, the original deal was that Tim would send the papers to me, and then I would send JD's to him. However, remember that JD has washed his hands of Samson since this. So, I should not be sending any papers to JD, I should be sending them to his owner, and in fact, I did so in September. The fact that JD is bringing this up in December means that either Christian, the owner of Samson, has not communicated this fact to JD, or less interestingly, JD is knowingly misrepresenting the facts to try and make me look bad in a public forum. JD, I should not have to remind you that that is textbook defamation, which is not what I'm doing here, where I am providing evidence with my claims. Something else interesting that happened was that this person had posted pictures of Kyron into the group, and several admins of the group highly praised Kyron. Now, what they didn't know was that Kyron is actually a dog that I produce, who is a 1/4 Dogo Argentino. Keep in mind, this person, Michael, was saying that my dogs are not interesting, they're not exciting, and that I am not doing the right thing by the Canis Panther, yet that's a good-looking boy. So I just find it interesting that the people JD has stacked onto his committees love my dogs when they don't know that they're from me. And in regards to the drama that JD started, that he was saying we should stop this mutual trolling, which is definitely not mutual. The only mutual thing was that a while ago, when JD decided to have an inbred litter but wasn't sharing the information that they were inbred, Kristen took it upon herself to go to the group and share that information with the public. Which is something that they should know. That is good breeding practices to inform your audience, your target demographic, what they're getting. Why would you breed something and then mislead them, calling it a Canis Panther when it's not? It's a pit bull mix, and not telling them that it's inbred. Now, when confronted, JD will justify the breeding. He says that it's done well, and he uses the low COI of the parents as justification. But that's not how COI works. COI is a test of homozygosity in the genetics. If you have twins, and they each have 1% COI, well, their genomes are still identical, and if you move that to, say, fraternal twins, which is essentially what every dog litter is, you have full siblings who might both have low COI individually, but they could still have the same genes as each other. But I digress. Going back to the mutual trolling, JD came to the other page and started stirring up shit, posting that Tim Jones is the only person who has a legacy with the Canis Panther. Tim Jones is the only person who's breeding Canis Panthers. Yet, JD, you have called Tim dumb. You have said you will not work with him. You've said he's about as smart as a doorknob. You're telling people that he's a puppy mill. You're telling people that he keeps dogs in Tupperware and that he has loose dogs roaming around and he's got bullies stacked on top of each other, all in a 900 square foot apartment. You tell people that you were judging Tim exclusively on me, yet in this screenshot, you are telling me that this other person said this thing. So automatically, you're lying out of your mouth, through your teeth, to a public audience, saying exclusively what I told you, yet you've quoted other people and as talking about this. And I never went to Tim's house, so I don't know if it's 900 square feet. I don't know what dogs he has stacked on top of each other, if he does. And now Tim is posting in that group, talking about calling him and asking him questions and all sorts of things. And that's okay. But why is JD bad-mouthing Gypsy so badly? Because, as you heard earlier in this documentary, Gypsy said, first thing he always says, Scorpio deserves the credit. Mr. Lopez, number 2. And then he puts himself last, as far as credit. And that brings me to another point. JD has crafted this narrative that Scorpio is the only founder of the breed because he's the inventor of it. But just because you invent something does not mean that you are the only creator. For somebody who's so business savvy, you should be well aware of this. You can look at examples as close as Microsoft and Apple, both built in the initial stages by a team of people. Sure, we give credit to one person, but we also acknowledge that the others involved are also founders. Do you think Scorpio could have done what he did if he did not have the resources that Mr. Lopez and Mr. Stratton were providing for him? Probably not. Look at the creation of the Dogo Argentino. Dr. Martinez created what he wanted to be the ultimate hunting dog. He relied heavily on his brother, his father, and peripheral family and community members to help feed the dogs and train them and work them and do the things that needed to be done to turn his founding stock into a functioning, healthy, powerful breed. Scorpio did the same thing. Mr. Lopez was helping run kennels. He was helping safeguard intellectual property and genetic property. And Gypsy was training and advising the whole way. If you are not advised while you're inventing something, you're not inventing anything. Because you can't just crawl out of the womb and put together a new invention. You gotta learn from the work of others. Form the nucleus of founding. Yes, nobody has said that Gypsy invented the Canis Panther, but he's still a founder. He's still instrumental to its creation. So to try to cut Gypsy out, and I know I sound like I'm just parroting Gypsy's lines here, and when I interviewed him, he and I were not on the best of terms, but he still sat down on the interview with me, and I have seen that he's a pretty honest guy. So to pretend that he's trying to take all the credit about the breed and lying to people, and that's another thing, because going back to the discussion about what JD and I were so upset about was we never got our pedigrees. We still don't have pedigrees, and to this day, we have not seen any pedigrees that tie Tim's current dogs to the originals. And I believe my dog is connected to the originals, but we can't prove that on paper. And since we can't prove that on paper, but since Gypsy has pedigrees, and Gypsy has lineages, he can prove that. He can prove that his dogs go way back. And now, maybe they're also not connected. Paper hanging is not the most difficult thing in the world. But the fact that Gypsy and Lori have put the effort into building these pedigrees, even if they have gaps, shows a character trait in their operation. If Gypsy didn't give a shit about these dogs, and he was just producing something and hanging on the coattails of the name, do you think he would have pedigrees? Well, maybe. You could make that argument. But then how could you turn around and say that Tim cares very much about the breed, but he has no pedigrees? And speaking of that issue, why is it that on my dog's birth certificate, we can see that both of her parents were registered, one after the other, probably as a group with several other dogs, at the same time? How is that possible, on the one hand, to care about the dogs and not have been doing the administrative tasks, and then to not care about the dogs and be doing the administrative tasks? That does not make sense. I believe both of them care, but the fact is that Gypsy has been maintaining paperwork from the beginning. And as Gypsy has said, he's 70 years old. He's been breeding since the 50s. He's been training Canis Panthers, working with Canis Panthers, facilitating the breeding, working with the other founders. Since the 70s, since the inception of the dog breed, 1974. Tim said in this documentary, some of the earlier dogs were around when he was 12 or 13 years old. So to say that Tim is more strongly connected to the Canis Panther than Gypsy, simply because he's Scorpio's brother, is not a good claim. Now, Tim, if you're watching this, I'm not trying to make you look or feel bad. This isn't about, like, delegitimizing you. You have your experiences, you were there. Like I spoke with Gypsy about it. You have authenticity, you have credibility here. However, the point that Gypsy has less, even though he's put in more years, and he was there from the beginning as an adult, where Tim was there from the beginning as a child, Gypsy would logically have a stronger connection to the breed than Tim. Tim has inherited his brother's legacy. What he does with it is up to him. But Gypsy is still maintaining his original connection to the dogs. So this whole thing of, like, trying to undermine Gypsy and trying to undermine Taylor and trying to undermine Run Amok and trying to undermine all these people, you know, and I've said my fair share. You know, I don't think Michelle Swangle should be calling her dogs Canis Panthers. I don't think my mixed dogs should be called Canis Panthers. And JD, I don't think your dogs should be called Canis Panthers. But the fact that you keep attacking everybody around you whom you don't like, who, because they've disagreed with you, because of your decisions that make no sense, that other people in the dog community don't do those things for a reason. It's just, why? Why do you keep attacking everybody else? He talks about marketing to me a lot. He talks about optics and all this stuff. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about the marketing. I don't care about puppy sales. I don't care about any of that. I just want to breed my dogs, man. One of the big things that really bothers me with JD is that he says that the Labrador needs to be reduced. But we know from Tim Jones and all other sources, primary and secondary, that Labrador was part of the original formula. Tim Jones even says that the first male used to create the Canis Panther was half Dane, half Labrador. He said that in our interview. And we know that the bitch was a Doberman. So American Pit Bull Terrier was not part of the original formula. Yet JD insists on increasing the American Pit Bull Terrier and decreasing the Labrador. This is a departure from the intentions of Gypsy, Scorpio, and Tim. Speaking of breeding decisions, he says that breeding out the white on the face is going to be very difficult, but we know that from my own breedings, after the second generation, only 1 in 8 puppies had a white on the face. He then went on a rant saying that people who don't know the genetics should keep their mouths shut. And why are you criticizing me about colors when you're boasting of having the first Canis Panthers that are liver colored? Why were you expecting Tim not to be open to new things? You were with me every step of the way while we swabbed his dogs, while we coordinated with him, and you had his number. I gave it to you. And since you've never trusted me, you should have been calling him to verify this information that I was telling you every step of the way. And where here you are telling me this other person told you that Tim Jones was running a setup that looks like a puppy mill. You can't say that you're running exclusively on the information that I was telling you. You had every opportunity to double check yourself, and you're telling other people that this other person, a third party, was giving you some of this information that is derogatory to Tim. Regarding the Outcross program, if you're saying that all bred-in content needs to be bred out, then how do you expect to achieve true diversity? You can't do that. And this reminds me of another post that he made, where he's telling me that you should double down on strong genetics. Well, that's funny that you're using genetics of dogs where you're inbreeding, so you're compromising your own strong genetics, and you're criticizing me for breeding in a dog who is a very powerful and a very strong and resilient animal from a very strong and resilient breed. Now, when we talk about the participants in the CPCA, Kyla has a special connection, and that is to Chad Gabriel. And one of the main reasons that Kristen and myself, to a lesser extent, wanted to not allow Kyla into the club was because she's married to Chad Gabriel. We had a lot of concerns because if you're not familiar with the case, Chad is the owner of Team Floppy Ears. And if this isn't familiar to you, get ready to get acquainted. Chad used to be militantly anti-crop, anti-dog, pro-neutering. If you don't neuter your dog, you're an animal abuser. And in some of his videos, he's doing things that are questionable with his dogs. It looks like they're a little too intimate, and sometimes Kyla posts content that it also looks questionable. So at the time, I made the argument that we should not allow Kyla because of her association with her husband. I didn't want the club to be associated with him, and I called him a dog fucker. Now, Chad, I owe you a public apology. I'm sorry for calling you a dog fucker. I don't know if you're a dog fucker. I shouldn't have said those things because they were unsubstantiated. However, you have said some tasteless things to people before, so there was still legitimate concern about the association there. And this is funny because Kyla lists herself as Mrs. Team Floppy Ears. So how did you guys go from being militantly anti-crop and anti-dog and pro-neutering to being dog breeders of cropped and dogs? There's also lots of rumors, and not just rumors, but actual feedback on their page that they are scamming people and misleading the public. One of the times that I started to notice things between JD and I were not going to work out long term was when JD started an argument over changing some documentation. I think it was the breed standard. He wanted to propose changes to the breed standard. This alone is fine. However, the original breed standard, as I wrote it, included a change log. Now, having a change log in a breed standard is a little bit unconventional. Mostly you see change logs with things like software patches. However, I think it's a really good idea to keep track of changes. For example, in the Dogo Argentino community, there was a change from making the bite a scissor bite to an even bite. When you make changes like that, you should explain and justify to the community why you're making that change. After JD made the changes and proposed those changes, he refused to annotate them in the change log. And because he didn't want to make the changes in the change log, he said, okay, you make the changes in the change log. And basically, he didn't want to have to do that. Which is interesting because earlier that year, he had criticized me because I had a mixed litter, and I promoted this mixed litter as Canis Panther, Doberman, Dogo Argentino mixes. Information that I had omitted was the fact that they were approximately 1/8 Cane Corso. And I said, well, it's 1/8. We've agreed that 1/8 isn't something to be concerned about, so why would I promote it? And what I said was I didn't want to take the extra time to type it out. So somebody said it's an extra 2 seconds to type that. And so when we went to the changelog, I was like, it's going to take you an extra 2 seconds to type that. And JD insisted that he isn't responsible for making those changes in the changelog, even though he did make changes to the breed standard. And because the club wasn't officially started, that makes him not responsible. But even if the club isn't started, you should still be acting like a club. You should still be operating as if you are a club, so that you can start forming good habits. JD has also made a big fuss about my dogs not being up to standard, especially with the white on the face. Something that I don't understand about him is why that's an issue. When you have dogs, you shouldn't be breeding only standard dogs. The point is that the standard is the objective, and you're breeding your way towards that. Every lineage should slowly and progressively be moving towards the breed standard. And if dogs fall off of the breed standard, but they have good work drive, they can still contribute to the breed. And so by balancing well-driven dogs that are a little bit out of standard and well-standard dogs that are a little bit out of work ethic, you maintain a good fluctuation in your gene pool. But JD seems to believe that only dogs that are already at the standard should be bred. And this was another issue when I had promoted a minimum Doberman content. This was before we knew that the founding dogs were half Doberman. I proposed a minimum Doberman content of 33%, and that was approved in the original standard. One, that always bothered JD, which I find interesting since he wants to increase the Doberman content, which the point of the minimum was to do that. But he was also very adamant that almost no current Canis Panthers in the CPCA at that time were at the 33% mark. Therefore, they were out of standard, and he seemed to believe that that made them inadequate. But that's not true. You can have a perfectly good dog who's out of standard. The point is to mix and match dogs to create something a little bit closer to standard, a little bit closer to ideal than you had the last generation. So if we have a bunch of dogs who are less than 33% or less than 50% Doberman, and you're trying to increase the Doberman content, then the goal should be to use your outcross program to do that while sustaining and maintaining the other qualities that make the breed unique and useful. I'm criticized for keeping Dogo Argentino in my line, and I have admitted that yes, that first Dogo Argentino mix came from an accident litter, but then I made the choice to keep that dog because I felt that she had a lot to offer. The criticism comes from the fact that I've made a change to the breed, but we know that increasing the American Pit Bull Terrier content is also making a change to the breed, and you're breeding in non-founding American Pit Bull Terrier at that. And since we know that the original Canis Panther did not have American Pit Bull Terrier, and we know that the American Pit Bull Terrier was used to shrink the breed, and we know that both Gypsy and Tim have increased the size of the breed since then, and we can also assume that Scorpio's original intent was to have a large dog. With those things in mind, when you talk about adding American Pit Bull Terrier to shrink the breed, the decision must have been made to use American Pit Bull Terrier instead of Labrador to shrink the dogs, because the American Pit Bull Terrier has something else to offer. My guess is tenacity and pain tolerance. However, since we can reasonably conclude that the original intent was to have large dogs, adding Dogo Argentino arguably is a better decision, because it offers equal or better pain tolerance and almost as much tenacity as the American Pit Bull Terrier, while bringing the size and some of those same distinct genetic components that a gladiator dog has. And we can see that there's plenty of video evidence that the American Pit Bull Terrier has an unfavorable matchup against larger opponents. The Dogo Argentino has a more favorable matchup against large opponents. A lot of people breaking into your house might be a big person. You don't know. A 30-pound American Pit Bull Terrier needs 2 or 3 buddies to help take down a boar. And if the boar is about 300 pounds, that's almost analogous to a 200-pound man, except the man is a lot smarter. He might have a knife, he might have a gun. The tenacity of the American Pit Bull Terrier, if you can get that dog to have human drive instead of game drive, is still unfavorable, because it's easy to pick up 30 pounds. It's not as easy to pick up 90 pounds. It's not as easy to pick up 120. And so when you breed in more American Pit Bull Terrier, you're risking shrinking the breed or having lineages like the Klaus line that are small. Heisenberg, for example, is only about 75 pounds. Same with Klaus, same with Grimm. These are all relatively small Canis Panthers. And like Gypsy said, size is a factor. If you break into a home for whatever reason, you're more likely to leave if the dog in the home is a German Shepherd, a Doberman, a Dogo Argentino, a Bulldog, a Bull Mastiff. You're more likely to leave if those dogs are in there than if it's a Shih Tzu. Yes, the Shih Tzu is going to make a lot of noise, but if you're there and committed to whatever crime you're there to commit, the Shih Tzu is not going to be able to stop you. He can only raise the alarm. And that's partially because of the size. An American Pit Bull Terrier may not raise the alarm. He'll try to stop you if he's even got the human drive to begin with. Because remember, these dogs do not consistently have human drive. They consistently have game drive. And that's another thing. If you mix a game drive dog with a human drive dog, you create a lot of problems. This is uncorroborated, but I heard a theory, and I really like this. This explains the pit bull bite statistics that we see. The theory is that it's not actually pit bull, but bully breed mixes. The trend we see with protection dogs is that they tend to be fairly low drive, but their willingness to bite people is fairly high. And the reason you do that is because you don't want a dog to bite just anybody, but you do want him to be willing to bite if he's pushed to do so. And the thing with game dogs is that you don't want them to bite people because it doesn't make sense to have a dog bite its handler when you're breaking up a dog fight. Some American Pit Bull Terriers, and I've spoken to several experts on the matter, will redirect onto people. It wasn't a trait that was specifically bred out, but there was a favoritism towards dogs that didn't bite their handlers. So the American Pit Bull Terrier is not consistently a man biter. However, he does have very high drive and a low willingness to bite humans. Now, if you cross those two dogs, now you have a population of dogs that have both traits somewhere on the spectrum. You've got anywhere from high drive to low drive from both parents, and anywhere from high human willingness to bite and low willingness to bite humans. And some dogs end up with high drive and high willingness to bite humans, and that's where we see these maulings. And there's also a strong taboo in some communities like the Dogo Argentino community. Some Dogo Argentinos are now bred specifically for protection work, and the taboo is that you do not cross those dogs with the game dogs. The big game hunters, the Dogo Argentinos who are going to run after a boar for miles and miles and miles, and then fight it and get stabbed by its tusks and get gutted and just be bleeding everywhere and still fight that boar. You don't cross that with the ones who are taking down people and following commands. Because if you cross those two, and that Dogo goes after the wrong person, you're stabbing it in the ribs, you're hitting it in the head with bricks. I've seen some of these videos, and you can't just stop that. So, the protection dogs generally have a lower drive, and there's good reason for that. And if you don't trust me, why did you trust me to write the breed standard? Why did you trust me to write the bylaws? I don't understand how you can mistrust me, but then use my labor for all of these critical core institutional things. Now, we can talk all the crap we want, but you will not find a video before this documentary of JD working a dog, because it doesn't exist. He runs his mouth, not his dogs, because he doesn't own any dogs. All of his dogs are co-owned. In this post, he says that Spartan was never sanctioned. Yet we see in these emails that in fact Spartan was put on referral, in other words, not allowed to compete in the AKC until he is neutered. Another recent update requires some context. Earlier, when we discussed JD's refusal to interview, he ended up stepping down as president of the CPCA because there were allegations against him. And he said that he was stepping down until the club was able to verify the situation. Because this documentary didn't come out yet, and because I haven't shared my allegations with anybody in the club, we know that they haven't been able to resolve this issue. But here he is several months later, stepping down again. He's blaming the presence of haters, and he says that he doesn't want himself to bring down the CPCA. So how can you become president again if your initial allegations were never resolved? Personally, I think it's all a show. There are several times where JD says that he's desperate not to look like a dictator. And we also see that even though he argued that the club was not started until 2023, there are places where he says he's the president and founder of the CPCA since 2019. We also know that he still has close business ties with Bernard and Kyla, people who are still sitting on the board of directors of the CPCA, the club that he founded. Something I always thought was strange was that JD told me he spent $20,000 on his first dogs, but he had only been involved in the breed since 2019. So how are you, 1, new to dog breeding, 2, new to this breed, 3, this breed is not well known, it's not well established, and 4, you make the very risky, massive investment of $20,000. That doesn't seem like something that somebody who's interested in the best of the dogs would do. It seems like a business move, and a very risky one at that. I think it's for power. We had a situation with a person named Marshall before. I'll spare you the details, but basically this person got blacklisted from Dobermans and Poodles, and then was like kind of aggressively seeking new dogs. And then that caused a stir where people like myself and JD were gatekeeping the Canis Panther from Marshall. Then JD sent me this message about removing him.
But yes, Marshall's ass has been kicked, blocked, and yeah, I erased all of his posts ever, and yeah, he's gone.
So he just sounds really happy about removing him, which in the context I felt was appropriate, but now that I've seen some of this other stuff, I'm wondering if that wasn't genuine glee about removing a bad person and more genuine glee about exercising power. Talking about inbreeding, this is a picture of Heisenberg. He's about 2 months old in this picture. Compare this with another photo of these puppies that are almost 3 months old. You'll notice a significant size difference. Because of the relationship here, they're both coming from Klaus. The inbred litter, because genetically they're essentially clones of the generation before them, that makes them essentially half-siblings to Heisenberg. But we can see that they're significantly behind in physical development. And that begs the question, if we're seeing these results this early, is it that smart to continue line and inbreeding off of Klaus? Now, when Spartan was bred to Sticky, I should have known better, but I thought that was the end of it. And then here's plans to breed Grim to Dahlia. These are half-siblings, again, coming from Klaus. And JD's on a rampage, thinking that we're upset that he's line breeding half-siblings. Two things here. One, he's aggressively defending this one, but he hasn't aggressively defended the actual inbreeding litter. He was very quiet about that, and he still is. But this one, that's more okay, he's very outspoken about. And the second thing, he's upset because he thinks that we're criticizing the half-sibling breeding, but that's not what we're upset about. The whole criticism is about overbreeding a single stud. This is exactly what has ruined the Doberman. And that just proves that he doesn't understand the situation. Because if he thinks the criticism is about the half-sibling litter and not the overrepresentation, then it shows that his mind is not currently grasping the broader implications of his actions. He's looking at the situation on his step-by-step basis. Each step individually is okay, but it's not the steps that we're worried about. It's the entire ladder. In regards to JD's co-ownerships, he co-owns a dog with this woman named Nick, and this lady had an accident litter. One of those puppies ended up with Jenna. Here you can see that JD and Nick are both trying to discredit Jenna and humiliating her publicly by saying that she is essentially going to violate her contract. However, Nick's contract with Jenna says that it's a purebred dog, that she is not to be breeding. Jenna doesn't have a purebred dog. She has a mixed dog, which Nick has been eager to point out. So since the contract is for a purebred dog, the contract is not for this dog. And besides that, the contract is totally unenforceable anyway because it has unreasonable expectations. For example, the down payment is due 400 months in advance. Here JD is telling Jenna to be careful not to introduce new breeds, but he is encouraging her to essentially create brindle Canis Panthers. Now keep in mind, brindle was not part of the original breed standards. You'll see that JD makes multiple attempts to recruit Jenna and encourages her to do breedings early on. But then after she refuses, then he starts trying to humiliate her publicly about breaching contract. JD recently announced that he was interviewing Tim Jones and the Jones family to do his own documentary. But because of what we went through getting a dog from Tim Jones to begin with, JD vowed that he would never do business with Tim Jones again.
But I gotta send this number to a couple of people that they want to call Tim. I think I have 3 people right now that want to talk to him about pups, so I'll send that message to them right now. Also, a lot of people asking about pictures. Like, can we get a picture of the pups? They're 2 to 3 weeks old or whatever, so where's a picture? Like, legit question. You know, like, can we get some updates? And can we get a picture of Bambi? Yeah, so that didn't come through incredibly clear, but let me know if you get papers, to be honest. But if you can just find, or let me know what we'll take it from there means, like if we have any future expectations with him, because honestly, I don't have any. But I just want the pedigree for Samson. After that, I have no intention of working with Tim in the future. Seriously though, like, Tim, a couple of names, dude, and we will leave you alone. Like, giving up on the, holy shit, that's a lot of wind. Giving up on the paperwork at this point, but for our records, for our future customers, we need those names. We've got Diablo's parents. We've got Diablo's grandpa. Give me Diablo's grandma. And grandparents of, or sorry, parents and grandparents of Misty. Wait. We got Diablo's father's father. So we need Diablo's father's mother and Diablo's mother's grandparents. And then Misty's, we need everything. We have nothing on Misty. He didn't even tell us who her parents are. Like, at the very least, give me that. But come on, like, grandparents is not that hard to remember what dog came from what dog. Like, yeah. Like, honestly, from my perspective, I could give a shit less if I get the papers, as long as I know the fucking names, because DRA is as much bullshit as anything else that we're aware of. So I'll make my own damn pedigree certificates. I've got the software. I just need the fucking names. Names and birth dates would be great, but at the very least, names of the specific dogs that I put in that list. Like, if I got those names, then I can at least, when Samson is bred, have a 3-generation pedigree, CPCA pedigree. That's all I need. And seriously, like, if he was sending the papers, then those names were going to be on the papers anyway, in theory. And so there's nothing for him to be hiding by not giving us the names. Like, that information was going to be on that fucking paperwork anyway. If you didn't go through the process with DRA to get this all done and you're just shitting around, fucking around with us until we give up, like, save me the fucking hassle and just tell me what the names are. Don't send me the paper. Whatever. Just tell me the names. Or don't tell me you don't know the names of these dogs that you created. Like, Diablo's grandparents supposedly came from you. Missy's parents and grandparents supposedly came from you. You should have names for these dogs. For all I care right now, fucking make them up. Just give me names. Maybe you should tell Tim that the Pressa Panther mix is already being done in the form of the Pantera Max by Brett. You don't necessarily tell him that there's other breeds involved, but be like, dude, somebody's already got kind of the market there, to discourage him from going forward with that, because that's shitty. Honestly, I have no intention of doing business with Tim moving forward. I feel like that's your opinion too. I know that's my opinion, and Bernard's going to follow my lead, so we're looking for a bloodline. It needs to be specific. It needs to have what we expect to have out of it. Beyond that, what Tim does is his business, but I would make a small attempt to discourage him from that and just tell him that the Panther Pressa thing is already being done by someone else. That's easy. Because he thinks aggression equals protection. I was kind of thinking about maybe if you should just kind of serve as the go-between, or like, basically like you buy 2 dogs from Tim, quote unquote. I give you the money, but you make the purchase. So you're buying 2, you're getting first pick of each. But that way we give Tim less points of contact. I feel like being old school, and with as much as I do get inquisitive and everything, it might be a better idea to keep it simple with him. And then I could set something up with Ray maybe to go pick up the pup with you, or I don't know, have you drop it off with him a few blocks away where he can't live very far away from Tim. They all lived in the same neighborhood. I mean, he could have moved, but what do you think? rather than giving him 2 or even 3 with Bernard. If I think that you might have misunderstood Bernard, but I could be wrong too. But instead of giving him multiple contacts to track from the CPCA, give him one contact that is going to take on X number of dogs and just kind of make it real easy for him. Okay, so I gotta bring something up. Remember how I told you that Chris Tucker had told me he had a litter, like, coming straight out of Chicago? It was Scorpio blood, blah, blah, blah. And then the litter didn't happen, except his puppy survived, apparently, but all the others died or whatever. The narrative behind that was that she was super protective mother, had a lot of fire behind her, super protective mother. I'm getting the feeling that this litter he was talking about was coming from Tim, and that these mothers are kind of in a protective state, probably by poor environment. So I would consider these litters at risk at this point. Like, don't count on much coming out of this. 30 born, 10 surviving is a real possibility. That said, totally possible that during that process, Tim and Chris had their falling out, and Chris played it off as something happened with the litter, or whatever, because he had now lost the confidence of Tim and no longer had access to the pups that he had claimed to have access to. So that's totally a possible scenario as well. Highly unlikely that he's going to be interested in that. Honestly, possible to kind of irritate him by bringing up too many things that we want. I think that we should stick with the health testing request, and not put in a scenario where we become a pain in the ass. I was wondering, why a female? I mean, I get, like, most of the dogs you have are male, so it makes sense to, have a female to breed too, but with a wild card like this, it just seems like, because females have so much value, and it seems like using a really untested, no idea what their mental stability is and all of that, like using that swing on a female seems like risk reward is lower, but also as a group, if one person keeps a male, we all kind of can get access to them, provided we're willing to pay for that access. But man, I wish there was. I've reached out to a few people. My wait list is long, but it's like the people that are on it want something specific. They want a health tested dog. They want dogs that's temperament is good, that we've already been able to establish multiple service dogs through Klaus's line, so they're real sketchy on jumping into getting a dog. So a male to me would be what I would keep, because it just has access, like breed wise, it can do much more for the breed in a much shorter period of time to be able to take a male to a number of females than it would be to have one female and have such large gaps between the times that you can use them. It's just a thought. Obviously, I mean, it's your program and you've got plans, but even if you keep a female, like my thing here is we need to find them somewhere to stash a male that we are really confident we can get access to them again. The 2 people that have asked so far are actually people that were considering getting on my list, and I don't have problems with them, but I don't necessarily trust that those particular 2 people are going to follow through in 2 years and give me access to that boy again. That one guy, I think his name is Ronnie. They're both in Arkansas, but I think Ronnie was his name. He's looking to breed a new dog. He's trying to take Canis Panthers to dogs he has already that he's selecting, and he wants to make a new dog, kind of like Brett. that was kind of a reason why he didn't really get on my list, because I don't want, that's not what my purpose for my dogs is. Not a problem to me if he does that with one of Scorpio's dogs. I just think that because his mentality is so focused on that, he's not someone I feel super strong is going to give me access to that dog again later. Sorry, I'm rambling, but that's kind of where I'm at. Like, if we grabbed 5 dogs, we had ability to evaluate them for that first few weeks, or even just simply grabbed them and resold them so that we could at least be in control of the selling process, there would be some benefit there. But we have to find somewhere to stash 5 puppies from 8 weeks to 10 weeks or whatever while we find the homes. Since you're making me listen to all these long-ass messages, and I'm on a headset anyway from work, I don't know why I'm still typing this shit out. We got a lot of ideas we could brainstorm, dude, but having Tim in the loop would be huge for us. We just have to make sure that we don't make it look like we're compromising our ideals and our morals for, what would look from the outside like a money grab, like we're trying to get the original line so we can make claims and make money. Whether that's what we're doing or not is irrelevant. It's just what it's going to look like. So we got to be careful, and we got to try and make every step of this process as much on the ideals that we've been preaching to everybody else. So if we get those parents done, that would be huge. I'm still hugely skeptical that he's going to be able to keep track of these dogs over an 8-week period and have all 40 of them still, 100% sure which ones they came from.
Ooh, I have a question. If Scorpio created 2 definitely different dog breeds, and he was trying to distance himself from Gypsy, why did he keep using the same name that Gypsy used? Now, when the general public interacts with JD, you're going to notice that he relies heavily on appeal to authority. He cites things like H. Lee Robinson's master's degree in biology, and he boasts of being at Tim and Gypsy's house, as if this somehow makes him more of an authority on the breed. Just because I've been to a NASA building doesn't make me a rocket scientist. But since JD loves to appeal to authority, let's see what Tim has to say about mixing Dogo Argentino into the Canis Panther.
That black one that I have, these are her parents. So the orange one is her dad and the black one is her mom.
Okay, I'm looking. The all black one is her mama, right?
Yep.
Alright, well, Diablo on that? Why you want to make goddamn take Diablo semen and put it in the hut, Taylor?
Cause she's done breeding. I'm not gonna breed her again.
And this the dad, the beige one?
Yep.
He look good. He just got like a skinny face, but his structure is good. Now, who is this? Who's this all black dog right here?
That brown one is the one that I want to breed to Saxon. I bred him last year. He's Rock of Ages dogs, and he's a quarter Dogo.
He's a Dogo too?
A quarter Dogo, yeah. So his mom's dad.
So you're gonna breed out with Bambi dog?
Yep.
Oh, that's gonna be nice.
Send me one of those puppies.
You want one?
Hell yeah, I want one.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Okay, I'll put you on the list. Pictures of the little puppy should be coming through now.
Oh, I see it now. This the dog you want to make Diablo with that's standing on the table?
Yeah.
That bitch here is nice, boy.
Yeah, well,
yeah. How old is she? This one right here, right?
That's 3 months old.
This one with the red hangers on.
She kind of short, Taylor, or middle size?
She's middle size. She's about 30 pounds right now, 32, 33, something like that.
How old is she?
3 months.
Oh, okay, she don't look good.
She won't be as tall as Saxon or Bambi, but she'll be pretty thick. Actually, she might be that tall because her daddy's a full, a 3/4 Doberman, and he's 32 inches, and her mom was shorter, but they both weigh 105 pounds, so she's probably going to be pretty big anyway.
Right, Diablo's gonna make that number, man.
Oh, yeah.
There you have it. The master of the Canis Panther has said it himself. I have beautiful dogs, and he wants one. Hopefully, this is the last thing I have to report on. JD sent me some personal messages. He recently unblocked me and said this. This is strange wording.
It's no secret that I used to breed meat rabbits, and I don't eat rabbit heads, so of course I'm going to feed them to my dogs. So maybe he's referring to the fact that I use rabbit pelts. And this is how you can tell that JD's not a trainer, because why would I not use rabbit pelts if I have a free supply of rabbit pelts? They make great flirt poles. Awesome training aids for smell. If I'm one of the least trustworthy people that you know, why are you trying to sell me a dog? You should be doing everything in your power to avoid me, but you keep coming back, you keep messaging me, you keep starting shit, and then you come to me and tell me that Tim asked you to ask us to stop fighting. Now, I talk to Tim, and I tell him every time, I don't want to hear about JD. I'm a grown man. I don't want to hear about another grown man. I don't want to hear about your drama. I don't want to hear about your problems, because I don't care. A Dogo Argentino is relatively similar to a Presa Canario. Tim's dogs have Presa Canario. So why are you demanding that I get rid of my dogs and accept your deviation of a pit bull mix when Tim has none of that and he likes my Dogo mixes? And I already have Tim and Klaus dogs. Your offer means nothing. And to ask me to get rid of my dogs, my hard work, I know what I'm doing. I have over 15 years of breeding experience. So for you to demand that I get rid of my hard work and my efforts and my dogs that I have a connection to, listen, I know that you're willing to buy and resell dogs and flip them around just like that, but that's not the way we do things. Tim asked you to stop arguing with us, then maybe that's what you should do. Don't come asking me to get involved in that, because you're the one that keeps coming to our group, you keep posting, you keep trolling us. All we do is report the facts. You had an inbred litter. And don't say that you didn't, because it's well known that you were fully endorsing that and you co-own those dogs. So to try to hide behind somebody else's kennel making the decisions, don't do that. Don't play stupid. Lo and behold, the documentary's been done for a week and the shenanigans just don't stop. So recently, a Canis Panther breeder named Sebastian got arrested, and he's being persecuted for animal abuse and for drug charges. Now, the animal shelter that acquired his dogs is not asking for a rehoming fee, but you know who has no association with Brindley Mountain Animal Rescue and is asking for a rehoming fee? JD Wise. Why, might you ask, is JD asking for a rehoming fee when he has nothing to do with these dogs, he doesn't co-own the dogs, and he has no association with the animal shelter? Well, he says that it's because he says that if you ask money for a dog, it makes it harder for the dog to get into the wrong hands. But there's no point in paywalling a dog who needs rehabilitation if you do the work and you vet the homes that the dogs are going to go to. Now, I spoke to the lady in charge of rehoming these dogs. Her name is Rhonda. She's a lovely lady, and she has a lot of experience with rehoming Danes and similar breeds. JD said that he's in charge of rehoming these dogs. I asked Rhonda, I didn't ask Rhonda, a friend asked Rhonda, and Rhonda told her no. Rhonda has the final say on where these dogs go. JD has nothing to do with these dogs. He said that the money is not going to touch his hands at all. He's not going to see a dime of it. Okay, then why don't you just give money to the shelter directly? And why is it that these dogs need a home, but you're not sharing the shelter? You're sharing the information about the dogs, but then people have to go through you. So you would see the money, and you would have to then disperse the money. I guarantee he's going to skim it. I guarantee you he's going to skim it. Don't go through JD. If you have any issues with the Canis Panther, come to me, come to my kennel, come to the people I'm associated with, come to the Fellowship of the Canis Panther, and we will get it squared away. I've been contacting people from the bigger Canis Panther page nonstop, sharing the link to these dogs and the shelter that they're at. There is no reason you should have to go through somebody who's paywalling dogs that he doesn't own who need rescue and rehabilitation. Apparently it's a problem if I own the dog that I'm breeding. The true reason I used the Dogo Argentino in my breeding to begin with was because it was the cheapest option. That's a $4,500 show and working dog, my dude, with clear health testing. How are you telling people that I'm all about the money when we just read a message where it is so deeply ingrained in your mind to think in terms of money that you cannot fathom the fact that I used a high quality male because I own him, because there's not a transaction involved? Calling it close there, Laura. And why are you giving bonus points to people on your wait list who foster one of these dogs? Not adopt, foster. Listen, I've got puppies on the ground right now. First thing I did, I went to somebody who's waiting for a puppy from me, and I asked them, do you want to rescue one of these dogs? I didn't ask him if he wanted to foster. I'm putting my success on the back burner to make sure that other people have an opportunity to rescue the dogs if they're willing and able. If you have a wait list of 200 people, surely it wouldn't be much of a stretch for you to actually get these dogs adopted out quickly. But you only want them to foster. I have not been spewing BS about you for months, and you have not stayed quiet, and I have the screenshots to prove it. Hey JD, I got a question for you. If Heisenberg, my stud, is the worst example of a Canis Panther, and he came from Klaus, don't you think that means you should stop breeding Klaus? Because if he's produced 30 dogs, and you think the number of service dogs that he's produced is significant, then it's a matter of time before he starts throwing more worst examples of Canis Panthers like Heisenberg. But I better stop with my stuff because you definitely know what you're doing. JD, not all of Tim's dogs are clear on health testing, and you know this because we went through the health testing with him together. His Pit Panther Blueberry, who has a lot of French Bulldog in her, by the way, carries canine multifocal retinopathy, which is eye disease. And this is another issue with you, is that you don't understand small sample size. Half a dozen dogs is not enough to determine that the entire lineage is clear, because if we look at the half dozen best dogs from Rock of Ages, they are also clear. And again, that's not a criticism of Tim. It is normal to have health issues in a population. So Tim, if you're watching this, you need to understand that this is about making sure that people who are talking out of their ass are held accountable. So, JD, typical line breeding in many ways, huh? And it's overdone, in your opinion, for a breed so young? That's really interesting coming from the guy who insists on breeding over Klaus many times. But I've spoken about Klaus for about an hour in this documentary, and maybe it was all for naught, because JD appears to be trying to acquire the Jones line over the Klaus line. Which just goes to show that he's very insecure about his own decisions, and he relies on the legitimacy of other people. If Klaus is so superior, why would you need the Jones line to clear things up? As for me breeding Saxon, I can promise you right now that it's not a genetic issue. She was playing with a larger dog and she had an accident. It broke her hip. And you can tell us that it's not a genetic issue because remember, you keep talking about how amazing Tim Jones dogs are. And I agree. I think Tim Jones dogs are pretty good. But you're saying they're really healthy. You're boasting about how healthy they are and how involved you want to get in that line. So if Saxon's hip issue was genetic, you would be more hesitant to get involved in these dogs, wouldn't you? But you know, because I told you. And that was one of the messages I deleted. And of course I've been deleting my messages with you because you're a monster. You manipulate what people say and you use it against them. You don't deserve anything of my screenshots. I went back and I deleted most, and by the way, it's not many years. We've been talking for like 3 years max. And I was deleting them all morning until I accidentally tagged myself in one of them, and then you blocked me, and I couldn't delete them because I was blocked. I never lost an entire litter to Parvo. It was 5 out of 8. Get your facts straight. You knew this. Why are you making things up? And you want to talk about me cutting corners? Let me tell you something. I vaccinate all my puppies at 6 weeks for Parvo. And I vaccinate them again every 2 weeks. I also make sure that the mothers are vaccinated so that the puppies are getting the antibodies for Parvo in their digestive system. Now, because of those antibodies, the first round of vaccines are not going to be very effective, but as they get weaned, the amount of antibodies coming from the mother are getting smaller and smaller. But the immune system is not fully developed yet, so the vaccines help fill in the gap until the puppy's immune system develops and can handle the vaccine, and thus can then handle the live virus. It can take 10 to 15 years for live Parvo to disappear from the soil. So there's no matter of I bred them too soon, and I never admitted that to you because I never admitted anything to you. Stop making things up. Just stop. Just stop. Anything bad that I sent you in a message, I've admitted in this documentary. So it's not like I'm hiding anything. I bleached my house, I decontaminated my yard, and don't forget, I was in the Marine Corps. My job in the Marine Corps was chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear defense. Decontamination is my job, dude. And guess what? I've had puppies since the Parvo outbreak, and none of them have had Parvo. Oh, Taylor must know what he's doing. Like I admitted in the beginning, I've had my fair share of issues, absolutely. But that's what happens when you own your own dogs, JD. You have a perfect record because you don't have any dogs. You don't keep them on your yard, so you don't make mistakes. Of course you wouldn't make mistakes, you're the perfect little angel. But I tell you what, man, I would much rather be the guy putting in the work and making mistakes and learning from them than the dude sitting on the internet complaining all day and having no mistakes and no opportunities to learn. Ultimately, I think Gypsy had it right when it comes to JD. We shouldn't worry about him because he's inconsequential. But our new club, the Fellowship of the Canis Panther, and the people coming with us, we're hated and we don't care.
opportunities have I passed and squandered? Will I ever be good enough? In the meantime I wonder. Life goes on, and the more time I spend catching up, the more time I lose in the moment. The image of my past and my future models of the curse of sentience, insatiable desires and ambitions. The curse of sentience, unsatisfied even with the perfect conditions. Do you feel like you're in the right place in your life, lingering at this point in time? Do you still stay blind in your mind? Do you now feel adequate? Have you begun to catch up? Are you lagging? Are you ahead? Or have you even got up? Doesn't really matter, cause it was never a race. Doesn't really matter, cause everybody moves at a different pace. Living collectively alone, but not alone entirely. Everyone's dancing to the same tune of uncertainty. The curse of sentience, insatiable desires and ambitions. The curse of sentience, unsatisfied even with the perfect conditions.